crashing down. All around this empty town, I'm searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Don't stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. How long do I got to keep you, to keep you?
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot! Nice! Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Swing around. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Very much. They play, you win.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Epic League. I'm, of course, Scriv. Joining me today is going to be Vu, and we're in for some of that CIS RMR action. A couple best of threes coming up. Looking forward to this one for sure. I think kicking us off, we've got K23 up against Entropiq, and there's a lot of storylines already coming into the playoff bracket, I suppose. You know, Navi, of course, being a big one, but Entropiq are another, I think, taking a good number of scalps early on so far. Vic.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. You know, both of these teams probably about the skill level capable of beating Navi, apparently. You know, you're definitely expecting Entropiq to take this one, and you know, unfortunately, the way that K23 has beat Entropiq in the past has typically been using nuke, which they've been struggling on recently. So probably expecting Entropiq to take this one before we move on to Forze versus Navi a little bit later.
Yeah, I think so. I think I can definitely agree. It does feel as well, you know, watching and casting a fair amount of Counter-Strike at the minute, form is really, really important. You know, everyone seems to be capable on most of the maps in the pool. Maybe you have that one permaban, and it does just kind of come down to if you are warmer on the day, you get off to that stronger start. We also see so many games come close, so an early 5 or 6 rounds that you're able to take dominantly, like, can really make the difference in the end. So I do feel it's going to be a tough one here for K23, but apparently, as you're kind of alluding to a little bit with the Navi dig, anything is possible at the moment in this RMR tournament. So you never know. I don't want to like fully send it, but like logically, yeah, Entropiq have got to be the team to do it, right? And I think that makes a lot of sense. Elian individually is just absolutely unstoppable. I don't know that K23 at the moment have got anyone that can shut him down or that can match him. Maybe Norbit, he's looking pretty good, but it's a difficult one moving forwards, I think. The maps are going to be pretty important for this one as well, though. Like you say, the nuke in the past has been there for the K23 core, but you mentioned a little bit earlier as well that Train has been a really good map for K23 at the moment. So is that maybe something that we expect to see here?
Yeah, I mean, the trouble with this one is that a lot of the maps K23 want to go to are also maps that Entropiq are pretty good on, right? You know, if you're looking at beating Entropiq, you're probably looking towards something like Mirage or Vertigo, but unfortunately K23, they ban Vertigo a lot, and Mirage isn't their best map, so the map pool overlap isn't looking too great. And as you mentioned, I mean, when it comes down to having a permaban, Entropiq essentially has a permaban, which is also, you know, at least a decent map when it comes to the side of K23. They first pick it a good amount as well. So when you have one of your better maps as your opponent's permaban, you're not really getting any luck going on there.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. As the veto's unfolding here a little bit, we have seen the Vertigo creep in. K23 actually opting to ban away the nuke, so they really are knocked in the confidence of that one. And then as the decider, we get Dust too. So, I don't know. Looking at this just straight out of the gate, to be honest with you, Overpass comes in as the map pick for K23. It's probably like Entropiq's best map at the moment. Pretty solid on that. So, yeah, kind of a strange one. I think, like you're talking about, though, K23, ultimately, you're going to back yourself into a bit of a corner anyway, just because very, very difficult team to ban off against. There you go. Let me... This way, there we go. I'm a little... There we are. But yeah, certainly just immediately off the back of the veto, it's looking really difficult for K23.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those ones where I think if the map pools are different, you're definitely saying these teams can always have upsets. There's not too much skill discrepancy between them. Obviously, you said Elian, very strong player. I'm not sure K23 has someone that can necessarily match to quite the extent you want, although you are right, they do have Norbert. But with the map pool discrepancy where K23 want to play a bunch of maps that Entropiq are just better on, or, you know, maybe they would be looking towards Vertigo themselves, but they're kind of weak on Vertigo. Maybe they have a chance because Entropiq brought in Vertigo, but it's just not looking like a great map for K23. So they're going to have prepared for this and actually practice the Vertigo. If they can take them down on Vertigo, I think they have a good chance.
Yeah, maybe. It does feel like a slight curveball, though, doesn't it, from Entropiq, honestly? I think that's ultimately, for me, where K23 might get a little bit caught, but it really depends on how their practice regimen is working. I suppose it's a map that they play if they have to. Who knows, they might have been doing some behind the scenes stuff on that and kind of actually prepared for Vertigo to come out. These are untangibles that we don't really know walking into this, but It is certainly a strange one. I think we mentioned a little bit like in the pregame where K23 have kind of been, they've been a little behind the scenes, a bit quiet, where you've got a lot of teams at sort of the mid-tier level just spamming tournaments and at like 30 maps played on every single map. They seem a little quieter. I think definitely they are making strides, obviously up to 31 in the world, but like I don't see as much presence from them as I used to. So I think they're maybe indeed working on the behind the scenes stuff. Adren coming back into the fold, Fame's only been in the roster like a month longer than he has. So there's certainly a lot of work to do, I think, to hit the peaks of Simon where they were at. But kind of quietly hopeful that maybe they can pull off a little bit of something here. But I feel like it needs Entropiq to be on like their B game, and then K23 to be the best version of themselves, which is kind of a lot to ask for all three maps, especially.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying K23 is not quite as active. I think we need to mention that's online active. There's neither of these teams is coming in like Astralis versus Liquid, where they pick Vertigo. They haven't played it in like a month. They haven't been around. They've just been lurking in the shadows. They're playing quite a bit. I'm not sure they're going to be able to pull out, a Vertigo pick, but I mean, K23 did impress quite a bit against Spirit on Dust 2 just a couple of days ago. And Mo really showed up in that series. That was a big one. And if he can show up in this series and actually kind of contest with Elian with the op in hand, that could also be kind of a key to success here. You're going to end up on Dust 2 as map 3 if map 3 is necessary. It's not going to be necessary. But, if you do end up on Dust 2, Mo being on point could actually make the difference.
Certainly feels like it could be the case. To be honest with you, I'm looking forward to how things start off. At the same time, you talk about maps and whatnot. I do feel that Elian here on Mirage has some pretty solid performances, so we'll have to see whether he can live up to that. Of course, getting into the pistol here, as it will be that Vertigo to kick things off. Looks like the execute from the pistol, not something that you see terribly often, to be honest. The A side is a lot more reliable, but they've got a lot planned here. And it is going to be a quick rush in. There's so much utility coming over the top here so far. Mo's just hitting inside the smoke. He's sort of on the edge of it, though. They know he's in here. Knife out from Lackey. It's a little mental. He actually takes his head off through the smoke, and they're as yet to break into this B bomb site. I think if you can't get in quickly, it is so damn hard, but it's absolute chaos right now. The Glocks seem to be coming back into things. The bomb eventually makes its way over towards the site. It is this flank from Adren, though, that could be absolutely massive. He has to do it all. However, he sneaks in for a couple. Looking for the third. He comes so close, but not able to get it done in the end.
Yeah, Entropiq going for the B exec there with the double molly. You are seeing a push very recently to more utility on that pistol round, and they did a decent job of it, and K23 delayed them just not quite long enough. They got into a 3v3. The smokes were about to tick down, but Entropiq managed to make it into the bomb site just before those smokes went down and then convert the round win from there. So just narrowly not enough for K23.
Yeah, always kind of difficult, I think, if just a little more time for Adren on the flank, and his teammate survives, maybe things like that could have really made the difference. But we'll see here. This force buy certainly could be deadly. I know Mo is one of these AWPers who really loves the scout as well. And then, of course, those deagles, you can never really write them off. So far, just kind of tit for tat, not really showing too much. As the smokes start to dissipate, though, I think that T side will become more and more giddy, and it's certainly a scary angle on high from Mo. He's going to lose his teammate, though, so he has to back off.
Yeah, it looks like A is going to be going the way of Entropiq. You would expect as they made their way in. I thought they were going to go a little bit more quickly. They do slow it down. That allows a rotate from K23, and this aggression from Adren. If he wants to re-aggress through the side hall here, and he catches Elian in the side, he actually turned around, and he does pick up the one, and he gets away as well into the 4v4. This does give them a shot.
Especially, I think, in a round like this. You want to rotate in quickly. There you go. A nice shot from Mo. Lands through the smoke, just over the edge of it. Aki doesn't quite notice that he spotted kneeling out, but he will eventually get the drop on him regardless. The MAC-10 tearing up the A-bomb site. Looking good here. 3-on-2. They do seem to have pulled things back, and very low HP for these remaining two players. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they decide to save into the next, hold for some exits maybe. But winning this round, I think, is kind of out of the question now.
I was going to say, I've heard him in a Dren flank before. He was making his way down the ladder, but you're right. 37 health between the two of them. Hold on to the guns. Not a bad idea. Probably not expecting Entropiq to really overly hunt here, although they've got 3 players alive with high health. No reason to overextend too much when you've got AKs in hand and just the one Galil. Unfortunately for K23, I mean, they gave themselves a good shot there, but just making his way into the bomb site, getting on top of the boxes was lackey, and they just weren't ready for that. They just didn't have anybody looking that direction. I think they assumed that Mo would have covered that, but he wasn't peeking out at the right moment. And so it's a converted second round for Entropiq.
Yeah, not too costly for them either, so I think they can definitely be happy with the way that one's gone. Of course, very much odds up here. Pretty heavily in favor of Entropiq, it's safe to say, at least for map number 1, especially because they've gotten off to this strong start. Not expecting too much out from K23 into this round. We've got a couple more Deagles, so more of the same from Entropiq, really. They do need to be a bit careful and not too fast on the initial push. I think they did that quite well, where they just sort of hung around, made sure there was no opportunities for aggression, but at the same time didn't overpeak themselves. So it was a pretty smart beginning, I think, and yeah, K23 probably just do some damage into this one. Finding that first kill in a round like this as well is really going to take some of the pressure off for the T side.
Yeah, I mean, if you're K23 and you can pick up a couple of kills here, that's probably what you're expecting. If you can pick up 3, just don't let that bonus round come in, and you're going to be able to pick up 1 from Norbert, but that does signal their hand. They drop 2 players in towards B, which means Entropiq can try and make their way over to A. Nealon on the other side, though, picks up the first one. That slows them down a little bit, and the rotate's already coming in, which means they can actually get 3 players here in time.
This could be deadly. You're definitely going to go for those looser, faster kind of rotates. Crad on low HP. Oh, they really do need to find a kill here before the bomb goes down. Perfect flash comes through the smoke, but Nealon's not able to capitalize. So damn close. And of course, Crad, although he is on low HP, he's discovered that the B bomb site is open, so they will make their way over. I mean, certainly still that potential for the damage to come in. Norbert is here. Not going to realize that Crad's this far pushed up, but yeah, he kind of knows they're on the way. The utility coming around. It's just all about checking this angle, and he swaps across fast enough. That low HP play really comes under fruition there. They're both so low here. The scout has to do it all, though. I'm going to try and move for the MP9. That's a smart move, in my opinion, because they're both so low, and he will get it done. Just as the bomb goes down, picks up an AK for good measure. And that is the round that Entropiq slipped. This has now gotten a bit more interesting.
Mentioned Mo doing well against Spirit. He's doing it again here. He did it in the second round, that scout headshot through the smoke. He does it in the third round as well. But I got to mention Norbert. I mean, he was fully aware of that flank. He knew exactly what was going on. He questioned, why is Entropiq turning around if they don't have any extra information here? Surely someone's pushed up. And Crad thought he was being a little clever, thought he was being sneaky beaky-like, but got caught by the turning Norbert. And that gave Mo the chance to make that one work in the 1v2.
Yeah, super clean stuff. I think the two of them working in tandem really well. But yeah, that is that kind of game sense, that on-the-ball nature. However, Entropiq are back with a vengeance into this round, and this is certainly how you do it, right? You've had some very slow build-up rounds against the Pistols, and now you look to make sure that they aren't caught sleeping. And unfortunately, they failed the test. 2 go down early, no damage traded back. There's still plenty of utility here for the T side. You've just got to back away. And just like that, Entropiq, unfazed by the previous round, they keep on going as well. If they could take everyone down here for ultimately no cost, that would be a real kick in the teeth for K23 after they've just had such a nice little clutch coming in. Oh, down goes the M4. Now it's just the AWP. They've got maybe not as much money as they would like, but if they can all just group up, they can definitely isolate him here. That's exactly what happens as he gets flanked out. And that is a disastrous response. K23, yeah, straight back to square one, unfortunately.
That's how those ones always go, isn't it? You win that clutch 1v2, 2v3, pull it back. You just narrowly manage to make it work. Next round, dominated. Just don't even get a kill. Maybe they got 1 kill there, and that's all Entropiq needs. They got the op in hand. They've got everything going, and now it's K23 on the weakest buy they've had, and that's going to be a chance for Entropiq to really build up some econ.
Yeah, it's like I say, not quite worst case scenario, but it is pretty damn bad. The T side, yeah, going to be set up solidly. Nice little nade through the smoke again. The game sense, from these players at this top 30 kind of level, it is going to be a little higher. P250, though, doesn't get checked. He just goes charging in. Don't know if he thought it had been mollied out earlier on, but all the same, a kind of needless death there, I suppose.
If K23 can secure a gun, I'm sure happy with that. Nellian was a little bit on his own there. He almost got hunted down by Fame as he moved in towards the A lobby there, but did get away just in time, and no real reason for Entropiq to get too aggressive here to actually hunt overly, as the gun should be safe to be held onto, as dropped on that B side, and they know K23's main goal is to just grab a weapon here.
Yeah, I think they are indeed playing this pretty smart. Just making sure nothing happens, and looks like it will be the case. We'll see. Fame's going to go for a swing, but yeah, just no chance for him. Solid hold in the end. I think worth noting, you know, Fame in the roster for about 4 months now, I believe, 18 years of age, and he played for the SG Pro lineup that was notable if you follow Counter-Strike here to the ground. You know, they had a few upsets here and there in the mid-tier levels, but he's certainly, I think, has fit in relatively well, considering it's his first big roster, quote-unquote, and definitely being of a young age and kind of coming into a team that has struggled for a while. They had a number of players that didn't really work out, and he's looked pretty damn solid. Adren, also another one. We know Adren, though, when he comes back into the fold here, and certainly opening himself up into this round. Definitely what K23 needed. Nice little opener that's unanswered.
Yeah, I mean, they're really just going for the same exact thing they did on the first gun round. This time around, though, it's actually working out in their favor as both entries go their way. The B entry from Adren, the A entry from Mo, that was sorely lacking in the first gun round, and unfortunately for K23, even if they do pick up this one, it's going to be another buy coming out from Entropiq regardless. And Norbert, not comfortable with just the 5v3, wants to go for more, but Adren's already gone down. Norbert will fall as well, and that's into the 3v3 immediately. Lackey, he gets flashed in as well. Blind up is Nealon, and he goes down 3v2 just like that.
Yeah, again, this is just showing Entropiq and the strength that they are capable of. I don't know if he's watching, but Tea Time made a very good video the other day about how well they play, considering they're down and out in a round. You know, when they're in the man deficit situation, they are never out of ideas. Very, very inventive team, I think, and able to flick that switch where you go from the initial game plan. Okay, that didn't work. Now let's just start playing instinctively. Flash me in. I'm going to pick up 2 kills. You know, they have a really, really good way of changing things up. And honestly, K23, it's difficult to play against this team when they're so good at that, but still, you have to look to them that this was not necessarily an unlosable round, but definitely on them that they've ended up letting it slip, and can't really afford to be doing that, both in a financial and a score sense.
That's one of those plays that you really see out of the good CIS teams as of recent. I think it's one of the telltale signs of one of the great CIS teams is they got a couple of kills on that B side from Entropiq, and they weren't happy with that. They immediately had that flash to get into the site. Not only just get to turn it into the 3v3, they capitalized on the couple of kills they got, flashed into the site immediately, not just dry swinging it, and that gave them the round, that little bit of extra teamwork and coordination that, you know, you're not strategizing that beforehand. You just do it in the middle of the game. You've either got it or you don't. And Entropiq obviously have it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think to a great degree, it's really what has helped them take a few scalps here and there. Still dropping, I think, you know, there's still work to be done. They lost to Young Ninjas recently. They got clapped out, I think, by Spirit, and then it was 2-1 against Gambit, but the 2 maps that they lost were very one-sided. So there is still a lot of work to be done for me. And then the Navi, I'm not so sure, because obviously they look very, very weak at the moment. Oh, Norbert with a key find, though. That's going to change the round. It looked like it was pretty conventional. Fame's found a Deagle kill as well. K23, it's not in the exact same way, but certainly showing that they can take down Entropiq. They are capable. Something a bit faster in the beginning from Norbert, especially, finds them a great deal of success. So Nickelback, the only one left in the 1v4, has the potential to do a couple kills here, but whether he can keep it going is another question. We're maybe getting a little overzealous here on CT side. Nealon can give his position away as well. Needed to win that fight, absolutely. Does come a little close for comfort, but all the same, K23 going to steal that second round away.
I mean, even 2 kills there from Nickelback. You know, because K23 really was on the eco, it's not the end of the world, but it does set them up to break the economy of K23 again. And that kill right at the end, if Nealon hadn't picked that up, the flank was obvious. That was going to be a Nickelback 1v4, and it was just down to that 1v1 from Nealon. That very well could have gone the way of Entropiq, and you can't afford to have, give them that many opportunities.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll see whether they can keep it going, though. This is the issue at the moment. Finding consistency. Stringing the rounds together is really, really important, of course. Early utility coming in. Not too much damage traded back and forth here, but... imagine once that smoke goes down, the T side are looking to burst in. Got a couple flashes lined up, and K23, despite winning the previous round, their confidence kind of knocked. Not taking super aggressive stances here. Just playing the sneakier angles. Fame going to get spammed out, though. That, again, is the game sense that Entropiq have showed us quite a few times coming into play.
Can't catch a break. Fame 1-7. Several deaths, not really his fault. And the exec into the A bomb site. Elian with the first. Mo trapped in towards the stacked boxes here. He will be able to pick up one, but again, Entropiq just, when the exec comes out, they just destroy K23.
Yeah, too much control given across, maybe. Too much respect in a way. And I think... ooh, mighty fast flick from Elian there in the end. But yeah, I think like in what it would have been round number 7 now, they play with a little less respect. They go flying in with some deagles and they actually win the fights because they're catching Entropiq. But when they allow Entropiq to play their own game, it's just not quite the case. And now... starting to feel like the desperation setting in a little bit. We've got Mo, who's got enough for an AWP, so we're going for it, boys. But as you can see, 2 MP9s and a Deagle in play, and a lack of utility across the board is just not really going to cut it for me.
This is absolutely the desperation setting in. And, K23, they have tried to get a bit aggressive, especially on this B side, but it's not been going very well their way, and Norbert mollied off. Does survive. He had worse openings to the round before, and he'll make his way directly back into the angle. If you remember a few rounds back, Lackey didn't clear that. This time around he does, though. 5v4 instantly.
Yeah, looking solid. Learning from their mistakes. Kneeling inside the smoke, though. Oh, maybe a little later he could have got away with something, but they are indeed patient, and it's so common these days for players to just be stood inside the smoke since people figured out that when it dissipates, you have a small window where, you can see out before they can see in. And then I think also it's just very, very sneaky indeed to stand inside the smoke and peek out at the perfect time. So well held by Entropiq, not getting ahead of themselves, not overlooking the angles this time. And this stringy buy, it's somewhere in between a force buy and a full buy. Just doesn't work at all for K23.
K23 opened a little bit heavy on the B side for the first couple of gun rounds, and Entropiq was fairly heavy on that side as well. It went 1-1 in terms of how that went for them. Now they've been a little bit heavier on the A side, playing just Norbert alone on B, and Entropiq just swing right back, take him down, exec the bomb site. Not too much they can really do when Norbert's alone with an MP9, not even much utility to work with, and Entropiq just choosing the right bomb site at the right time. And I mean, even if they choose wrong, they're just winning the aim duels.
Yeah, it does feel like they are maybe pound for pound. I don't want to, I think the phrase can be a little overused, but just on an individual level, I think Entropiq at the moment are a bit higher, as you mentioned. Fame not looking so hot, and I don't really know that they've had anyone, as solid as the likes of Crad and Forrester, Lackey even. But yeah, Fame, again, by the way, I can see why you chuckle
can't catch a break, man.
Yeah, this poor guy.
It's at least 3 or 4 of his deaths really absolutely have not been his fault, at least outside of positionally, and unfortunately, that's another one.
Oh, Lackey going to find Norbert creeping up, hoping to catch them with nades in hand. Just not going to happen, though. Solidly set up to deal with that. Mo finds one here. Oh, in from CT comes a Dren. He's wary of a flank, though, and he's now, of course, the only one left. He does well to find that one kill, but nothing more coming. Entropiq again start off the round with a bang, and there's just no way in for the CT side.
I think that's one of those ones where Norbert might be getting a bit of his own head there. He was a little bit worried in terms of peaking, so he wasn't able to notice that one-way smoke. That's a pretty common one-way smoke, really. There's a little bit less common of a one-way that I believe Mouse Sports initially began running that lands a little bit further forward, but that one's actually fairly common. Norbert, he just didn't get that information that it was up until a player was already in the one-way smoke. And if he's already in it, he spots you, he's not going to miss that shot, instantly takes his head clean off. And that's essentially the round off of that kill off of Norbert, just not checking that at the right moment. And maybe that's just a little bit unfortunate, but maybe it is getting a little bit in your own head, not being confident in your ability to win those gunfights as you're down just about 8-2 now.
Yeah, and this is what I was touching on as well. This kind of a deficit can end up just making the game. So K23 very well quickly, and I think this applies to the past kind of 2 or 3 gun rounds, need to get back into things here, but they don't quite have enough to go for it. So a half buy around the M4, it looks like. Timeout's coming in for the CT side, but I don't know, to be fair, you'd only be down, like Adren can drop 1, and then you'd probably only be down on 1 player, maybe. But it would be a very, very stringy rifle.
I think you need Mo with an op for this one to go their way. Mo's been pretty on point right now. And the utility game from Entropiq, whenever K23 are trying to get aggressive, they're just winning it. Entropiq is just winning it time after time. And so to not have an op in the hands of Mo, you're just going to get pushed back. And we saw a few rounds back, they got slowly chipped off of A ramp. Then Entropiq got control of A ramp. They exec the A bomb site and just clean the clock of K23. I think the rifles are clearly not going K23's way right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I feel like, you just need the best possible buy. They've tried it with some of the weaker buys to maybe catch Entropiq off guard with something that they're not expecting. It just hasn't worked. Lucky going to entry once again. Done such a consistent job of that, to be honest with you. Really playing his part well. And it's interesting. They're very dominant up here, and you can see Elian's like 6-12 right now, so he's maybe not fragging as well as the rest of the squad, but they're still able to get the better of K23 in the vast majority of rounds, which for me is very, very worrying. The Elian factor is a big part of Entropiq taking some of the bigger scalps, I think, and he always looks good, even when they're losing. So if he's not having much of an impact and they're still walking all over you, then I feel like you might be down and out for this one.
I think the Elian factor is going to be big. I think the Mo factor as well, because at this point I'm looking towards overpass already, and you're looking for those CT side ops in that bathrooms area. Elian and Mo probably going to be the players you're looking towards there, and if Elian's activated, I think Mo being activated is a big one as well. I mean, this round already looking the way of Entropiq, as Adren could catch them here. There's 4 players there on the other side, and he does pick up the double, nearly the triple. And that does give this team a chance.
Eagle on the backside needs to be dealt with quickly, and Forrester does so. He does take a tag for his trouble. They do have the flank coming in here. I believe by both players, not too far apart from each other. Mo manages to retrieve, an AK and an AWP, and now he sniffs the AWP and he thinks, actually, probably better that we get out. But to be honest, a decent enough result. You take a couple players away, that'll keep the economy somewhat modest. I mean, Forrester is out of control rich, so he's pretty happy that he's able to drop someone in the next round. But yeah, getting the AWP, getting the AK, massive, I think, for K23, and a nice little injection for their economy.
Yeah, this is one of those ones that some teams, if you're really unconfident, you're going to see some teams that go for this type of round. 2v3, they had armor on Fame. It wasn't unwinnable, but the smart play definitely, as you mentioned, it's just save the guns. It's clearly the smart play, and they were able to do it despite being down 8-2, now 9-2. They were able to make the smart economic decision. Gives them a decent chance into this round, and it'll give them a better buy into the following round, win or lose, which is exactly what they need. They could still string together a pretty comfortable half here if they can pick up 6.
Yeah, to be fair, I think with the way that you generally expect a CT half of Vertigo to go, they can be happy with that. But, solid individuals at the moment for Entropiq, brick wall on that CT side. I know what I always talk about. I think it can be hard to get through, but Mo factor, as we've talked about, he takes down Elian, so a well-won fight and a nice notch on the belt, up the AWP. And not a bad start, of course, for K23.
Walk back over to the A bomb site from Entropiq. You know, they did lose the initial pick, but they're so confident they don't use any utility really to take control of A ramp afterwards, which means they can bust onto that A bomb site in record speed and really catch K23 off guard, as they are set up for the after plant, and they do have a decent amount of utility, but only one molly.
Definitely workable, and of course we've seen them come back from worse deficits than this, so K23 will be aware of that fact. They really cannot let this round slip away from them. Fame, chilling, trying to spot the head as it comes up. Nickel back, got to be careful, and he knows it. Not going to move away from the default plant spot, to be fair to him, which is, I would say, the relatively smart play. They've tapped out a couple players here with the nades. Oh, the smoke doesn't quite go down. He gets some support, I think, from a T-side smoke there, to be fair, but all the same, the retake now in full flow. Great flashes coming in. A number of frags just all at once. Leaves Crad 1 versus 3. The bomb is pretty far ticked at this point. Deep. And he's not able to get it done. The defuse, unfortunately, will pull through, and that third round for K23.
Yeah, I think you're looking at, you know, when you go to the A side, Entropiq, they weren't able to get those timed aggressions, those flashes through smokes that they've caught on that B site. And so on the A side, K23, they were given that opportunity to line things up and go for the retake. They weren't able to punish the bomb planter because they only had the one molly, they only had the one nade, but they were able to line up that retake, set it up, and make it happen. When they have the time, they can do it. When they don't have the time, that's when Entropiq is getting things done, just the same way Elian picks up the entry on Adren in the first 5 seconds of the round.
Well, yeah, I think that same all is kind of affecting them. Fame, though, gets a kill this time instead of being on the tail end of one.
He's doubled his score.
My guy. But no, it feels good to not see him just get, like, mollied or spammed through a smoke. Either way, Entropiq going for a faster one in here from back 90 more, but is only able to get the one. Could be key. They do have the rotations coming in, of course, but the quick utility over the top. Everybody's getting caught in transition right now. Oh, with the crack angle. Of course, kneeling here on that org. They have to beat this fight. Elian knows it. Slow but sure going to go edging in. The tag onto Forrester does land. Elian's waiting for the repeat. Will it come? No. There's a flash. He actually manages to land the leg, but it's kneeling with a double spray down before the bomb's even gone down. Elian, indeed, they know that he's around. He's just got to try and get the drop. He'll find the first. Playing in and around this box certainly could work out for him, but he's too tunneled in, I think, onto Neelan's position. Didn't know Fame was there. He will get taken down, and now K23, they break their curse, able to actually string a couple rounds together.
Unfortunately, still not able to break the economy of Entropiq. That's how it goes when you only start stringing rounds together near the end of the half. And even if they win this one, you're still going to see Entropiq on a pretty comfortable bye, and that's what makes it very uncomfortable to be on the CT side on a map like Vertigo. K23, they're really just relying on themselves to win gun round after gun round. You're thinking eventually Entropiq's going to win a couple gunfights in a row.
Yeah, definitely. I do feel that, you know, that momentum generally has a bit of a shift. It can be overplayed again by pundits and commentators and stuff, how much momentum comes into it, but generally does feel, you know, that you're able to crack the nut, you're able to adapt eventually. So K23, they've got to, I suppose, remain unpredictable, such as flashing Fame in. There you go. He's able to find the one, but instant trade, not really ideal here for the CT side. We do have Lackey tagged up pretty heavily, Nickelback only ever so slightly. So HP advantage, I suppose, could work out for them, but the next kill for me is probably going to be the biggest of the round.
Yeah, a ton of utility used from K23 and not much from Entropiq. So K23, they don't want to play retake. They force the fights on a ramp, and Entropiq are ready for it. There's the one. Mo on 3 health. He knows he needs to get aggressive, but Elian, he's just waiting on the other side. This is a free D. There you go, 4v2. And that should be the round, but Entropiq turned around a couple pretty disadvantageous rounds. Maybe K23 can do the same.
Maybe. When they're in the 2-on-4, having a player left on the double stack, but I think, unfortunately, yeah, he gets dealt with from the side, and then I'm not quite sure what that was.
That was perfectly played by Entropiq. That was,
yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
K23, they used a ton of utility on A ramp, so they were forced to re-aggress. You can't play retake on A when you've got 1 smoke and 2 flashes in the inventory. You have to get those picks on A ramp. Entropiq, they don't use almost anything themselves to really force K23 to get aggressive. K23, if you know that your opponents have tons of utility, you need to get those frags, and there was Ellie and just posted up, grabbed the kill.
Yeah, easy stuff, really. So, I think certainly they are the 1 or 2 steps ahead for me. K23, they're doing a good job, I suppose, of coming back into things, and obviously their pick here, folks. So it's definitely an interesting one. Actually, no, I think that's wrong, isn't it? It's Entropiq's pick.
I believe it's a punish pick from Entropiq, and
yes,
you know,
yeah.
you wouldn't. I don't think this is Entropiq's most comfortable map of all time, so I think it's definitely a punish pick, and so far, seemingly correctly so.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case. Couple of kills coming in here. Yeah, solidly in the lead. I think 50 seconds left. K23 need a bit of a miracle, and they've got players in and out on both bomb sites. Very, very split at the moment. I'm not sure that this is necessarily the way to do it. I suppose Entropiq have not really given you anything to go off of, but I would be more of a fan of grouping up. Yeah, because that happens. You just get instantly traded. We do have Fame here pretty quickly, but he's now on 12 HP. You only have 30 seconds left, and it is confirmed that it's going to be the A bomb site, but still, ooh, or is it? They seem to be flitting about and not quite sure what they're dedicating to, but all the same, just play it smart. Maybe a little slow for my liking at the moment. Norbert hidden away. His head's going to get spotted out, though, and he will be taken down. Surely Fame, okay, can get it done. They get kind of aggressive there, but the trade comes in cleanly enough, and the 11-4 finish.
I actually like that play from Entropiq where they slowed it down. You know, it looks a little bit confusing because they were making a bit of noise. To be fair, K23, if they were in the right spots, they could have heard it. But by going silent there, K23 had to question, are they going A, or did they just turn around and book it back to B? And I think Entropiq had time technically to get it over to B silently. So you saw Fame, he started to back up. He started to make his way over to B. That gave them the opening to turn it into that 3v1. And then it got a little bit suspect. You know, Fame, we mentioned earlier, he's not been having the greatest game of all time, but he turned it around as soon as he stopped getting spammed through smoke and naded and mollied out. He actually did turn it around. He's got an average scoreline now. He's not doing too bad.
And my guy, you know what I mean? The positive, well, negative reinforcement, I suppose, ends up, you know, working out in the end. And I guess in his own head a little bit, he's able to turn things around. So, love to see it. But don't love to see the 4 rounds from K23, of course. That is a very, very difficult scoreline to come back from, even on the T side of Vertigo here. They have a little bit of utility, a couple of flashes to fake out over on the B side, I think, and it has kind of worked. The run out of middle, ooh, results in 2 kills, in fact. I was going to say Krad's here pretty quickly, maybe could stop them in their tracks, but not going to be the case. So 5-on-2 on the retake. There is a kit dropped, but surely just not going to happen here, and you've not taken any damage. I think they are thinking, maybe we just save for the next round, but then they're on 11. They might as well just try and go for a bit of something, but nothing's coming, so they're just going to hold on to what they have.
It is also 3 players on K23's side that are going to be able to upgrade to full armor for a cheap price if they keep, you know, Mo, Norbert, and Nealon alive at 100 health. And that is kind of underrated. I mean, that's $650 you're saving into the second round. And I suppose you can say the same of Entropiq, but it will actually be K23 forcing in, trying to get something done here. And they will actually pick up both kills before the bomb explodes. So they'll pick up the elimination victory, which is actually a little bit less money in the bank than the bomb explosion, although I don't think they care too much. 11-4, I believe that's the scoreline they call the most misleading scoreline in the game, or is it 12-3 they call it? Either way, it's, you know, 11-4, you win that pistol, win the anti-eco, 11-7, 1-2 gun rounds, you're tied up already. That's, it can always turn back around.
Yeah, to be fair. And I think, especially when you're on the T side, right, you get the strong start, good injection of cash, keep that CT economy under the cosh, as we say in the UK. So, you know, making sure that they have no room to breathe. You lose a rifle round, you're on a half buy, you know, you don't really have that constant pressure that a T side can have, where maybe they indeed lose a couple rounds, but they're still coming at you with AKs or maybe one player on a Galil. You know, there's still always that constant worry that they can get the round done. So we'll see. But then at the same time, CT Deagles, CT Scouts, very scary indeed. And as you can see, Fame has eaten a bullet from one so far. They're going to go charging in towards B. There's 3 players here ready and waiting. Forrester in for 2 already. Oh, he gets a 3rd as well. Adren too low to deal with it. And the 4-on-2 has come out of nowhere here. Forrester, at this point, he spots out a bit more information. Maybe just needs to hold his tongue ever so slightly, not go too wide. They have lost a player in towards middle, so it's definitely not over just yet, but with an advanced position from Nickelback, surely has to get checked. I think that's a fake out from Neelan that he's, you know, running towards A, but then they've got a player pushed up, so it's kind of null and void.
And he knows it. He knows it. Neelan knows it was a fake. He comes in for the flank. He does pick up 1. That's all he needs. 2v1, 30 seconds on the clock. They should be able to close this one out, you think. But Mo, he's just about the only player positive on K23. Definitely a chance for him to make this one go his way.
Cool kind of lineup for the smoke as well. Lets him cross. Elian unsure which side he's coming in from, but we'll definitely hear him now. Oh, and he was already tagged up, of course. The scout makes quick work. So Entropiq get the force buy. Worst case scenario for the T side, to be honest with you. They needed a few more for me, I think, to maybe get to like 11-8, 11-9, you know, win that first rifle round. And then we start to believe. But immediately getting force bought on is just not the way to mount the comeback, honestly.
Yeah, you have to say Entropiq got a little bit lucky there in terms of they stacked the right bomb site. They had 3 players on B. They had a smoke down. They weren't trying to really even goad K23 in. They just went for the play, and K23 just ran straight through it. But at the same time, K23 didn't even flash through that smoke, and that's what got them destroyed on that B site. And again, destroyed in this round. Adren nade down on top of his head, takes him out, and bring it into the 5v4, although now Nickelback from behind sandbags picks up 1, and there's not enough players here for K23 really to get the trade.
Yeah, of course, a very smart position to play, I feel, in a round like this, where they're probably not going to have the Molotovs. They are losing a couple fights here or there. Forrester brings back the man advantage. Fame on the Mac 10. You do need to give him the respect, though. Wins the fight against 1, almost a second as well. The dink through the floor, I think, so it does that kind of minimal damage, unfortunately. But Neelan, not an impossible 1v2. They do have the bomb loosely in their possession here on the CT end of things, and if they can group up, surely the trade comes easily enough. But he's feeling himself, definitely going to go for this. Half HP might not be enough to work with, but it does depend. If Forrester goes a bit too wide or he spots the head out, that second fight is certainly easier onto Crad.
And he can clear out Crad here as well. This is certainly very winnable from Neelan.
Oh, Forrester with the position change, the Deagle out, spamming away. He just doesn't know where he is. Yeah, and Forrester gets the drop on him. Too much noise being made. So that 13th comes in, and Entropiq, they survive the storm of the return force buy. What's happening here then? Looks like we've got Hero AK out, K23 not wanting to go down without a fight, that is for sure. But certainly making life difficult for themselves with buys like this.
Yeah, this is one of those where, really, are you going to come back from a 14-5 deficit? You're probably not expecting it to go your way. At the same time, are you going to win a round with an AK and some Tech 9s at 13-5 down? Also fairly unlikely. So they are gambling on it. I think this is one of those ones where you go, may as well get this one over quick if we're not going to win it. And if we lose it, and at least it'll be over fairly fast, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Rip the Band-Aid off quick.
Oh, okay.
Don't know what's happened there. Norbert's just walked in, not checked sandbags, even though Nickelback played it in the previous round. He's just tearing away with that MP9. They managed to take him down, but I don't know whether they're able to break into the A-bomb site cleanly here. Elian is in pretty fast, and they don't actually have all members of the T side just yet. It was all a fake. Adren flanking out, seems to be loving this at the moment with the newer iteration of K23.
A-bomb site doesn't go their way, but the B-bomb site does, as as Adren, rather, with the Tech 9, gets the kill and retrieves himself an MP9. And unfortunately, Nealon retrieves himself a nade to the head, means Adren in the 1v2. Bomb planted for him here, but no long-range weapon against a smoke, a flash, and, you know, a couple of real weapons on the side of Entropiq. It's going to have to be some heroics. And the smoke on the bomb, Adren doesn't bite quite yet, but Elian's still going to finish him off, pick up the frag, and Entropiq on 14.
Yeah, it's the only place he could be there, really. So they find him pretty easily, and yeah, the heroics, unfortunately, not extending far enough. K23, I think, certainly it seems kind of a mental checkout. We're seeing a lot of force buys in, a lot of desperate attempts to pull rounds back, and Entropiq are just not dropping. The CT side, like I mentioned, we're seeing it more and more often when there's a big discrepancy between teams on the individual level. It's just so hard to break the back of a CT side to truly get in against them, even with the retakes and whatnot. Everyone seems so clean, and Entropiq as a team have got great fundamentals, great protocols, as they say. You know, they're very, very trustworthy, and sometimes call it like the unspoken coordination kind of thing. You're moving into the A-bomb site. You've done this plenty of times. You know exactly where, you know, I slot in. I know where Crad slots in and where Nickelback will be, you know, so I can trust in my teammates and not have to overcomplicate things. Norbert going to win the early fight against Forrester, though, so certainly not over just yet for K23.
K23, they've been winning some good aim duels here as they headed over the T side. It's just they haven't been able to convert them. And the spam through the wall from Crad, nice attempt, but not going to be able to convert either. Here goes the re-aggression, though. Flash in, Crad around the corner, and it's Fame on the other side that picks up both.
Yeah, pretty deadly stuff. Really going to solidify themselves here.
Oh,
nice flick across from Lackey. Will it be enough, though? He's left pretty damn low. Elian as well getting charged down. He can't land the flick. Surely not now. K23 should be able to secure this one and possibly take all members of Entropiq down, which pays itself forwards here. And you can see the economy is in absolute tatters. They will probably have to go for the force buy just to sort of even things out, I would think. And, of course, the minimum loss bonus. So makes the most sense. And they do have a lot of rounds. So, I don't know. I would go for this if it were me. But maybe they feel with 1900 they could hold on to that. Clearly, it's what our timeout is about here.
Yeah, I think this is clearly a force. I mean, they've got the rounds to do it. There's no reason to do anything different. You just force up here. I would say you force up and save a bit in the bank instead of buying all the way down. So the next gun round, you have a real full buy instead of what often happens. You force in this type of round, and then your next gun round, you don't have full utility, and it can kind of get snowballed against you to some extent. But maybe they're just going to go for... Looks like they're going to go for the full save. Not what I would be expecting in this type of scenario. Okay, there's the buy. There you go.
Yeah, for me, it makes a bit more sense, right? You might as well just go for it. And they've found success with buys like this in the past. And it's one of those questions I always have with a timeout like that. Are they talking about what they want to do in this round, or are they talking about what they want to do in the rifle round? Maybe a combination of the two. But it doesn't seem anything too unorthodox here in the pistol round. To be honest, the FAMAS, though, is the one thing that sticks out, right? Crad could have some serious impact here if given the opportunity.
It's an interesting gamble on the FAMAS instead of getting an MP9 and full utility. They're probably looking, I mean, they must be looking for something a little bit longer range. That's why he's playing a little more passive on that A-bomb site. And maybe they were expecting a few more, you know, SMGs coming out of K23. Maybe they were expecting someone to buy up an SMG or something and that FAMAS to really get some work done, because against AKs, it's not going to do the greatest.
Yeah, you're not wrong. So it really does depend. I think if you can use it inside the pistols kind of thing, inside the Deagles, and as you see, there's 4 players on the A-bomb side ready for this hit to come in. Not quite sure what the game plan is right now for that T side. They're getting a bit of presence on B for sure, but like the bomb is pushing its way in pretty aggressively. It looks like a flank in, and that Mac 10's just not going to be enough. No, but on the AK, though, trying to get a little more bang for his buck. He does get one. Where's the FAMAS gone? Oh, it's the Deagle of Lackey, though, on the side that's going to do all the damage. He's the one that gets overlooked. He's got 4 to find in total. So far, it is indeed just a nice little 2K. Can he go further? Comes a bit close. Gets the head of the third. And the Orc doesn't care about his low HP. This is definitely winnable here. Mo's going to go on high. Swaps across to the AK, spamming away 1 HP. And with the Glock, he's able to finish off. That is so damn close. But it's K23 to just take it over the line.
They just dragged that one over the line. I mean, That was Lackey just... they didn't clear him out. To be fair, they didn't clear out his angle. They were thinking that it was clear already. They weren't expecting that heavy of a stack towards A, perhaps. Even though they got a flank off, surely they should have known something was up. But clear your angle or not, you're not expecting Lackey to nearly pick up that 4K with some beautiful shots. But, you know, that's not going to mean too much as Entropiq. They're going to go back onto the almost a full save here, just the one Deagle bot over. And so K23 will have an opportunity to build up some economy before heading into the next gun round. They're not going to really be too hurt as they would if Entropiq were on guns here, as Adren can only really go for a Mac 10.
I think they just need to make sure that they get this one clean. It's the big thing for K23 when you're on that comeback train. You don't want the money to be a worry. So,
at what point do you call this a comeback? How many rounds does K23 need?
For me, I'd say it'd have to be like 14-12. Then probably worried.
That's where you're sweating?
Entropiq. Yeah, I think so. It's like come back with a small C, an attempt at one, but at the moment it's not really anything too substantial. Maybe 11, depends on how they're winning the rounds. If they suddenly, look super dominant or whatever, but if there's a lot of clutches in there, for me it'd probably have to be like a 12 scoreline. Even this one's looking a little worrisome. They've already lost a player and taken a fair amount of damage. The two players down at the end of ramp are a little trapped, but they're going to fight their way out, so relatively clean stuff. Easy finish. No sweat off their brow in the end.
I think at the very least, K23, they can pick up another couple of rounds here, perhaps, and actually give themselves some confidence heading into the second map. If you get taken down, it was almost just about 16-4, 16-5 there at some point. You're probably not feeling too good heading into the second map with that type of score line. But if you can bring it to, a 16-10, at least you've got something to work with into the second map, and you're not feeling like we were just there, where it's USPs, and we're thinking, they've got a chance,
Yeah. This is where, we really have to zone in on these rounds, and if they're going to win it, how are they winning them? That sort of thing. With something like this from Fame, if you'd have got the double, I would have said that certainly would set things up in good stead, at least for the future of the round. It's a nice little 1-for-1. Don't get too much in terms of the control. There's more presence over on B, if anything, and Entropiq is still playing very confidently here, Vu.
Yeah, you can't blame Fame for not getting more than one, but at the same time, I think that's the type of scenario where Entropiq were picking up two in that spot on their T side, and that's what gave them so much to work with. Instead, just a 4v4 here, and to be fair, Entropiq, they've got almost no utility left over, so they need to win the aim duels, and K23 being on that T side, they can group up, they can force it down in, 3v1s potentially, if they dual Nickelback here on the side haul, could definitely absolutely overwhelm, but still you've got the op on the A site in the perfect spot, and it's going to be tough without much utility for K23 either.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing for me. Elian finds the first, the flash ineffective. Adren from the side, gets quick scoped out. Elian looking to be the one-man army. He does need some rotations in to help him, but at the same time, it is just Mo on the other side of things. Norbert trying on B to make some space, but it does not happen for them. Entropiq looks set to get number 15 unless Mo can clutch up. I do seem to remember back in the day, back in the Gambit days, he was quite the man under pressure. But whether he can tap into that again remains to be seen, as this time around the plant is not going to happen. The fake is not going to happen. Elian with the perfect timing will take him down. 15-8, 7 in a row required from K23. And we're still in that dominant fashion, aren't we? You talk about confidence moving into the second map. They're going to need an awful lot of it. And at the moment, I don't know whether 8 rounds is enough to give them the required confidence.
That was so clean from Elian there at the end to pick up that round win. It's just a small thing, but the timing there was perfect. And you really do notice the difference between these teams. Last half, it was, K23, no utility, and Entropiq on that T side with a full set. This time around, Entropiq, they did use a lot of utility, but K23 didn't have much either, and Adren with the aggression straight through middle, trying to catch them off guard. Entropiq a little bit too quick, a little bit too coordinated, bringing in the 5v2 with the second from Forrester, and that's the game, essentially.
Yep, there it goes, just like that. Not too much to talk about, to be honest with you. They just try and, speed their way in. And it doesn't work at all. Get absolutely trounced. And you can kind of see, Adren was on the Mac 10 there. He still had 1,400 left in the bank. He was just planning, let's just rush in and hope it goes well. So yeah, a tough kind of finish. K23, there's sparks within that map, but not enough to work off of. And now we're kind of worried for map number 2, unless they've got something really, really anti-stratty prepared. I think it might be more of the same.
Yeah, I think you're seeing a lot of what the difference between the teams, and this is something people talk about often with Virtus Pro, is they don't use a ton of utility clearing out all these these safe angles. And so Virtus Pro, they have a lot of utility left over late round, and they can be anywhere on the map at any moment, it feels like, because you can't really track their movement. And that's what you saw from Entropiq on their T side. K23 would use a lot of utility. Entropiq would have a full clip left. They could execute either bomb site, and they could just make it work very easily. Whereas on their T side, K23, we saw the one round, Entropiq used all their utility, but K23 barely had anything left anyways. They didn't start the round with full utility to begin with, but they used a little more than you would have seen from Entropiq, and that's the confidence as well that Entropiq has, that they can win the gunfights when the aim duels happen, that K23 probably didn't have heading into that second half.
Yeah, I mean, the confident, bullish approach from Entropiq, super effective there on Vertigo. The big question that we have, of course, can K23 hold on? Can they take us to the third map and win their own pick overpass? We'll find out after the break.
Shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. And headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Win the round. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Epic League. We are here with map number 2 of K23 vs Entropiq. Map 1 was all about Entropiq, to be honest with you. K23, they certainly had some moments where, indeed, they look good, but now we move forwards onto Overpass, which is the pick of K23, one of Entropiq's best, though, so certainly no mean feat to take them down here and take us to that map 3.
Yeah, I think Entropiq, not only did they have kind of a bit of an advantage just in terms of the maps that they're strong on versus the maps K23 are strong on, but they also just, in my opinion, won the veto if you're playing the veto as a game, because this is a map that both teams pick. Both teams like Overpass. Both teams compete on it. Entropiq, it is a map they took down Navi on in overtime not very long ago, and it was Entropiq that forced K23 to pick this map, right? So Entropiq got their punish pick, and they got the map that they typically first pick. So you have to think they got ahead on that one. And, you know, it's not that K23 doesn't have a chance. Again, it is one of their better maps, but Entropiq not only is the better team, but they've got clearly the superior win rate on the map as well. So you have to say they're very likely to take this one their way.
Yeah, certainly. I think there's a massive case to be made that Entropiq coming into this one will indeed be, you know, the stronger side and rolling off the victory of the first. K23 really need to, I suppose, it's respectable that they're like, we're going to play our own game and just stick with it and not try and come in with a complete curveball, but they will also have to have done some work here. And I feel it is possibly a predictable map that, you know, Entropiq would want to come out. Maybe they even expected the Overpass first rather than the Vertigo. But all the same, I feel like just individually it looks like Entropiq are on that other level that's just, you know, maybe if we were like 16-12, 16-13 kind of finish something like that on Vertigo, you could say, damn, if only they hadn't lost like I think it was like the round 6, 5-on-3 or whatever. But with it being so dominant, there's just maybe, I think, too much work for K23 to do. So they really have to surprise all of us and maybe even themselves a little bit if they are to take this here Overpass. Maybe it comes close in the end, but like a dominant finish, certainly not.
It is also one of those maps where, you know, it gets a little bit more strategic depending on what team you're watching, but a lot of these CIS teams, pretty much every CIS team I've ever seen, play Overpass almost like opposite Vertigo in that they just hit B 90% of the time, and it ends up turning into some pretty heavy aim duels, and that's what Spirit does. Spirit very good on this map. They beat both of these teams very recently on Overpass, 16-7 and 16-4, and they really just play the aim duel battle. And you've got a player like Mir on your team. You're probably winning the aim duel battles a lot of the time. And what we saw in the first map is that Entropiq was winning a lot of those aim duel battles when it came to Vertigo, which, you know, isn't necessarily a map where you're thinking quite as much as the way I see CIS teams playing on Overpass, just lurking out B, looking for picks a lot of the time, taking straight up aim duels with the AK against M4s. And that's what's really going to make me feel like Entropiq should be able to take this one their way. They're going to win some more aim duels. And unfortunately, I don't think K23 can compete. At least they didn't show it on the first map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the thing. It's like a defying of the odds, and then they need to be a different version of themselves as well, which is just an awful lot to ask in what the 10-minute break maximum I think that we get in between games. They don't have a lot of time to reinvent themselves, really. So there has to be a game plan already there. And then I think a section of that game plan for how they will approach things against Entropiq. So not only just relying on the basic stratagem, I suppose. And I don't know. I feel like individually we've touched on it quite a bit, but Mo looked pretty good. Elian certainly was consistent enough, but not all the way towards the top. I don't know what your feelings would be, but on a map like Overpass, I'm not sure that the AWP duel comes in as much. But certainly the impact on the CT side for those AWPers needs to be felt.
Yeah, I think Overpass is a map where the AWP duel isn't that significant. A lot of the time you're looking at that T side, they flash off an angle and then they post up and they're just looking for an AWPer to re-aggress into them, which is something we did see once or twice where Elian got a little bit ahead of himself, peeked into Mo and got himself killed. But can you even fault him for doing that the way that game was going, right? He was just kind of getting the kills. His team was dominating, so he was getting a bit over eager. And I'm not sure, if this game gets close, if he's going to do too much of the same. So as long as the CT op doesn't get ahead of themselves and over repeak angles, then you're not looking at that duel too much. You're looking mostly at that CT opper winning duels against rifles. And I think both oppers are very capable of doing that. And, Mo has had a great game in the first map. I feel like he's one of the players that really made me feel somewhat comfortable with K23 heading into the second map. And, Fame, we talked about it. It took him about 8 rounds to get a second kill, but I actually think he had a pretty solid game as well. He was just kind of getting out utilitied, and I don't think that's necessarily his fault. I think that's more kind of utilization than it is gameplay. Yeah,
absolutely. I think we are about ready to get into game here, so looking forward to how it's going to go down. K23, though, absolutely need to turn things around. And I think that is the big storyline coming into this one. Maybe they can, have a couple players that are going to carry them on through. I don't think that's the way to do it against Entropiq, though. They need an effective game plan, ultimately, and something I think that will require a great deal of preparation, especially they're starting out on this T side. It can very quickly fall apart if you're not careful. Aggression from Elian into the pistol, though, will be punished. Norbert finds the first blood, and they're a little unsure, I think, after only seeing a couple players, whether it's a full committal towards A or not. And of course, the connector play on pistol is usually pretty big and pretty devastating. If you're not careful. Norbert, though, he says we're going A. Charging forwards, finding all the heads right now, Vu. Absolutely unstoppable as he picks up this 3K. Looking good to secure the round for K23.
And Norbert's a player that you mentioned actually in the pregame is a really solid player for K23. Probably their player that you're looking statistically, maybe it's not the off versus off, but you're looking statistically to duel with Elian and try and carry his team. And he wasn't missing in the first map, but he wasn't what you were hoping from Norbert. He did lose several aim duels straight up on that B site on Vertigo, and looking to turn this one around real quick with that pistol round. Very clean from Norbert. And that's 5 armors for K23, so they needed to win the aim duels, and they dominated those aim duels.
Yeah, very contact heavy, I think, was ultimately what they were going for. And then I guess Elian spotting them out early resulted in them just charging forwards and not too fast, not giving it away completely, as to maybe keep the B players, guessing a little bit to that rotation down connector. But obviously it doesn't come in the end, and individually, a lot of that handed across.
That was a bit
Norbert.
of a counter to the play from Entropiq. I'm not sure if that's a pistol round they run very often, or maybe that's just K23 kind of just playing a bit of a gamble, hoping that it worked out. But they were clearly trying to counter that exact play from Entropiq, where they go for that party peak and the Glocks are swinging, and they did exactly that. So you may be right. You mentioned that hopefully K23 has something lined up for this one, and it definitely looked like the pistol was something they had planned out specifically for Entropiq.
Ooh. Nice shot in from Elian here. A lot of players stacked up on that A-bomb site as well. They've got to be careful. So much damage coming in. Deagle spam. A few nades maybe as well. It is the fight's going the way of the T side, though. And Adren Perfect timing, gets the double, saves the round. Definitely potential here for Lackey, I think, to take a name or two. But of course, it's kind of unconfirmed damage because a lot of it comes through smokes and whatnot. They don't actually know that these players are so low. So it looks like actually he's just going to hold on to the Deagle for the next, I suppose.
Yeah, even if he knows they're low, that's probably not going to be a bad idea because all K23 have to do is exactly what they've done. They've just moved out of the bomb site. And if you're not going to catch them close range with that Deagle, it's going to be tough to really win it once you get on top of the bomb and try and fake it. Although he did have a smoke, he actually, if they exited the bomb site, he might have been able to get something done. But regardless, the safe play, hold on to the Deagle, and Entropiq showing again, they did a great job on that eco, or well, I suppose it's a force buy, but at Dren, those lurks have been a little bit hit or miss, and this time around, can you call a long play a lurk? Well, they did go 4 bathrooms, so he is sort of lurking, and he catches the double in the side. Very nicely played.
Yeah, certainly the case. Odds a bit more even this time around, I suppose. From Paramatch, of course. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, still in favor of Entropiq, but a bit more experience, a bit more success, I suppose, for K23 on this one is maybe where the logic comes from. But so far, so good for the T side. They have another, this time, easier round to get through. But once again, more of a stacking play over on B this time around. And just the one Deagle. But you do need to be careful, right? An isolated player goes down, an AK gets retrieved. He's got armor. It can spiral out of control pretty quickly. But for the time being, they're playing things pretty passively. Some aggression up long, but when you're on the stronger weapons, it does make a bit more sense. We see the stack swap across to A, though, so they are caught in transition. There's a lot of bodies here that they might not be ready for 2. Fame not really there to trade him up, unfortunately. Oh, and will get taken down by the USP. So 3-on-3, in fact, and I talked about isolated players going down. There's some rifles available if Lackey wants it, but he's all the way down towards B, ready and waiting for this hit to come in from K23.
There was a bit of hesitation from K23, and that allowed Lackey to get in and get the kill on Norbert and turn this into a 3v2 that Entropiq can absolutely win. They don't have a kit, but they do have a molly from Elian to molly out the bomb planter, and that's going to give Lackey a chance to take him down, but Adren on the support gets both, and now it's Elian in the 1v2.
Yeah, solid enough for Adren. A couple of taps does take him, I suppose, a bit longer than you'd like, but he gets it done. 5-0 in for Adren right now. He's feeling pretty comfortable on Overpass. Of course, if you want to go all the way back to the Gambit days, it was a pretty damn good map for them. I think between this and Cobble, I would say at the time for being one of their best. If I'm remembering correctly, it's a long time ago. So, I'm sure there's some super fans out there that might...
Some people even remember Cobble being a good map, though. It is a long ago.
Yeah.
K23...
I was going to say it's like the Mandela effect, when you just kind of you think of things that actually happened, but they never did.
K23, they were a little bit hesitant in the last round, and I worry for that in this round. As Brad, he's got himself forward. A flash from a teammate almost supports that, but Brad does go down into the 4v4. Dren almost gets taken out through the smoke as well, but he does gain the ground. And 4v4 does typically benefit that T side, although it does leave openings for a player like Elian to get an aggressive peek and maybe a kill, or at least some information that K23 is headed back over to B.
Yeah, key information. Adren, though, just working on his own, man. He's looked so damn good while doing it as well, He's on half HP, goes for that swing, gets the perfect... He set the rest of the team up as they're just playing touch-and-go Counter-Strike right now. Nothing too complicated there, and I think maybe Entropiq are expecting something. It just never comes. They run straight out. They find their kills. And once again, another round going the way of K23. A save opportunity here, and I think they will probably get away with this. We've got a hunt in from Norbert, and they do have a fair amount of cash to maybe join up with him as he starts to clear certain areas. You can see in Connector, they're now moving up slowly but surely. So encroachment is coming here, but if they can hold on to the M4 and the AWP, of course, would be ideal here for Entropiq moving forwards. But K23 looking really, really good. This is a revitalized squad, and certainly finding the impact that they were kind of lacking a little bit. Some of the punch that they were lacking ever so slightly in the early rounds of Vertigo.
At K23, they know what's up, but the question is if they can get to trap them down in time, and miss shots on both sides. Oh, Adren does take down the AWP. So the AWP is out of the hands. That's a big one. And I want to mention Adren's lurk on that B side. He was completely alone to begin that round out on that B site, and a lot of people will just stay tracks and hide and just try not to die, but you need to take some space, even though it's a bit of a risk. If you're never taking water control without having more than one player there, you're playing a little bit too predictably, and Adren, experienced player himself, even though he had a bit of a downswing for a while, he's a very experienced player. He knows that. He got water control, and that water control allowed him to catch off guard Entropiq on the B site. Absolutely not ready for him.
Yeah, it is so well done, to be fair. And I think we're only a few rounds in, but he's setting himself up for a pretty good result here. Neelan maybe finding the moments of the previous rounds where they're able to just run in. Oh, a little too solid. Fame's going to get rushed down as well. He does manage to find the first, but not able to survive any longer. It's actually a man advantage right now for Entropiq. It hangs loosely in the balance with, what, 9 HP for Nickelback, 42 for Forrester. Not really enough to take those wide swings, take those posted up angles even. Tried to respond very quickly across to the A-bomb site here. Elian, he hears all of this, though. Nasty.
With the one, looking, he knows the ops probably posted. He knows what's up there, so he doesn't go for more. And 2v4, K23, I mean, they could even consider saving here. I would not fault them.
They need something, I think, early into the move. With them being split, it needs Adren, again, to come in on one of his trusty flanks, but time is the issue here. Elian's going to push forwards a little bit and, again, use that time in their favour. Mo not ready for it. Down to Adren, and I think with the bomb being that far away, there's just no way he can play this silently. Yeah, he's got to go barreling on in, and they're just so ready for it. He does not check Forrester. Forrester takes him down easily, and Entropiq finally on the board.
That's one of those spots where, you know, he's probably thinking, I'm going for this, but I need to make sure that I get aggressive. If I get a kill here, I can save, and if I don't, then I just die, because he very well could have been getting trapped in upon there from T-spawn or from connector and killed right after time. So he goes for it, gets himself killed. Not the end of the world. They do have the rebuy, but I mean, if you're K23, you can't afford for these ecos to keep going so well for Entropiq. I mean, they had a Deagle 4 USP eco go into a 3v2 in the favor of Entropiq, and K23, they did turn it around and win that round, but you're not going to win them every time, as evidenced by that round we just saw.
Exactly. Oh, nice response flash coming in from the CT side. Sets them up beautifully. Nickelback is going to fall, as I suppose he steps out a bit too wide, but nonetheless. Actually, I think the boost up, it looks like. Mo's all the way back up into T-spawn. Unless there was a push coming in. I didn't quite catch where the kill was. But all the same, we're 4-on-4. K23 definitely keeping Entropiq sweating with these return frags.
Elian has been so good on the timings last round as well, looking to do something again this round, but Norbert takes his head off and a second. And we mentioned in the first map where, you know, Fame picked up 1, not 2. That's something Entropiq would have done, and Norbert picks up 2 there, and those are 2 beauties. You couldn't have faulted him for missing either.
Yeah, those are tough shots to be hitting, and round-making shots, I think, at the end of the day. Forrester hanging about, but probably should have moved to save. I guess they have a bit of cash available. Lackey definitely has to save, just for his personal economy. But nonetheless, 5th round in for K23. They seem to be the ones dictating the pace here on Overpass, and it is something that we considered. Like we mentioned, you would expect Entropiq to move in with this, you know, and even pick it if they were playing the safe game. They went for a decent enough map for them, a poorer one for K23. That paid off big time. But the Overpass seems to be paying off for K23 at the moment.
Yeah, and a very nice pivot from K23 as well. You know, they were looking towards that B side. I think Mo picked up the kill from short pipe on someone jump spotting. That's what it looked like, unless it was a boost that I've never seen before that allowed him to catch someone jump spotting. And, you know, they pivoted immediately back over to the A side, caught Elian getting aggressive, and Norbert, that's really on Norbert landing the shots. I mean, if he dies there, then Entropiq are, you know, they've kind of got a signal that K23 likely coming back to the A side. Maybe they played a little bit more passive, but Norbert instantly takes the head off of Elian, and he picks up the second as well, and that allows them to scale onto the A bomb site very quickly. But this is different from the first map in that Entropiq has a lot of buys because they won the eco. They've got that second buy up, and this could make the difference that they have a second buy in a row here.
Very true indeed. Fame chilling in the smoke, maybe waiting for a flash to come in. There it is. Lackey's going to get blinded up by it, but he doesn't quite have the confidence to fully send it. At the very least, showing presence towards the B bomb site. Crad, meanwhile, a few swings here and there, yet to frag, and I think he has gone down, in isolated moments like this in the past. He's getting frustrated. Nealon's under his crosshair there for that one. I think he is certainly getting a little annoyed at how things are going. He now goes down 0-6.
It's definitely one of those spots where, a lot of teams are going for some aim duels nowadays. The overpass used to be played a little bit differently, but now you got Crad kind of on his own in lockers there. Unfortunately for him, loses the aim duel. He does have an M4A1S, so can you really blame him for not winning the aim duel? And Elian tries to get boosted back up over the smoke, but K23, I'm not sure they saw it or they just knew it was a possibility because they spammed him down for 50 instantly. And now K23, they have all the options in the world.
Fame trying to do his best Adren impression. Not going to happen for him, though. He's moving closer to burst on towards the A bomb site. Great Nickelback. He's not ready for the player up close and personal. Molotov will split them up, but Elian also going to fall. It's now on to the B players. Oh, Forrester with the double peek, though. Able to get a triple, in fact, away from Dunsters. He finds them all, Vu. How's he done that? Just appears out of nowhere and does not miss. Beautiful stuff.
What a beauty from Forrester. And I tried to mention the round there. Elian did lose the aim duel to Mo. Op versus Op. He lost it outright. And that's very nice from Mo. Elian's only 4-6 here, even with plenty of ops in hand. But then Forrester, I want to note, as soon as they got that kill on Fame, they rotated off of B. They didn't waste half a second, and that timing is exactly what won them that round. If they're a second later, Forrester doesn't get that 4K. I have to give it to Forrester for landing the shots, but still, the rotation is what got them that round. And this time around, unfortunately, no rotation necessary. 2 instant entries from K23.
Yeah, I don't really know what's happened here. Entropiq were in such a great spot after a round like that. Relying on the individuals, it can be difficult moving forwards, but they maybe bite off a bit more than they can chew. Aggression coming in, aggressive post from an Elian who seems to be on a slightly weaker game than usual, to be honest with you. So, kind of a tough one. Backs creep in from behind. I think he's hoping he finds a ton of players. It's only the one, but still softening the blow, making the round look more and more doable. They seem to be grouping up outside of the B-bomb site. They still have a player over at Playground, one in Connector. So there's options everywhere right now for K23.
Yeah, I was thinking, Nickelback might have gotten some false information there, thinking everything was clear when actually Adren was right on his tail. I actually thought Adren had spotted him and was going to get the kill, rather, before Nickelback actually took down Norbert, but instead he didn't spot him. Nickelback got the one, and now Nickelback trying to do his best Forrester impression if he can.
Don't know about that. The off angle, just kind of out in the open play. It's one of those things alongside standing in smokes that seems to have crept in, because there are off angles, right? There are certain spots on maps where you have the advantage of someone peeking into you. You spot their barrel first, and you do need to hit your shot because it's not really a spot that you can hide from, or you're going to get traded pretty easily. But I seem to have seen just standing out in the open has crept in. You know what I mean? People walk around corners a little bit slower is maybe the idea, but on that one, it just doesn't work at all.
Yeah, I think playing on angles is a little bit more common when you're on LAN and you don't have the ping situation. And when you're online, then you really can't play angles your opponents are clearing. So you play just in the middle of the open there, hoping to get one. And, it was close enough to cover that you could get away. And, you mentioned what went wrong in that round. Well, I think you might have been onto something. You might have hit the nail on the head a couple rounds ago when you said Krad's not going to be happy about that. If anything would make you unhappy, it's the way that round played out. Crad got flashed in through the smoke into Fountain. His opponent was close left corner, full white, and Crad was partially blind himself and didn't get the kill. And that's a kill Crad has to be getting every time. He didn't get it. Round falls apart. And that's a round where I think after that, I mean, could be a signal that he's already a little bit unhappy, misplaced the round a tiny bit, because I think that might have been a team flash that got him. But definitely, if he wasn't already, I'd be pretty unhappy with the way that one went down.
Yeah, big time. Having a rough game for sure. But we'll see. Fame had a rough game last time, and he managed to turn it around ever so slightly, so... Ooh, there you go.
Okay.
Bit of luck on his side for a massive chunk of damage through the smoke.
Picked it up on a Norbert as well. You know, a player that's really getting a lot of work done for K23 so far.
Oh. Big frag from Lackey, though. Once again, we're seeing some overzealous peaks from K23, to be honest with you. They have, in the earlier rounds, definitely found success from short, but keep on trying it with no utility going in, no buddy system even of just trying to, at the very least, posture for a trade. And I think it works sometimes, but whether it keeps on working is another question. Dren, though, seems to be the master of it. In and out, able to pick up Nickelback and even things up into a 4-on-4. Down goes Elian up on the boost. And now things become troublesome for the CTN.
Crad does get onto the board at the very least, picks up one, and that's going to put a stop to K23's push onto the A bomb site, but only 20 seconds left. Oh, the pivot back over. This is perfect. Look at Entropiq's rotate. They've only got Forrester here to try and hold anything. However, Nealon, he's going to have to cross, and Forrester is going to be there to try and prevent it. Mo posted up. Nealon will get across. Forrester lets it happen, and Mo is going to be able to pick up the kill as well into the 2v2 now. Both players from Entropiq lit, but they do have a kit. Definitely not impossible.
Yeah, that sucks, man. With an AK, Mo goes down there. Lackey finding the key one, though. 1v2 on the AWP, low HP. Very difficult. Can't miss a shot. Has to be in the perfect position as well to make sure he can get the recock off. So, not easy by any means, but they're not really pushing him in. The tap onto the bomb. Oh, and Lackey goes a bit too wide. However, Krabs has got the kit. And unfortunately, Mo just did not account for that fact. Maybe expecting the player to be charging in. Maybe it was a fake. Usually they are, to be fair. But he kind of guesses wrong this time around. You can see the odds shifting pretty massively. Actually, ever so slightly in favor of K23 here. So, again, a bit of the favorites from the bookies on this here map. But Entropiq with that one, looking to close the gap.
What's funny is I had someone message me on Twitter yesterday complaining about stats, and I think this is a perfect example of that. Crad gets one kill, but he absolutely won his team that round. He doesn't get a kill there, his team loses that round, and he's looking to do the same here, but that's where stats start to matter. You know, at the end of the day, you do need to get a couple kills, and Norbert's the one to get the kill on him this time around. Elian does bail him out, brings it back into the 4v4, and Fame hoping to get the better of a duel this time around. He's been losing this one quite often.
Oh, he's going to get traded out. At the very least, he does get one. Still being kept even, still under contention here. And also they're pivoting back towards the A site, or are they? Doing a little bit of both here, as is classic on Overpass. And I think Elian is starting to discover, right? He's going to keep on pushing. If he goes even further than bathrooms, to be honest, it's so much information that they'll have here on the CT end of things, or in the late smoke as well to cover off Monster.
Typically, you're thinking 3v3 benefit to the Ts, but Overpass is such a massive map that these aggressions from the CTs become so deadly in these sorts of rounds. When you get a 3v3 and K23, they weren't in position to immediately exec a bomb site. So you've got the flank coming in from Nickelback, surely much more quickly than expected. And although K23 will get onto the bomb site, Norbert's going to have to win the initial duel, and he can't. Lackey gets the one, Elian with the second, and Nickelback will be here to finish it off, even if Mo can pick up the one. Nickelback with the trade, and 4 on the board now for Entropiq.
Yeah, definitely keeping them costly, but certainly finding some space here and closing the gap as best they possibly can. K23, this is their time where they need to find some adaptation. I've talked about how important it can be, and I think certainly now is the time for K23, maybe not in this round, but around this next rifle buy, they definitely need to be changing things up. Hero AK for a Dren. I'm sure he's absolutely loving this. Tiny bit of armor for Nealon, maybe to recover it off him if he goes down, but ultimately it should be another round for Entropiq.
Yeah, you mentioned just shifting the play a bit, because the first few rounds up until about 5-0, it really was K23 pounding down that short B lurk. It worked perfectly for them several times, but as of recent, It's not been going their way. Fame's lost a couple of duels. Adren has lost a couple of duels. And now they need to adjust and shift, and they've done exactly that. Adren picks up the one from Connector. Crad in the 1v1. Now Adren will lose it. They can try and trap him down, but Crad with another.
Solid stuff on the MP9. Oh, that's a bit awkward for Elian. He does manage to finish it off in the end. Actually going to go down to the P250 of Norbert. So that ends up being what we would call a costly round. It's usually, you know, you want to hit 3 and not go under that. Otherwise, you are losing money. So, not ideal, especially when you're only with the AK and I guess the armor for the Glock, the P250 proving effective. But it's not an awful lot spent for K23, and yet they're able to do a lot of damage.
I think that one, it really depends on how you want to build the narrative, which way you think that round went well for, because Adren, he could have won his team the round if he picks up that kill on Crad. If Crad doesn't get a single kill there, that round's going the way of K23. Instead, Crad, you know, at the beginning of that round, starting on 1 kill, picks up the double and gives his team a chance in that round. They close it out. So the opening of that round was what really went wrong. That door opened from, I believe it was Forrester that Adren punished. That's where things went wrong, and Entropiq clawed it back, picked up the round, and now looking to tie the game 6-5 for K23 as they make their way over to the A site.
Oh, Crad again, man. Caught in transition. If it has stayed there, maybe he finds one. We do still have 2 more players left on the A bomb site, though, and K23 just playing the touch and go Counter-Strike, trying to click heads, you know, keep it simple, and it's not really working out for them here. However, they're in those headshot angles. You've got to be careful with the swings that you take, Nickelback. So, trade it back in. Oh, Dink does land. Kill not quite there. Elian, yeah, savvy to the fact that there's one pushing in. Forrester going to cover him as well, so he can go for a few more swings here. Onto the AK of his dead comrade. Blinded up Forrester, able to find one, but it's Elian. Perfect timing. Finishes off the round and evens things up.
To be fair, you said keep it simple. I mean, if you keep it simple, you still lose to Entropiq. Sorry, I just had to say it. I just had to do it.
Yeah, no, it's all good, mate.
I mean, K23 did do a good amount of damage, but with no bomb plant, they can't afford to buy in this round, so they can't continue to do the damage. And that means that Entropiq are given a chance to actually take away the lead in this one. And, you know, you're looking probably for more of a 9-6 half on the CT side of Overpass, but if you start out down 6-2 or 6-1, you can't feel too bad even if it ends up being 8-7.
Yeah, very true. Very true indeed. So I think they definitely will be happy that they're now in a position where they're going to take the lead, to be honest, and threaten a relatively good half considering how things went early on. And exactly what I was saying a few rounds ago, K23, need to absolutely change things up as it just isn't working anymore. The walking in, and trying to just find headshots. That's a nice one from Norbert up on the boost. I like to see that. Crad going to go swinging out. Be careful, there's a couple players ready and waiting for him, but he's positioning himself perfectly here, and he will find them all. That, of course, is just into... Okay, I was confused as to why he threw his M4 away, but there was an AK down, so it makes sense in the end. Nonetheless, there you go. Finding some eco frags, always a good way to boost the confidence a little when you're not having a great game.
To be fair, I mean, Norbert picking up just an unreasonable entry headshot is not changing it up at all. That's actually how this entire game has been going so far.
I don't know. They're certainly looking dangerous when they're on it, but Entropiq, I think, have just now gotten used to it, and it's not effective anymore.
That's a nade. That's a Kobe if I've ever seen one.
Too early. Nickelback was blind, but not before he started shooting at Adren. That's kind of shaky from K23, to be honest. Oh, and he's ready for this. They must have done this before. Beautiful stuff for Elian. Solidifying things. As you can see, that desperation, we saw it on Vertigo. They start to go down by a few rounds, and they just kind of send players here, there, and everywhere. A few different ideas. Maybe one of them will work. But half-arsed in all of them, you know, so not enough energy, and Entropiq are able to get the better of every single play so far in this round. I think Crad's going to peak up and finish things here and now. Taking his time, trying to find both. A little bit awkward, but he will indeed get them both. And that's the 8th round for Entropiq. So they go from a 6-2 to an 8-6. Really, really, really solid comeback here, and of course now winning the half.
Yeah, the rounds have come with Crad picking up kills as well. I mean, he was 0-7. We mentioned, you know, Fame did turn it around in the first map. Krad's turned it around here in the second with a few rounds that have really been won off the back of his kills. You know, he's probably won his team at least a few, maybe 3 rounds just off of getting key kills at the right moment. And Elian's done some of the same, looking for that kill on a Norbert. Does pick up the leg shot and he gets away. And that's all that really matters there, as long as you can back up, reposition. Elian has been deadly from these bathrooms when he's been in here, and he's looking to do more of the same.
Yeah, absolutely. Or peeks round towards long. They're not expecting him that fast. They think he'd still be posted up. Another just walking in. I mean, he'll flash himself in, to be fair. Elian's having a hell of a showing here. But all the same, K23, nothing has changed. And Entropiq continue to punish. Certainly better than Vertigo, but I think that just comes down to the fact that they're more comfortable with the map. The strategy of the game itself has really not been all that effective, to be honest with you. Nice little jump peek from Elian. Ooh, missed shot. Kind of a sitter, but it's set up here. Surely they should be able to hold on. He will go down. Bombs dropped to the CTs now. Second one in for Krad. Kind of difficult. Got another AK to go at it, and they're just keeping Fame trapped away. It will eventually fall. Adren, the only one left. Let's find a quick double. He's so down low here. This really would be defying the odds. Oh, Nickelback. If you're going to go for that swing, you have to find it, because it's now put Lackey in a compromised position. The bomb is in his sightline, but still, there's so much pressure on this moment. Oh, the perfect timing to peek out, though. Will find Adren just as he looks away from Dunsters. Gets that 9-6, and as you can see, a massive tear of 7 rounds in a row there from the CT end.
Yeah, Lackey played that perfectly as well. He delayed. He knew Adren was likely to be posted up on Dumpster, waiting for Lackey to peek, but eventually Adren would have to move his way forward, and Lackey could potentially have been flanking. So he catches the timing, catches the kill, and honestly, I have to say that was more one-sided than the scoreline suggests, because the first couple of rounds that, you know, outside of the pistol, the first couple gun rounds that K23 won were off the back of just one play, really, just lurking in short B and picking up a frag and turning it their direction. And once that stopped working, the entire map fell apart. Everything fell apart for Entropiq, or for K23 rather, and Entropiq are able to bring it to 9-6, which is by all means a pretty comfortable half.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they can be very happy with the way that it's turned out. It is now just a question whether K23 can turn things around themselves, or whether it'll continue to be the Entropiq show. I would have liked to see a timeout somewhere in that first half, especially considering, you know, we're RMR. We're also in the lower bracket, by the way, worth noting, maybe if you're not keeping up as intently. The loser of this will be out. And the winner of this, I believe, is on the same side as our next game, so they will go on to play... yeah, no, actually, I am wrong. They will go on to play the loser of Virtus Pro versus Akuma. You know, of course, the giant killer's Akuma. Can they do it again? That's occurring on Thursday, that best of 3. But for us, we've got the other side of things, which is Forze Navi after this. Obviously, we were on a little bit of an extended break in the halftime here. I guess they're just talking things over, wanting to get the pistol down. I do feel it's pretty important here for K23 to start their CT side off with a bang.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where how close this game is really is dictated by who wins the pistol. Whichever team wins the pistol is going to feel like they had a pretty comfortable situation. K23, they can tie it right up and you know, head into a fairly comfortable gun round situation. Although, you know, I feel a lot more confident if Entropiq wins this. I feel like they convert all 3. If K23 win it, a little bit less sure that they're going to convert all 3.
Yeah, with the way that things have gone, you know, history dictates, as they say, precedent dictates. Kind of a nice idea, actually, I think, from the side of Entropiq, where they send the one player, more of a fake out, and then everyone else will join a little bit later on into the round. Now, I think the difference here, Neelan's heard some footsteps, Adren kind of knows what's coming, and they do have advanced positions on B as well, so they've ultimately, you know, figured this one out. Maybe the anti-strike coming into play once again. Adren, scared off of long, able to take his life and most of his HP, but they are now... be ready for this A hit to come in. Oh, nice goosh immediately from Krad onto Mo, and maybe they will look to pivot a little bit and chase him down. The bomb is committed, though, and Lackey's found the entry, so it looks like they are indeed going to go for it. 2 quick headshots for the CT side coming in, however. Behind the smoke, Norbert will go. Nealon continues to frag from the backside, so there's only 2 players remaining for Entropiq. Another player on the flank as well in the form of Fame, so the bomb will go down. That, of course, is a saving grace. They can be very happy, you know, for the next round, but in the context of this one, still looking kind of tough. Glock going to lead the charge, not going to happen. It's all onto Elian, and Fame makes quick work of him. So it'll be K23 with the opportunity to even things up, but certainly going to be tough.
A little bit disconnected there from Entropiq. Not something I would usually expect from them for the most of this series. They've been very, very well together, but you saw there at the very end, Nickelback just hunting for frags forward on the A bomb site as Elian was in bank. You usually would have expected you plant for CT there, maybe you go double bank, you try and push through, clear out, jump up, and you play the after plant that way. Instead, Nickelback just went in one of those spots where he's trying to fight 3 different people at the same time, and unless you land a very clean shot, it's not going to go your way. Unfortunately, he didn't land a very clean shot. He got his head taken clean off, and that means K23 were able to convert, and you wouldn't even know it, though, because of the buy that everyone complains about is it's looking pretty good for Entropiq.
Yeah, arguably, I'd say on par, to be honest, at the very least with K23. Nice position for Adren. He's done it all game long, right, where he just sneaks in and is constantly catching people off guard. It's nice to see that the shift is solid into the CT side as well. Fame also doing the same. They take some aggressive angles here. I think they're playing it quite well. They know that there's probably a buy-up coming in, but a severe lack of utility if they've gone for the stronger weaponry. So it's either a case of, you know, they have the util, but weak weaponry, so I'll win the fight, or they have no util, and it's a nice free dry peak for me. Tag comes in. Norbert actually going to find that frag onto Lackey. There's no way. Elian can't take him out either. Great little pre-fire. This is a perfect round from K23 so far.
Norbert converted it with that nice little off angle in the middle of the open that you mentioned earlier. He just got the kill on the scout as well, and that was beautiful from Norbert. I mean, that was a chance for Entropiq to turn it. If they got the kill on Norbert, could have secured themselves an M4, brought it into a pretty winnable situation, but Norbert bails them out of that one. And, you know, I love that K23, they played that pretty aggressive. Usually you're expecting you play against pistols, you play a little bit more passive, but they knew that buy-up was coming. So they went for that aggression in towards Connector, and the aggression absolutely paid off, not only in Connector, but Shortby as well, with Fame picking up his 1 kill into Construction. And now they're on the anti-eco, and Adren's still going to be hunting a little bit in Connector as well, but probably not trying to get anything too crazy going.
Nade doesn't... I thought that nade was going to do big damage, but it doesn't really land. I guess it...
Those pipes are really tough to throw nades.
Fair enough, man. Doesn't bounce as much as usual, I suppose. But regardless, Lackey's found the first frag of the round. It's only for an MP9, and I mean, no armor anywhere, so really not all that threatening, but they can do some big damage going into what would be the first rifle in round number 19. That certainly would be nice. Norbert as well has crept forwards. This is a scary place to be. They're not really considering him just yet. Now they know exactly where he is, though. There's still 3 more players to get through. The overwhelm, certainly possible. Maybe needs 1 more here to make this worthwhile, but still 3 on 3. The Deagles could keep on creeping in. They've retrieved an M4 now as well, so scary stuff at the moment.
I was mentioning the last round they played aggressive, thinking they were playing aggressive because they knew the buy was coming in, but this round looking a whole lot like the last round, except less clean against the pistols instead of the rifles. With Mo aggressive, though, he's in a good position. As long as he can pick up that kill against Brad, they should be pretty good to go, and he does. Leaves it all on to Nickelback in the 1v3. Deeg in hand, 15 seconds to work with. At this point, you're thinking, try and move into the bomb site so at least you can die before time's over. And that's exactly what will happen. So, tie up, tie game. Not the cleanest anti-eco there from K23, but still 3 players left alive. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, look, man, as I always say in a round like that, for Entropiq, any damage is good damage. You know, you've invested minimally. So certainly I think it is, it's good to get a couple of kills and just make sure that K23 are having to work for every single round. They're not building that confidence as we've talked about. And that's definitely the case there. This is where it all comes into fruition, though. Can K23 start to convince us of a third map, or will Entropiq stop it in its tracks, really? They don't have a lot of money saved up on most of these players. It's only really Adren that's got the cash to speak of. Ooh, Fame going to get blinded up. He wanted to go for walking in. Look, it might work on the T side, but when you switch halves, I don't think you can get away with it as much.
He almost found the timing, but he found the anti-timing where he just put himself in the exact position Entropiq was trying to clear there accidentally and got himself absolutely killed. And it's very unfortunate because on the A side, it felt like K23, they were gaining some ground. They were not doing too poorly, but now into the 4v5, Adren forced to get aggressive and, well, it goes pretty well for him there at the very least, bringing it to the 4v4. He wasn't able to secure the gun, however, still brought the numbers back.
He loves that, though, doesn't he? He's solid, absolutely solid with his sneaky positioning. Like he'll take him down in this round, but not before the trade comes in. Nor but winning the fight against Elian is probably the big one. The A side of things, that push, that opportunity, absolutely thwarted. Crad just clearing things with his eyes here. Neelan has got to be careful, playing it super passive. He doesn't really have the support as yet. And he's ready for the feet to come in. He might just spot the shadow, but Crad, with the pre-fire, able to take him down. It's a massive kill. An AWP on the retake, certainly not ideal. Crad goes down below as well, and the double spray. Oh, that transfer is absolutely perfect. Crad, the hero of the round, gets the 3K and may well have just broken the dreams, broken the back, certainly, of that CT side.
That's echoes of the first half. If we remember how it went for K23, when that player lurking in through short B picked up a kill, K23 did very well. When he didn't, they floundered. And here we saw Entropiq, they had Lackey make his way in, he picked up the one, and that really, it absolutely crushed the defense when the rest of the team made their way over. And then Crad getting that kill on the player Graffiti. You never want to make a retake happen, 2 players through heaven, nobody anywhere else. That's not happening. Didn't happen there. Crad with a nice double, the exclamation mark at the end, and unfortunately this time around Lackey trying to get aggressive gets himself killed. So a 5v4 entry for K23, maybe turning this one back around in a must-win round as they invested everything for a scout and an MP9 and 3 M4s.
It does feel, though, you know, you speak of echoes of the first half, it feels very similar in the sense that K23, they'd pick up a round, and then their next one, someone would go crazy aggressive and just give Entropiq the advantage back in. Exactly the same thing has happened here. So it's very, very strange that Entropiq are not really learning from the shortcomings of their opponents.
Look at the util, though. This is similar to how it went on Vertigo. Look at this util. Entropiq has so much util left. K23 has a flashbang.
How are they going to use it? Whether they get a chance to be honest. Fame sat here, present's going to be shown. This is maybe when you would pull it out, but then you get caught with an aid in hand, don't you? You thought he was safe there. Great little flash over the top. Forrester making quick work from short, holding things down. There is a player quickly in towards heaven. They're trying to get the bomb plant in as safely as possible as well. A bit more, well, not a bit, but a lot more of an open angle to work with. And the 4-on-3, no kit available, no utility. Yeah, they're not going to go for it. So the 11th in for Entropiq, once the rifles have come into play, seems like they are back to taking control of the game.
You know, I'm sure Twitch chat is going to have a few people that are probably mentioning that, you know, it's a 5v4, K23, they keep throwing 5v4s. You can't really fault them that much for that. You know, Entropiq are forcing mistakes against a team that has no utility. You have no utility left. Can you let Entropiq full exec on you when you know for a fact that Entropiq has used very little utility in this round? They've got plenty in the bank. You can't just let them full exec on you or you're going to get destroyed. You try and get a bit aggressive. That little jiggle with the MP9 from right side Monster gets himself spotted, and then the exec comes out. I can't even blame K23 for losing that one. They just didn't get aggressive on the right side of the map at the right moment, and Entropiq were immediately there to instantly punish.
It's one of those, isn't it, where you might be in a 5-on-4, but the numbers are just way stronger on the isolated bomb site. So, you know, if you look at it black and white, then maybe you have a point, but it never is all that simple. Spicy stuff. No one around, though, unfortunately. It might be in just a second. I think Elian is lurking around.
The problem is that this doesn't get enough information that you know for sure nobody's around, right? So you can't rotate over the way you might want to. And so all it is it's a boost that tries to get a frag, and it's not got a frag, and Entropiq are going to be able to take plenty of map control in the meantime.
It's like the 4-man boost in T-Spawn, where, you know, you spend so much time. I think if you're dedicating more than 2 people to it, you're sacrificing so much, like, map control and early information. And, of course, they've not capitalized. Obviously, Entropiq don't know, but when you're transitioning back towards A, you could get caught by players up in bathrooms. They're actually going to head towards B. And even that looks to be going well. Adren goes down, then the contact flash comes in. There's 3 players ready and waiting, though. You do have to be careful here. Norbert going to find one. Nealon maybe needed one out of him. It is so unsure, though. Perfect flash from Fame. Even the team flash there, to be fair. Norbert down in pit, finding success. This is looking good here for K23. They're way ahead of the rotations. Brad has to make the difference, and he can't quite do it. It's all onto Elian, and very little time. He does have the bomb, but of course it's that 14 HP that really makes the decision here for him.
Well, K23 finally answering back with not quite Nico, but, you know, not a full buy victory for themselves, something Entropiq have done to them multiple times. And I think K23, the best they've done so far this series is good damage. You know, both teams have really been doing fairly good damage when they've had pistols in their hands. But K23, at a critical moment in this game, managed to pick up that victory, secure themselves some extra firepower, and put themselves on double digits within 1.
Well, Entropiq, can they get the quick answer back once again? It's kind of been the story of the series, it feels like. They certainly do have...
I'm calling it.
Whichever
team wins this round, they're winning the game.
Right,
the winner of this round, they get the game.
Note it, everybody. Get it written down so you can hold Vu to it, whether it comes true or not. You know, Oracle or not. But we'll see. I mean, Entropiq have gone quickly through connector here. Some early control, but a lot of utility. Ooh. Tiny bits of damage here and there coming in as well. We'll see the response boost. This is kind of dangerous. They could be watching for this. Oh, that flash is like perfectly timed. Nealon does not spot Nickelback jumping down. He is going to see him eventually try and go for the spam. Nothing coming in yet for either side, though.
The problem is, you know, they are getting a little bit of chip damage. They've done, you know, nearly 80 damage combined. But again, they've used almost all of their utility, and it's going to be on Norbert now to win this aim duel. They line up. He can't quick transfer for the second. 7 health on Nickelback. He gets the kill. At least he did some damage, but still, that is a 4v4 benefit to the T's.
Yeah, not wrong. Looking pretty good for them at the moment, especially with that missed shot from Bo. Nealon's in to cover. So important that he does so. Forrester has been flashed in. Needs to find the double. They'll line up for him and he'll get it done. He will melt a little bit, but it's a team molly. It's all good. Who cares? They're able to get that man advantage. There's a flank, I suppose, coming in, but when you are the only one left, it's not much of a flank, to be honest. Denies the bomb plant at least now. Over-aggressive from Elian, if I do say so myself, but Dren not quite able to capitalize. We'll see whether he can take this. I mean, it'd be kind of a crazy one to pull off, and he's still going to go for it. There you go, in at long pretty quickly. Drops Elian. The remaining 2 players are pretty low. Definitely not impossible right now for Adren. Certainly could pull this off. He doesn't have a kit available. Going to win another fight. Where Nickelback is, and he has pulled the biggest trick of the game. Goes miles away from the bomb, nowhere near where it was planted, and it pays off.
I feel like the story of this game is Adren nearly winning.
Poor guy. Yeah. I mean, he's come close a lot, but...
Yeah, I mean, you think back to the pistol round on Vertigo, 1v3, nearly picks it up. We got a 1v4 nearly in the first half, and nearly the 1v3 there. He just can't close out that final kill, and no fault to him. I mean, usually that final player is able to play it perfectly, but, you know, he's able to pick up 1 or 2 of those. Maybe this game looks a little bit different.
Yeah, not wrong. Especially on this one. Happens though, man. You know, he's tried to do a lot of the heavy lifting, and it's just not quite enough.
Do you think it was intentional that way that Forrester moved through the molly thrown on Truck just before he went forward? You think that's a miss molly, or you think that's a play where they're trying to push them away from that molly and then Forrester comes through?
I think it was just like crazy chaos, to be honest with you. You know, one of the plays where you're just creating kind of a sensory overload. There's so much going on. They don't hear Forrester coming. And maybe as well, when you're in a scenario like that, you saw the player beforehand try and get aggressive for the 2 kills. he's doing the same. So I think they were maybe planning as a response to losing that player with the execute. Forze had other ideas. Adren, 1.5 kills coming in there. Lackey walking through the A bomb site, trying to sell the fact that maybe they are going to go A, but it's not quite worked. We've got some quick rotations down towards B here. The bomb has yet to be planted, and Nealon, of course, needs dealing with. They've got no smoke, so it'll have to be bullets or flashes, and neither are utilized so far. All onto Forrester, and I think he's a bit too low to pull this one off. Oh, if we'd have got that third one tap, maybe. It doesn't happen for him, and K23, they are able to just rotate the goon squad around to find number 11.
Surely Forrester wouldn't be able to pick up two 4Ks on that type of scenario in the same game. Of course, the first one felt like a 1v4, but it was actually a 2v4. He picked up all 4 on the A bomb site in the first half. That one would literally have been a 1v4, and just couldn't quite find that last tap. The first one looked so clean, but unfortunately the AK it taketh away, and unfortunately it took it away that time around, and now onto the pistols is Entropiq, and that means they're probably going to win this round or at least get 3 or 4 kills.
Yeah, you would assume so. Usually, to be honest, it is Entropiq certainly throughout the series, but like just at the moment, when there's a force buy-in, it always seems to come close. So, especially on a T force buy, I feel like CT1s are kind of deadly, but the T force buys, if they're just able to rush in at the right time when you've got a nade out and your partner's an AWP or whatever, he might get one, but then you both go down instantly and just unravels from there. Crab's going to play the contact. Oh, that's so damn close. No, but good to take him out, though, of course, the help from Mo as well. Tiny bit of damage, but no frag as yet for Entropiq. That's ultimately what they're after.
They will be able to make their way onto the bomb site with only 2 players here, and it's just the FAMAS here for Nealon. So we could lose a duel. He does win the first one, and that does actually put a stop to the majority of this. It looked like Entropiq were trying to make their way in. I think part of the problem here from K23, they're giving too much respect to these pistols. And when you play against top-level players with deagles in hand, if you give them those engagements that they want, that they're comfortable with, they will blow your head off consistently. You need to put them into scenarios where they're not comfortable, where they're taking duels that they aren't favorable for them. And that's when things go well. And Nealon close woodwall, that's the type of duel I'm thinking about. You catch the shadow, catch the kill, and K23 will catch the round as well.
Pretty decisively, only losing 1. This one much more competitive, of course, than the first, but Entropiq still in position. Taking over the line, but it looks like they're going to lose the lead here, Boo, with no buy, maybe a couple P250s, yeah. Actually, to be honest, just the one, because Elian's the other rich member, and of course he wants the AWP, so never going to happen for him. So it should be a 13th here for K23, gaining the lead towards the tail end.
If they can get a few kills, this is going to be big, because K23, they're on a couple of MP9s here. Just MP9s on 2 of their players, and those are going to be great to farm some money. However, if you lose them without farming any money, you're not, Nealon might not be able to comfortably buy up into the following round with a full buy. So here we've got Norbert picking up the first one, Mo with another, and you're expecting this one to be fairly clean, but Entropiq, they only need 2 or 3 to make this one a very successful one. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Yeah, they're holding on nicely. When the deagles are in play, it's always stressful, I think, as a viewer and a player, but when it's just the Glocks, usually things pan out pretty well. This is where Entropiq are looking to get back in, though. Elian actually not able to afford the AWP, looking at it, yeah, 4,400 spent. He was just shy. And there was not even anyone available to drop it across. So, they are dealing without the AWP, I suppose, but we'll see what they've got planned here. I would imagine something from the back pocket has to come into play. K23 going aggressive with the 3 players on the A-bomb side once again. Oh, in towards Fountain. They're all looking away, though, as the flash comes in. Adren is so damn fast. They're just not ready for it. He gets a double. He is traded out, but he's certainly done his work for this round, and that means, indeed, the rest of the players here on the K23 side don't need to overstep.
Adren has had himself a hell of a game. I mean, Norbert's had those really crisp, clean locks, boys, onto the heads, and Adren's had those very nice flanks or just timings where he's catching them off guard. And picks up the double there. Norbert with a shot to the head, and that's a 5. Oh, I thought it was 5 for 0. Sorry, a 4 for 4 players left alive for K23. And I want to note that Adren aggression, you notice Entropiq, they're looking at the wall there. They're waiting for that flash. Entropiq, when they went for that play several times on their CT side, they always popped it off of the flash. But Adren, he went in dry, knowing they were going to be turned around, and they're just staring at the wall. Adren had his knife out when he spotted them out. No flash, just to catch them off. Don't try that in matchmaking. They're never turned around in matchmaking. Don't try it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not going to work there, but certainly will be kicking themselves on the Entropiq side of things. I think that kind of both of them were playing that as well, not respecting that he might just have the perfect spawn. Speaking of no respect, oh, the Tech 9's so close. Not going to happen. Up from short comes the P250. Nobody open enough for him, though, so it's half by on the pistols, not really working out. 15 rounds looking more than likely right now for K23. I think certainly they would have to mess up in a big way to let this one drop.
That would be one of the one of the failed closeouts of the year, potentially, as Nealon will be able to pick up the one. I mean, at this point, you're even maybe thinking, give the kills to the MP9s if you can. And Nealon almost went for the knife. That would have been cutesy, a little bit cutesy.
Yeah, he got a bullet in the back of the head, I think, from a teammate, so put him off when he was left on like 15 HP. So, makes sense. Don't want to go too crazy. Don't want to be giving too many kills away. Embarrassing yourself in the smoke. But 3 required here from Entropiq to take us to overtime. Definitely not impossible. The buy, one of the best that they've had yet. Elian is back on the AWP. It's a key thing that we look towards. I mean, 13 and 22, though. He's definitely not having the perfect game here. So, certainly a tough one and a bit of a turnaround needed from him. And, of course, the rest of the squad. Krad's going to win the first. Great little molly. Nealon gets caught off by it with the shaky aim, I guess. And then Entropiq kicking things off in a very, very good way with a nice early frag.
I actually feel like Elian's been better on the rifle so far this map than the AWP, although the AWP does give you some opportunities that you can use in your favor, where you can play a little bit differently than you could if you only had 5 rifles. I just feel like Elian with the rifle in hand has gotten himself a little bit more success in the fragging department, but still 4v5, Adren looking to get something done. Elian misses the shot, but Krad bails him out there into the 5v3. The lurk from Norbert, he is smoked off, and there's plenty of time for Entropiq to wait, so they have no real pressure to do anything too crazy. Leaves it into the 1v4 for Mo, who he's got a lot of money in the bank. It wouldn't be crazy to see him go for this, but I think saving is probably the smart play.
Oh, especially now that he gets tagged up, right? Krad's pushed up on him, though, so no option to save. 2 more to go. Plenty of money available here for the CT side. Honestly, for both of these rounds, well, if we go to that, in their mind, there's only going to be 1, but nonetheless, they should. Might need a couple players to save, to be fair, but they should be able to buy pretty comfortably into the next one. So, we'll see Entropiq looking to run it back. I mean, fairly simple stuff there on the B-bomb site. As you mentioned, I think, at the top of the map, 90% of the rounds seem to be the B-bomb site. I think it's been more like 75, but all the same, B seems to be where they're finding the most success. Norbert on the AWP here for the CT end is certainly an interesting one. Going off the back of the spawn, though, as you see, he swaps it into the hands of Mo for the rest of the round, but nonetheless, it's an opener for K23.
Very nicely done from Norbert. Caught Krad tossing that molly a little bit delayed. The previous round, Krad got a kill on a Nealon, I believe it was, because that molly landed a little bit further out than Nealon was expecting. He ended up getting ticked when he thought he was outside of the molly. That ended up turning the round in Entropiq's favor. This time around, it's the connector play going the way of K23, and it's the short B play that we've been talking about all game long. Elian making his way forward. Nickelback gets a kill on the other side, but Elian, he's really thirsty for a frag here if he can pick one up.
Yeah, trying to spot out at short. There's nobody there. This is where Elian's position becomes dangerous. For a cheeky peek. Oh, he misses the shot, though. He's definitely feeling the nerves. That is a great find in midair from Forrester, though. Is it going to make the difference? I don't think so. He's left on his own and discovers there's a couple players on that B-bomb site, actually. Maybe you want to go towards A. Nickelback on 3 HP. Needs to be leading the charge, but then time is kind of the essence, so really difficult here. Norbert with the off angle out towards long, going to win his fight, and there's no way. Nickelback is 3 HP. I got the catch here because he was facing the wrong way, but he spins around at the perfect time. 16-13. We will be going to that third. A pretty solid showing from K23. They definitely have to work for it, but we weren't expecting their overpass to be as prepped as they needed, I suppose, going into that series.
Yeah, they certainly had a few rounds where it definitely looked like it was anti-stratting, it was coordinated, they knew something was gonna happen, and they played against their opponent rather than just standard play. Maybe you can always argue reading too much into it, but there was a couple of plays that definitely looked a little bit specific, and that gave them the first pistol round plus that play from Adren. That was a critical round. I believe it was 13-12 at the time. A critical round. Adren, no flash, straight in the fountain, gets the double, and that puts them into the situation they were in at the end there. But Entropiq, I have to feel like they fumbled it a little bit. Elian twice from that sandbags position posted up. You are playing that spot, waiting for that dry peek from a rifle, looking for that information. That's the entire point of that spot. And if you're there, you cannot miss. You simply can't miss. He missed twice in a row in the last 2 rounds of the game. The first time, Crad bailed him out, but you can't always have a teammate out there bailing you out, as Forrester had been taken down. He got the 1 kill, fell, and no bailout that time around means no round for them, and map 3 incoming.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose the Orpa's playground that we move on to in the form of Dust 2, we will need Elian to maybe provide a little bit more. If he had been on it, hitting the same kind of numbers as Norbert, who was up to 30, really could have been a different story. But we'll find out whether the break in between here will cause Elian to have a bit of an upswing. Dust 2 coming up next.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Swing around. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Very much. They play, you win.
gon' burn it down. Burn it down. We gon' burn it down. Burn it down. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit.
Turn toward me and look so weak. I've never seen you with such tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie. And underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. You're silent for the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. You're silent for the wind is cold. You must return to the wild.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Win the round. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Very much. They play, you win.
Definitely a surprise that we ended up on map 3, to be honest with you folks. We thought that this one would indeed be over in 2. Entropiq kind of sending that home with Vertigo. Super dominant stuff from them, but a few missed opportunities, I think, and a few missed shots as well from Entropiq in the end meant that K23 are able to take over pass in close fashion. Definitely had to work for it. but nonetheless, now ending on Dust 2. I'm, of course, joined by Vu for this third and final map. I don't know, man. My initial thoughts going into this one, unless Norbit and Adren together can hit the same kind of performance as they did on Overpass just there, I think Dust 2 is really going to be tough. You know, individually based map, and Entropiq have looked good individually throughout the day, so...
To be fair, though, I got to give it to K23 at least in some regards, because Mo has been playing pretty well. He's been playing kind of lights out so far this series. Even on Vertigo, where they got kind of steamrolled, he did a very good job, especially when he had the op in hand. He won several duels against Elian. Again, on Overpass, he won several straight-up duels, occasionally peeking into Elian to win it. Now, there were a couple of rounds where, you know, Elian, especially on the round, if we remember back, where he was bathrooms posted up on this crazy peak that Mo did, you know, Elian did win them occasionally. I feel like Elian was better on the rifles than he was on the op in the second map there. And I think that leans over to potentially K23 having a way into this one. I think Elian needs to step up, or you may see Entropiq actually struggle and maybe flounder a little bit.
Yeah, well, as we've seen throughout the course of the tournament, really, things are very, very unpredictable in the CIS region, as they always have been with RMR tournaments of this kind of ilk, for sure. I do think that Entropiq have looked a little more solid, and as we mentioned a little bit, every time there's been a challenge for K23, you know, a team that's of a slightly higher level than them, they've fallen flat. So I think this time, you know, it's another challenge for them in that sense. And it does appear that they have indeed done a little bit of prep work. Certainly relying on numbers, though, just having bigger numbers, I think, on Overpass on some of their players. So we'll see. Relying on that constantly is very difficult indeed. I do like this little setup, though, in towards middle. Not really finding too much success. It's more over towards B. Quick frag comes in there. Drendo on the P250. Very quickly even things up. At long, now they're backing off. It's a strange pistol, to say the least, from these two teams. Crad going to find the head of Adren. That might just be enough, to be honest with you. 4-on-3, Mo's pretty low.
That's a slightly different pistol from what you're usually seeing, but there's a reason that double boost up cat, you know, has been very common on Dust 2 for a long time, because middle... You think long is where you'd want a USP to be, but actually middle is more likely where you want the USP to be. If you can fight them from, you know, back cat or close double doors towards top middle, that is extremely long range, and you don't have that problem where pit is a bit of an issue there. And now we've got Lackey playing one of these angles where his head is almost invisible behind the box from this angle, so it seems a little bit odd, but this is an angle Stewie2K used to love to play. Lots of players have played this historically, and it's incredibly tough to deal with for those Glocks as he gets the first one. And you can see K23, as soon as they saw him there, they were worried. They were a little bit hesitant for good reason, but Nealon does take him down 2v3, 30 seconds. Gonna need to land some clean headshots.
Yeah, not a lot of HP to work with, right, is the big thing. There you go, there's your first. Still got Forrester at the back of the side. That's a great crack angle, and surely Mo is easy. Lovely little pre-fire around the corner. Entropiq going to get away with that pistol round. There's some sweat in there. It's certainly not easy peasy, but getting that early boost is obviously going to move the odds in their favor as well. So decent stuff so far for Entropiq.
Honestly, this map is, I feel similarly about this map as I did about Overpass, in that it's a map both teams love to play, and Entropiq is just a better team with the better Dust 2, but it's not that K23 doesn't have a chance. It's just that it's looking more like a map you'd feel more comfortable on if you're Entropiq. And K23, they've clearly got a plan here as they go for the Force into the second. Even off of no bomb plant, they've got Mo on the Scout, 3 Deegs, and a Mac-10. The Mac-10 going to struggle to be relevant as they make their way out long, and Entropiq are just giving it up, allowing K23 to take that long control. But, you know, should they head back and try and contest Cat, that's where Adren with this Mac-10 really could be strong.
Yeah, they have given a lot of space across. Smoke's going to come in from long. A couple players ready and waiting. Of course, Nickelback and Crad. Only really Crad that can fight down long, so they're not going to go for it. Nickelback, oh, I think he's been spotted there. He's been tagged up as well. So whether he actually gets away with this. To be fair, looking at the smoke, I think he was just tagged. But nonetheless, the info has been heard, and the patience here of the Deagle is going to pay off for the first kill. Still a lot to get through. Crad chiming in to be the first for the CT side. It's Norbert with a double on the Deagle, though. Uh-oh. There is 2 M4s left in play, but, like, he's really not looking too good. Jumping Mac 10, able to find it, and Norbert with his 3rd of the round. The Deagle master, the 4th of the round, in fact, if you count the up-close kill, but the 3rd one Deag. What a beast. As he's tapped into that performance once again. Could be scary for Entropiq.
I mean, if Norbert was hitting shots like this is a clean 2-0 for K23. The first map, he wasn't missing, but he wasn't doing what he did on Overpass and what he did in the second round right there. Oh, Crad, that's a clean headshot. Straight through the doors, crossover, hit him in the head, 5v4 off the bat for Entropiq, and Elian looking to make it more. He does pick up 1, doing his best Norbert impression with the deek to the dome, but he does get taken down to 3 in the process, which means at least something back for K23.
Oh, what is going on? The Eagles are just so crisp from so many different players, to be honest with you. Norbert needs to find some heads, needs to better the Deagles, but nothing really showing itself. Of course, him and Fame now the only ones left. Ooh, Fame going to get caught reloading? No, he doesn't put it off. Tag comes in, finds that kill, but not going to get away with the second. It's all onto Norbert. Couple of kills for him required. They are split on the CT side at the very least, but he's very apprehensive going into this.
He's got plenty of time to work with. The problem is, though, as he gives up some control there and he waits the clock down, he makes over it to A, he does allow them to pick up rifles. They don't actually go for it, though. Instead, they try and line up and catch him crossing, and that's the correct play, I suppose. Nickelback with the 2 scout shots takes him down. Norbert, 4 kills on the Deagle, can't get 1 with the AK, and honestly, I can't even fault either team too heavily for the way those rounds went, because those were just some ridiculous shots being hit from both sides.
Yeah. Madness, absolute madness. And I mean, kind of how you'd expect a scrappy series like this to go down on Dust 2, I suppose. And of course, K23 back in, as they will look to do what they can. Not a bad buy, to be honest. So see what they can find. Norbert, their danger man, going to get taken out early, though. Elian finding his groove on the scout. The MP9 covering the backside as well. Oh, I thought he'd got the jumping headshot then, but no, it's Forrester helping out. We will get mollied out of position, but there's only 2 players that remain for that T side. They're thinning the herd ever so slightly. There's so much work to be done here. I don't think they're going to really threaten. There's that flank coming in from Nickelback as well that looks to clean the round up here and now. Going to drop the bomb all onto Adren.
One of the things I'm already loving I'm seeing from Entropiq is they're really pressuring K23 in middle. They're not letting them get comfortably onto Cat. They did it on that force buy on round number 3 it was, and they did it in round 4 there as well. They're not letting K23 set up comfortably to pressure that mid-B play, to really toy with the rotations. They're catching them off guard. They're catching them in transition, and that means K23 are going to have to do a better job of just landing the shots and not leaving those openings for, at least for Elian to pick up kills in middle here. At the very least, you have to prevent that scout from getting free shots off there.
Elian on the crack angle here, of course. Trying to land the tag. Oh, needs to be careful. They are tracking him down, but it's the help from B to come in. Presumably. But no, not going to swing. Probably wise, to be fair. Obviously doesn't have the information that we do that they were all backing away, but... Oh, nonetheless, the information's there. Some crispy headshots once again. They seem to be just all over the place. Anybody capable of finding a head round a corner. That one comes awfully close from Oben. Not able to do so this time around. Yeah, going to get rushed down as they all are here. The stronger weaponry, too much to deal with. 1 kill is nice. A bomb plant is definitely nice, but Entropiq finding round number 4.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. I mean, it's just pistols. Of course, as Entropiq, you're going to fall back a little bit. But when K23 was able to pressure out middle, they were able to draw the rotation closer over to middle, then make their way quickly up Cat, catch a player in transition, catch a kill, catch a bomb plant. You know, you're not expecting Entropiq really to play too aggressively in mid against those pistols, but that's exactly what can happen if you give room to K23. And that's why I love that Entropiq are taking it all away. And we were talking about the op duel. Well, Elian's got an op in his hands. Mo's got a scout, and he's been deadly with that thing, but it's not an op.
Yeah, sacrificing for the full utility, it looks like. I don't know. I guess maybe didn't have enough even with that for an AWP, to be fair. But could have gone for an AK. I guess he just wants to stick with the scope at the end of the day, and I think on Dust 2 does make sense. Almost always need one in a round if you're looking to find success. But currently, nothing really showing itself. Forrester tagged up, that's about it.
Alien actually going to back off of the cat angle there and give up full cat control just in the middle of the round here. So a little bit stacked over towards the mid and B side is Entropiq. They've only got Krad here trying to hold on to Pit, and if he falls, Alien, he's just another domino, really. There's no way for him to hold on to A if Krad falls in Pit, and you've got K23 suspiciously far out.
It has been an uncharacteristically slow round. There comes Krad. Oh, no. Norbit, great shot from him. Elian at the very least in with the trade, but there's just too many targets. He's looking across to short. Adren sideswipes him, and they've got full control of this A bomb site, at least for now. 3 players in from short very quickly indeed here. On the CT side, Nickelback playing like he's a T, just entering his way through, looking for a 4th, and he's maybe going to get it here at Adren. Gives him the opportunity, but will take him down. No 4K coming in. It's lucky to trade, though. And, yeah, definitely not expecting that. K23 caught completely with their pants down there.
And these rotates from Entropiq are so on point, right? It was just a quick entry, a trade from Elian, and then the trade back onto Elian was pretty quick there as well. You already had K23 pretty far up cat, but before K23 can even get onto plat, they're not even considering the flank at that point. You've already got Nickelback taking the guns out of the hands of K23. He picks up 3 clean kills just off the back of the timing of that flank to begin with. Very nicely played, 5-1, and really you're not hoping that CT side, if your K23 is able to pick up more than 6 rounds, maybe you're hoping to 9-6 this, and you're already not in the greatest spot.
Adren going to be tagged into this round as well. Speaking of not great spots, so looking good for Entropiq. They generally been doing okay against the Force buys. The second round of this one not included, but in the first couple of maps, didn't really drop to them very often. We'll see here, AK, a couple of deagles, that scout, of course. Mo is consistently finding tags. They go for the run boost. There's a flash over the top. Elian, help his teammate out from Goose. Is the peak going to come in? It is indeed. Perfect flashbang. Down goes Fame. Down goes Neelan. They will trade out Krad. So they've gotten that short side control of the A site here. Lackey also going to fall. So it is looking kind of dangerous, but Elian is the one constant staying alive. He's only found the 1 kill, but the fact that he's still alive, it keeps pressure at long and contains them towards the short side of things. Adren looking to flank things out. We'll find the head of the first. Oh, he sets up space for Mo as well. It's all onto Forrester. Doesn't know how low Adren is here, and no information. Thinks he's still at Gandalf. That is false. He's crossed all the way back down short, so Forrester really without a clue on how to approach this one. Missing the shot. Planted for short. He finds Adren, but a little more required. The bomb so far ticked as well. Tap coming in. Mo, he knows how to play this. It's nice and slow. He will go down, but there's just no time. And K23 off the back of the half buy. I think that cursed them by saying Entropiq, by saying they have looked good against buys like that. They will fall to it. And K23 get number 2.
That was very nicely played by K23. I mean, we mentioned in both of the first maps that Adren's lurks have been on point so far this series, and he did it again. This is something I really know Gambit for on Dust 2, that super delayed long A flank. You wait in those doorways until the CTs think there's no chance there's a guy in the doors. Then you come out, get that flank, and they played it to perfection. Adren got the initial kill. Mo quickly got the second off of that pressure, and then he got away. Easy round win for them, or at least very well played round win from that point out. And that puts K23 on 2 and puts Entropiq. They don't have much money to work with. They don't have full utility, but they do have a 5v4.
And, of course, the double up setup, right? A new thing for K23 to deal with. And now to deal with being a man down. And I think they maybe think that he's over on A, B is going to be safe. Great trigger discipline there from Lackey. 3 remain on the K23 side. Oh, it's a beautiful setup at window as well. It really just looks so good. Krad catching Neelan by himself. Mo's the only one left. What a great response from Entropiq.
Yeah, they really push and pull that pressure very well in this round. And Nickelback can't quite find that kill there. onto Mo, but he does do plenty of damage. I thought he was going to finish him off. Mo, I mean, any kill he can get here is going to be a good thing. As Entropiq, they don't have infinite money, but you're really expecting Mo probably maybe get one more. Almost caught that op in middle off guard, but unfortunately couldn't land the shot, and that's going to be 6 for Entropiq, and they don't pick up the third op. Unsurprisingly.
One would assume that's a little bit too far, a little bit too silly.
Actually, one of the funniest tweets I've ever seen is Norbert complaining that I believe it was Havu beat them with 5 ops. They were down 15-5, and they went 5 op on CT Mirage and managed to win 10 rounds in a row. And then Norbert just says, lack of respect by 5 op.
Oh, man. That is hilarious.
I just think back on that tweet once in a while. It's just one of the funniest tweets. That's the only reason I mentioned the 3 ops, too.
Oh, man. Classic player response as well, you know what I mean? To just no respect, cheese strap.
Oh.
Okay.
Who complains about ops? You can deagle like it's an op.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. $700 AWP in it, you know, the hand cannon. Unfortunately, to no avail. But that's a hell of a nice shot, you know. Get it in the highlight reel, get it slow mode or whatever, and upload it to YouTube. Adren, the only one left though, and he's quickly dealt with. So just the 1 kill coming in. They retrieve that secondary AWP. Entropiq moving up to 7. K23 hitting the brick wall. They absolutely need to change things up here. And even though they are buying into this round, you know, it's not going to be absolutely perfect in terms of that offensive utility, I suppose. Don't need as much of it on Dust 2, and we're still not seeing Mo on the AWP. But all the same, they have to get their foot back in the door here, Vu.
You can't blame me for a wrong prediction if my prediction is based on Mo having the op and he's had an op 1 round this entire game. Like, it's not my fault.
No. I mean, how can you be blamed? It is, especially when they start on the T side, you know? You expect them to have the AWP, like, every round. I thought that's how it works. Orbit, though, he has the AK every round. That's all he needs. Charging in. Nickelback can get overwhelmed here. The long pressure, pretty solid. He doesn't need an AWP. You know, if the players are tagged up, he can still get the one-shot kill. And the round off the back of it, I think. The save here from the remaining 2 players will come through. They do have plenty of money, but I think it's just silly to go for it. So a third in for K23 with a change in pace, testing the water, as it were.
Entropiq's doing a very nice job of not, you know, saving enough guns in rounds they win as well as rounds they lose that they can still continue to go for buys. Is a large amount of what makes this T-sided on Dust 2 is that you can break that economy of the CTs very easily. They're forced onto ecos. You pick up the eco victories because there's so many long-range angles you can take. I mean, you just go long. There's not too many short-range angles there, although, you know, it does get a little bit complicated when you take site control. You use your utility correctly, you can definitely convert. And that's how you kind of make T-sides work. In K23, they've only got a couple of rounds, and they had a chance to break the economy, but they didn't manage it the one time they were given a shot. Now they're going to be given one more shot, and they absolutely need to convert this one.
Double up setups back in play. So Entropiq not changing too much up, trying to make this work. And I mean, I think limited success. It certainly had its moments, but definitely not been a massive game changer. I do just think, you know, super dominant rounds. If anything, the rifles have had a little bit more impact, you know, Prad on some of those retakes. But so far, K23 just going for more long aggression. It worked from last time. That flash does not meet the mark at all. Lackey taking down Norbert, able to get away, and also kind of stick around on the angle as well. So a perfect start for Entropiq.
A little bit unlucky there for K23. They gambled on that one. They go for a play that would work typically against Entropiq's setup as they play that off, oftentimes very far off of that long corner. But this time around, Entropiq are doubled up on Cat. They had the off on the corner. Flash misses, and that means a kill. But Fame answers back with one of his own. Gets the kill on the player on Cat. Likely had an idea that they were playing up towards Cat based on that long setup. Turns into a 4v3, and Fame likely to catch Nickelback in the side. There you go. 4v2 round looking to be converted here for K23, and the lurkout from Adren will clear the B site. They can easily make their way back over, and that should be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. I thought it looked good for a second with having both AWPs on the A side of things, but K23, they respond very well. They lose that first man. Instead of rushing in, overcompensating, trying to trade him, ultimately, They take a second, they gather their bearings, and it has paid dividends. Whether these remaining 2 players are able to save is a $1 million question. To be perfectly honest, there's still one out towards long, or Adren creeping towards CT. Gotta be careful here. They don't know it. If Mose shows himself, they could try and go for it, but I think at the moment they're just presuming that the remaining 3 players are on B, perfect setup, that kind of thing. So, therefore, they're holding on to their weapons. And that's not quite the case. K23, it's a little risky, I think, to be so far spread.
And K23, they don't have infinite money here to hunt forever, but they would be very much benefited to take these guns out of the hands of Entropiq. So you can see they want to go for this. They're just a little bit tentative about it. And Fame used the molly before he pushed out, but unfortunately the molly didn't land quite like he expected, and that means just a couple of deaths for K23 and the guns still remaining. And actually Entropiq are going to parlay that into a full buy-up here. Even 1 kill from K23 on those exits would have prevented this type of thing. Unfortunately, Entropiq were just a little bit too crisp there, and that means another shot for Entropiq to keep this one going.
Yeah, doing a solid job of holding on to their economy, and I think it is key. 2 orbs out here from the T side. Fast play from Norbert. He's so blind, but just as it fades, he'll take down Crad. Forrest has found Adren, who is that secondary orb, by the way. Need of Elian finds Norbert. Elian going to fall as Nealon gets a double. And now the chaos ends. Mackey's still sticking around, though, hoping to find the trade. Nealon's got to be... Ooh, careful out in the open. So does Lackey just charging in, and he will get taken out as everyone's fallen, apparently. That is a crazy round to keep up with, but K23, once again, playing the touch-and-go Counter-Strike. We saw it a few rounds ago from them as well, to actually start to get back into things. So what, would have been looking at like round 10? And it worked out for them. So it's the second time Entropiq have fallen to it, and rightly so, a pause coming in.
That was a truly classic long A control. That's why sometimes you see 4 people stack up on long A for that CT side, because when it comes down to it, a lot of the time it just ends up being who's got more bodies to throw into the blender at long A. And this time around, it was Nealon picking up the double. I mean, he kind of bailed his team out there. I don't think they had an extra T to actually trade out on Nealon's death. So if he died, that round looks very, very different. Instead, he picks up the trade on the death of Norbert, who got his initial kill, full white, by the way. Just more bogus business from Norbert, picking up ridiculous kills he has no right to be picking up. And then Nealon picks up the double and they close it out. And that does put Entropiq on a very uncomfortable scenario here where K23, they can still actually win the half. I mean, just a few rounds ago, we were 7-2 down, I believe, and now 7-5, and it's looking likely it's at least an 8-7 half either direction.
The stacked timeouts here, certainly playing around with each other a little bit. I do feel this is slightly the mind games from K23 especially, but, you know, maybe timeout comes in from Entropiq to adjust to the K23 style, and then K23 take a pause to completely change up their style. So, find out. Obviously not expecting too much from this round, but it is the next where things start to become even. Like you mentioned, no, I think the 7 rounds on the CT side is already pretty decent from Entropiq, so K23 kind of have to keep this... this confidence going for a while. What? I'm confused.
Actually, they just missed the smoke. I mean, there was actually a very funny round from Bad News Bears. I don't know if you caught it, where they boosted over the doors with no smoke to actually fake it. And as that happens, Norbert up on the cross. This USP's in a P250 picking up 2.
Yeah, it seems like they cross and then they go back, I guess. And yeah, the AWP definitely... not providing the kind of Overwatch they were expecting.
That's not confusing unless the communication is kind of bad.
Yeah. I don't know. A weird sort of scenario to drop those 2 kills. Like we say, finding or dropping, I suppose, a couple of rifles is always going to be beneficial. But the round itself just doesn't look like it's going to happen. Mo has been able to recock, and maybe a bit of support required here as the P250 looks to close the gap, but he's not going to mess with it. Bomb will go down. That's the round. You know, the craziness shenanigans just not going to happen for them now. But you never know. Another kill or an exit, something along those lines, could certainly come into play here. At these long-range angles, I don't know, though.
it's one of those things where I think K23, they just thought they could catch those CTs in the spawn. And, you know, typically you're thinking AK versus USP long range. But, I mean, if you have 4 players in CT spawn, they're probably getting the kills even on AK's crossing. You just spam them down. There's a lot of nice angles the CTs can be at, get the kills, and bring it home. And what's interesting, actually, so far in this game is if you've been watching the meta recently, a lot of teams are really abusing the B site on Dust 2. They're really attacking that B site, and we've seen almost none of that from K23 so far. I mean, they've been fairly successful, I feel like, when they've had guns in their hands. I think the gun round versus gun round scoreline isn't too bad for K23. It's probably well in their favor. The problem is they just haven't been able to get too many gun rounds. They haven't been able to do it too far. But interesting to not see that. Maybe we'll see it from Entropiq attacking that B site on their T side.
Yeah, certainly possible. I'll make a note of it, right? We'll have to find out. But things are, I don't know, curious for me with the cleanup here at K23. Definitely, I think if the force buy wars, as it were, you know, early on went in their favor, it would be a much more dominant half, if you ask me. I think you are right on the rifle play, but they just dropped to the return force buys from Entropiq a few too many times ultimately and couldn't keep it going themselves. Nice little find from Crad. And some big damage onto a couple players as well. So looking good here for Entropiq, actually.
Crad's been really hit or miss so far this series, I feel like, in both Overpass and Dust 2. I think Vertigo, he was a little bit more consistent, but here on Dust 2, some of these rounds he's getting very clean entries and looks like he makes it look like it's no problem at all. And other rounds he's just falling early, and that gives a huge opening to K23 to actually make things go their way. And this time around, he, of course, gets the entry, brings into the 5v4, and K23 are searching for something. They get Nealon into CT spawn, and actually he's not even spotted, but Crad will get that kill as well.
Yeah, drop-in's heard. They really aren't finding too much success. Ooh, sneaky Norbert. Elian's going to go wide as well, so if he kept trying to maybe get a little bit more bang for his buck here. The orb's still in the way of Elian. No, when he gets the collateral, he doesn't get both frags, but he will eventually. Solidly held, overlooked, underestimated, and super effective, of course. The 8th round for Entropiq, thanks to Elian.
Norbert had such a nice play there, but Elian moved across at the exact moment before Norbert peaked to clear that angle. And if Elian was a second later, he's been the timing king this series. Every time there's a timing, he's the one at the benefit. A lot of the time intentionally so. He's finding these half-second timings where he catches people off guard. That time around, not sure how intentional it was, but it still works out in his favor. And it means that K23 are going to have to fight to pick up a 7th.
Well, Adren doing what Adren does. We saw him an awful lot on Overpass. Not so much here. Just walk out and find kills. Trying to contain it in on the B-bomb site. I think they do have to be careful. Ooh, with how they respond to this one, Flash is pretty solid. Going to take him down, and they are now pushing in towards B. Big damage to the smoke taken. Lackey going to get caught reloading and blinded. Elian is here with the AWP. Forrester's not too far behind with that AK as well. So it looks good here. They're both so damn low. Head found. Fame will also fall. Norbert the only one left. He's coming in with the backstab. Finds the first. But maybe he doesn't quite respect where Nickelback is at. Yeah, and he's going to get sprayed down. So there you are, the 9-6 half on the CT side for Entropiq.
I love to see what the buy round versus buy round stats are for that half, because I feel like we probably had about 7 of them maybe, and if I was to bet, I would say probably K23 came out ahead. Maybe they were tied. Unfortunately, the scoreline doesn't really reflect that, and that's oftentimes part of the problem with a map like Dust 2. If that CT side gets off to a decent start, it can be tough to beat them on gun rounds, because when the CTs have guns, it's not that T-sided of a map. When you look at the score lines, you're thinking 9-6. That does factor in that the T side is going to break the CT economy a lot more easily. And unfortunately, K23, they just lost a couple of key rounds when they had a chance to break the economy, and that didn't let them start stringing rounds together until it was already 7-2.
Okay. Not sure how I feel. I think they're a little lopsided, a little too lopsided, I should say. But we'll see. Pistol carries a lot of weight. Maybe if Entropiq are able to win this one, I'll agree with Paramatch there. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. A lot of utility. P250 raid boss, of course. Crad showing some presence. Elian going to get his head gooshed up down middle by the looks of things. Not the ideal way to start it off, but no frags as yet. Not as crazy as our first half pistol.
We are seeing similar plays as the first half pistol, though, as we have, 3 players looking to fight in middle. You have a fairly light hold on the B and the A side, but this time around it's going to be Entropiq hitting towards that A side. They have been much heavier on the utility than we saw from the likes of K23 on the majority of those T pistols, and they'll go for the long play with Forrester on this lurk trying to do his best Adren impression, but nobody has actually moved past quite yet, so just a 5v4 for K23.
Oh, body block of the smoke could certainly make a difference. If there's any kind of gap in that, will be absolutely abused. P250 retrieved by Crad. It's Forrester from short, though. Catches them sleeping, nobody watching it, expecting them all at long, I suppose, and he will capitalize in the best way possible. Keeps on going as well, and they are now in between that rock and that hard place. He himself will get flanked out. Fame. Oh, no way. No way. He's not able to find the frag. It's all onto Neelan, the quick second. Does have a kit available. Crad is low, but the reposition from Crad I don't think going to be expected here. Maybe he's heard him. He is just checking all his angles. Working in the tip of the head. He doesn't see it. He doesn't have that X-ray, but he gets it. Spins around.
My.
And Crad has absolutely fluffed it. A massive round from Neelan with the 4K. The 1-on-2, the 1-on-3, I think, if you technically come down to it, but all the same. 7th in for K23, and now the even up is definitely possible.
That was as clutch as you can get. I mean, that's a round that K23, they need that round, not only for themselves for the scoreline, but also just to prevent Entropiq from actually building that economy that gets so scary later on in this game. And he almost got 4x3 there, it felt like, where the player on Cat actually did show his head, technically, just showed it for a second. And I think it just may not have been on his screen because of the typical, the majority of players, I think 70% of pro players play on 4-3 stretched, and you lose the sides of your screen. But he still landed the shot regardless.
Yeah, madness. Absolute madness. However, we're in another scenario where the T-side buy is on par. I think that AK and the Galil in there make it a bit scarier than the M4 and the FAMAS.
At least it's not the SG meta, right? The SG
meta,
meta, if you got ridiculous. An SG into pit, that was already game over. You essentially had won the round if you just got an SG into pit.
Yeah. So it definitely does feel a little fairer, but I don't know, they are still super prevalent, these force buy rounds, even without the bomb plant. You know what I mean? It's like 40% or whatever is at the highest level at the very least, the success rate. So deadly stuff. Making their way through short here as well. Flashes to the top. Oh, hidden up close will be that second line of defense, but he gets flashed up perfectly. They take him out. Neelan hiding away, needs some support here and needs it fast.
Kills both ways, leave it in the 2v2. Norbert, now it's time for him to clutch back. Usually he's getting those opening frags. Now, already picked up the 1, and Elian with only a scout. I'm not sure he's got a gun he can pick up. Instead, Norbert, another clutch from K23, back-to-back, brings it to their 8th round.
Hell yeah, and the clutch graffiti as well. Oh man, that is tough to be on the end of. They get another bomb plant here, and with only 2 players, with only 1 player,
it's gonna be another force. It's gonna be another force. This is the part that is really suffocating on that CT side. You get a close round, which was almost guaranteed with the SG meta, and it's another force. And the T's, if they plant again, their next buy round is actually going to be a full buy round. But K23, if they lose 3-4 players, it will not be a very nice buy round, right? So over time, these buys get kind of ridiculous for that T side, even if K23 keep winning, and that's no guarantee whatsoever.
Yeah, especially because I think if you make the bomb plant your primary objective, as it were, it's not too challenging moving into short. Few flashes, couple smokes, maybe you want some more utility to be able to fake out the CT side. They're going for a mid to B instead. A heavy emphasis on the mid. Fame's going to get overlooked here. He's got plenty of support. Kills are going even though. The damage, not so much. Still one at back plat. Oh, has got to stay alive. It's not going to happen. Elian actually wins that fight. A key one, caught off in middle. Awkward fight, but Nickelback comes out ahead. And Neelan, he's in behind enemy lines. He could certainly go for this. Another clutch attempt, but that one a little too wild, perhaps, flying through the smoke, and finally Entropiq are able to break that bank. As you were mentioning, right, it's so relentless from the T side, and eventually it feels like inevitable that you'll crumble.
And then on the CT side, you just feel a little bit deflated. You win 2 very nice clutches on the side of K23, and then you lose a round, and just a 1-round loss. Now you're into a spot where you're on the double eco territory. You got to go for the force buy. Very likely Entropiq can get to 12 rounds here, unless Mo can. If he had hit a headshot there, that would have been very nice. He does get a tag straight, back either direction. That does mean the Deagles are just basically ops, spammable ops when you got opponents on 30 health. And the aggression out middle almost catches Prad, but he's able to tuck behind the corner and pick up 3. Oh, that's dirty.
Yeah, that Mac 10 making money. Left on 1 HP as well, so they will be fuming, absolutely fuming. I'm not quite sure. I would assume the damage comes up after the round. I
think actually in it depends on it. I would think in these games, no. In most league matches,
right.
If you're looking wherever you're looking, most league matches they typically don't show, because then did you hit someone with a spam? Did you hit someone with a nade? However, you can go into extra stats if you hit tab, and you can see the nade damage, which is something that Isak wasn't aware of until it got a little bit awkward. Anyways, you can see the nade damage you've done, so you can know if your nade hit, but you can't know spam damage and that type of thing.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I was always a little unsure. It's not something that I really look to mention very often, you know what I mean? But the setups, the bot setups, obviously very different. 5-man stack out at long. Thwarted very early into the life cycle of this round, because they have opted to push mid and then into B. So, not going to happen.
Yeah.
AK on the backside. I don't know. They might overwhelm someone, I suppose.
Yeah, I think they're just hoping to get a kill or 2 here if they can at all. I mean, Dust 2 is a map where there is a lot of gambling. You want to gamble stack towards B sometimes, gamble stack towards A sometimes, because the T's do have a lot of initiative and a lot of plays they can make. However, if we go back to the round that K23 lost, when they had guns, they did gamble correctly. They just outright gambled 3B at the start of the round, and Entropiq hit B directly into the trap. But, if your trap gets laid, it gets hit, and you still lose, that doesn't signal great things. It's not gonna work long term.
I think it's a trend we've seen throughout the series. Ooh. Risky jump up there, to be honest. I'll hold the point, because there's a rush coming out long as well. No, only good for the 1. There's so damn blind here on the CT side. The return flashes are okay, but Nickelback through the smoke bails his teammate out. Morbid's still around. The molly, not quite perfect, so he'll be able to push forwards, but he just has to go for it. I think, you know what? I think he could have stayed in that corner. Hindsight, of course, but all the same, 4-on-2 now coming in. Entropiq. Yeah, this speaks to the point I was going to make, though, that it does seem to be a trend throughout the series. When they're on the T side, they can dictate the pace, and that benefits them massively with their solid protocols and fundamentals like we've talked about. K23 as well, though, relying a bit more on their setups and giving them a bit too much respect, just let them walk into our crosshairs, and ultimately Entropiq are a little faster, a little warmer in that sense, at least today, if not in general. So I think K23 too flat-footed on their CT sides for my liking.
Yeah, and the way that long control broke down wasn't necessarily what you'd like to see. And Mo, I think he wasn't sure if he was going to cross the pin or not. It looks like he wasn't blind, but maybe we just got the wrong information there and he was blind. But he stopped in the open, didn't get the kills crisply enough, so he only got 1, then got traded. And then Nealon just kind of biffed the spray there. He didn't full whiff it. It wasn't like he wasn't hitting his opponent, but you're a professional player. You're probably hoping that you can kill a player with their back turned in the first 5 to 7 bullets. Instead, he ended up 10 to 12 deep, and that's how he got spammed through the smoke, and that's how everything fell apart there. Once Nealon died, there's a player in pit. You're not holding long. The fallback doesn't work because you don't have a smoke for the molly car, and that means Entropiq, they're 13-8 up. They're looking to close this one out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely going to be the case here, to be honest with you. 14 should come easy. So, difficult times ahead, Fame. Close and personal. Or flashed out. Nealon's there to cover him, though. So we need to be a bit careful, and I'm not sure with that peek up whether Crad will have spotted Fame, how blind he was, what the case was. But nonetheless, it's an early advantage here for K23.
Part of the advantage, though, is, they couldn't get the gun, so they still need to re-aggress, and that means Forrester on the other side. He did have a chance to get a double. He only picked up one, and, that gun's not really going to be retrieved either, as Fame already had the M4, so still no better firepower for K23 as when they entered the round, but they are in the 4v3, and Mo in a great spot. You see Deagles get clips here non-stop.
Yeah, of course, big time. Mo hanging around. Unfortunately, Norbert not really able to have that impact, but they've still got a solid man advantage here. And trying to find the head. That's frustrating for Nickelback. It really has to be. Elian's shot as well. Surely now the gap closes, and it does indeed. K23, actually a very key round to be picking up. They've got plenty of money off the back of that. The AWP just escapes the hands of Adren, but it is still a ninth and keeping Entropiq away from 15 for as long as possible. That's what this is all about.
Yeah, that CT side, they do have a good amount of money, but unfortunately, it pales in comparison to the amount of money that Entropiq has. They had, 4 digits on some players entering this round. They've got plenty enough to buy up next round, even off of a loss. So it's going to have to be K23 really closing this one out and not Entropiq a chance. And Forrester, this is a planned play, very aggressive to try and get in the pit. And he does get across. He gets himself to a nice little angle, but Mo's posted up, the molly down. Oh, this one clearly misses.
Awkward. Nothing showing just yet, though. Entropiq really creating some tension here as they just sit out long. Got that player in lower tunnels. Could have an impact later on in the round, but for now it is that long hit that really has most of the attention. So
we've seen this all 3 maps long. This just delay from Entropiq. They've still got plenty of utility. They don't need to force anything. They delay, they force mistakes, and now they can make their way up once K23 waste a ton of utility.
Crad? He's not spotted it. They've definitely spotted him. Noise can be made. Meanwhile, over on A, the hit's coming in. Crad wins his fight up there. Will he get traded? Keep your eye on the kill feed. He will indeed, but the A hit itself in full flow here. 35 seconds left as they start to break in. A close molly to elevate. Meanwhile, on the edge of the smoke, going to be spotted out and finished pretty easily. Neelan's melted away to the Molotov, trying to get aggressive. So it's a solid advantage here as they get the bomb down. Molly will come in. It's all too late. There is a kit available for Mo. Neelan's got to win this fight, and he cannot. It's all down to Adren. 4 to get through. And to be fair, nice onto the first, but it's just too steep of a hill, really, to climb at the moment. 14 to 9. And that money, as we've talked about throughout, is starting to dwindle now. And I think certainly they'll go for this one, but they will feel the burn, so to speak.
Certainly the difference we've seen between these teams is when Entropiq lost that long A control on their CT side, and oftentimes they were giving it up, K23 did a very good job of taking early long A control on their T side, especially with Norbert finding those entries. Entropiq was getting aggressive in middle. They were taking away space. They were getting tons of information as to what K23 was doing, and K23 didn't manage to really do the same there. They just used a bunch of utility. They tried to hold on to A. They were even kind of alone on Cat if a Cat rotate back from Entropiq had happened, and the player in tunnels is just sitting there. Eventually, Entropiq hit up towards the A site, and K23, they're just not in the greatest positions because they don't get that information. And that's absolutely the biggest difference we're seeing here so far in this second half that leads Entropiq to be up 14-9. And this is, of course, a pivotal round. K23 win or, lose this one, and you're probably not winning 6 back in a row.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels all but inevitable once Entropiq get to 15. Oh, well, I suppose if they get to 15 early. Elian goes jumping into the angle, though. Lowe's been ready for that all round long. Able to drop him. Still not thwarted here on the T side of things. The mid to B coming in, and they are fully sending it. One in the tunnels, going to make some noise. Seems to be getting in kind of free here. Adren on high is caught in the back. Able to drop a couple, but is it enough to remain? That opening frag from Mo is so important. They come through the smoke just a little bit too late. It is a fully fledged retake coming from K23, but a lot of work to do. Still have that man advantage, though, but no kits available, so time going to be of the essence. This fight as well. Super important. Shadow spotted. Norbert goes down maybe a little too early. Lackey sticking around, though, looking for a bit more. Perfectly timed peek. No. Neelan's able to drop him. It's all on to Nickelback, coming from both angles. In and around single stack here on the platform. Drops the first. Bit early from Neelan. Mo has got to find the AWP shot, and he will. Able to get it done. Able to keep them alive, and I think the defense will be a little close. But I think he does just about have it here.
Just barely got it there. Maybe a couple seconds that he had to spare. And, I mean, that is 4 players dying from K23. They do pick up the round win, but at what cost? At what cost did they win that one? As this is not a very comfortable buy heading into the next round. And again, that's another round where K23, they sprung a trap on Entropiq. They had Mo towards middle. He picks up the kill. They use a ton of utility to try and clear him out. And there's still 2 players on B for K23, but Adren doesn't pick up a single frag, and that round doesn't go quite the way it should have.
We're going to find the first pickup into this round as well. So we're perhaps seeing a bit more of that. Not quite the way it should have. However, there's still time, of course, to cover this one back. So they've got the long control, but it comes with the sacrifice of a player. Fame's tagged up, I suppose, is the one thing that they've got. But a minute and 20.
Now, if only Mo had an op on the first half instead
yeah,
of
I
a
know,
scout.
right?
He's just getting entries left and right.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, to be honest, that they didn't facilitate that more often, or just like have a player drop him across. I don't know. It definitely, to me, looked like one of those things as well where he was personally just like, nah, it's fine. I'll play with the scout. That's fine. Don't worry about it. You know, just.
And to be fair, their forces were doing so well. Maybe they just didn't want to, cut those at all. You go for the op, you're going to have to save maybe an extra round. Sometimes you just get caught in those scenarios, which is very unfortunate because he's been lighting it up all series long.
Yeah, big time. Finding major consistency. But only with the AWP is the thing, right? So you absolutely have to make sure that he's got it. Oh. This is dangerous. We have to be careful not to give the kills back, though. Norbert going to be the first to fall, I guess, through the smoke, but must have been spotted to facilitate that. Bomb plant going to come in. Dren with the jump up. Tiny bits of damage. Krad is thwarted for a second, but he will punch the numbers in. Neelan, second player at Gandalf. He's been spotted out now, though. He tried to get the perfect timing. It wasn't quite there for him. Flash comes in. He still doesn't want to move, but there's constant pressure from that spot, I suppose. Mo finds his frag. Dren with the jump-up trade. Elliot and Forrester, though, holding things down. It's all onto a Dren. To keep them away from 15, it's not going to happen. We talked about how important it was, and I don't think they've quite earned enough rounds yet to be able to drop that map and series and tournament point. And, of course, the buy to stay alive, Vu. Oy.
You can call it a buy. I mean, that is a thrift store buy. They're just getting anything they can afford, stooping down the low shelves, picking up whatever seems like it'll work. And they have a bit of utility. For Deagle, certainly Norbert has been lights out with the Deagle when he's had opportunities. We remember back to just the second round of this game where he got a 4K with that Deagle, but it's not the buy you're really looking towards, and it's going to rely on some aim to be won here from K23, which is, to even get themselves to a point where they can get guns in their hand, then they're still going to need 4 in a row.
Yeah. It all starts here, right? Which is kind of the most difficult point of it all. Oh, that's a perfect
Easy.
peek, though. Yeah, beautiful stuff from
Not
Fame.
difficult at all. Not difficult at all.
AK in hand now as well, which is super dangerous. Mo up close as well. The flash ineffective, or the return flash from Norbert is absolutely perfect, but they're only able to find the one. Ooh, Nickelback finds a quick head, I suppose, and Mo panics. Big damage done. Norbert still ready and waiting in on the site itself. You talked about him on the Deagle. Is one enough? CZ jumping shot. That would have been insane, but it doesn't quite land. Of course, it's all really down to Fame, to be honest with you. With this AK, he's got to make it work. Absolutely has to run away with it, and especially so now that he's lost his teammate. 4K in from Nickelback. Can he make it the ace to clean up the game? Yes, he can. 16-10, as they'll take the series 2-1. After map number 1, after looking at, your raw statistics and current performance, I think we thought it would be over in 2 and relatively swiftly over in 2. So credit to K23 for making it competitive and keeping it close on map 2 and 3. But ultimately Entropiq, the better team on the day, and they deservedly get the win.
Yeah, I mean, to be to be fair to K23, I mean, Entropiq is a team that is they kind of just have a map pool advantage. Is sometimes it works out that way where they ban one of your best maps and then they pick one of your worst maps that you don't typically ban. You have a bit of overlap, but one of the teams is a bit better on the maps. There is overlap. You end up with these series where the transitive property does not always remain true, where A over B, so so A over C, or however that works out. It's not always true that way, right? So K23, I think they gave a very nice showing. Unfortunate they couldn't close it out. Norbert had a great series, and I think Mo had a great series as well, although I'm not sure it'll show up quite as well statistically. When he had the op in hand, I think he was absolutely contesting with Elian to a very high level. Unfortunately, though, I think the biggest difference is that Entropiq, when they got advantages, they waited out the utility of K23. K23 would throw it down. They'd end up late round with nothing to work with, and then Entropiq would hit on the site. In the other direction, that wasn't happening, and that's something maybe K23, they spent some more time practicing. You mentioned they haven't been going to every event. They've been a little bit out of the limelight, so to speak. I think you give them a little bit more time, I think they might be able to work on that and contest Entropiq a little bit better later on.
Yeah, they've had some weird kind of topsy-turvy lineups, I think, and these recent additions of Fame, who I thought, performed well, considering a weaker start on Vertigo and Adren. I mean, Adren had a great time, to be honest with you, but it's a weird one, right? That lurking presence, maybe the one-for-one trades are not quite good enough, that sort of thing, but I'm sure they will work on it. But look, the expected winner in this one, I suppose our next series, will we get the expected winner there? Navi have been looking very, very weak recently over the course of this RMR tournament. Ultimately, I suppose, can they keep it together against Forze? You don't want to miss this next one. We'll see you after the break.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Swing around. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
We gon' burn it down. Burn it down. We gon' burn it down. Burn it down. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit.
Turn toward me and look so weak. I've never seen you with such tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie. And underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. Shining for the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. Shining for the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and
There are only a few seconds to close this round. And headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Win the round. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Well, a vulnerable Navi and a lot to prove on the Forza side of things. I think this certainly could be an interesting best of three. Welcome back, of course, to the Epic League. And we are getting into, I don't know, man, what feels like it should be cut and dry. You know, top two in the world. We'll see how things go over the course of this week, because that might change on Monday. But certainly I think it is going to be a difficult one for Forza to come over. However, there's a chance, isn't there? You know, Navi, like, what is going on? The 16-8 on Nuke against Entropiq. They lost that series 2-0. And then, of course, Akuma. Who are they? Recognize some of the names, but I don't recognize the team at all. And they get 16-2'd on Mirage during that series as well. So what is going on?
I mean, I think you might be cutting Forza a little bit short here. Where Forza, they're a very good team led by a real IGL and Jerry, who's a fantastic IGL in his own right. I think he's one that Navi may have at times even considered, as well as Flit, who I think it's well known that he was considered for Navi as a fantastic player on Forza. And it is a regional matchup, which is always a little bit up in the air, as well as the fact that, I mean, Dust 2 is a little bit of a map where it's tough to be fully consistent. And so if you end up on Dust 2 very often, you're going to struggle to be entirely consistent. That's what we saw in Navi losing to Akuma. Of course, they should really not be losing to Akuma. However, it was on Mirage and it was on Dust 2. And that seems to suggest we may see something similar here.
Yeah, maybe. I think Forza's a lot to learn, isn't there? Watching the previous matchups, and a lot to learn from. Absolutely. So we'll see what happens. Of course, nothing too crazy here in terms of the vertigo, and I guess the train being removed just because maybe they're not practicing it, and it is obviously a solid one for Navi. They're going to pick into the Dust 2, sticking with it, confident with their game plan. I think if they lose the Dust 2 here against Forze, really have some questions to ask, in my opinion, although, like you say, it is a difficult map to be consistent on. I guess if they lose in a one-sided fashion, big time. And then Mirage coming in as well. These are dangerous maps. Very dangerous maps if you look at the previous results.
Mirage is definitely what you're expecting. I think Mirage is clearly expected. Dust 2, fairly expected from what we've seen from Navi recently. But Forze picking Mirage, I think that's a map that Navi have shown that they're fairly weak on Mirage. You know, they're not pushovers, but it's a map where you bring in a top-tier Mirage team. I think they will typically beat Navi. And then Nuke, this is where it kind of goes up in the air. I was thinking more maybe Overpass, where you're picking away from a map that Navi is strong at. Nuke is a map where, in order to be a top 10 team, you have to be good at Nuke at this point. It's almost like Inferno used to be. I think Inferno's still kind of there, but I think Nuke is almost the new Inferno, that you have to be good at Nuke because every other team in the top 10 for the most part is very strong on Nuke. And so picking into Nuke against Navi, I think is a little bit off because it was between Overpass and Nuke. I think if I was Forze, I would have left it on to Overpass. That being said, I believe Nuke was the map that Entropiq battered Navi on not long ago. So perhaps something has been figured out there. Perhaps they've seen a flaw that they can try and exploit. But Nuke is a map where I looked at the stats recently, actually. On gun versus gun rounds, Simple has over 1 kill per round. It's Nuke and Train where he's got over 1 kill per round on gun versus gun, which is kind of unheard of. Usually you stack up some frags on the anti-ecos, right, or those sorts of situations. No, with an op in hand, Simple's dropping 1.1 FPR or so on Nuke, and it's going to be a struggle for Forze unless they've got something figured out.
Yeah, some pretty crazy numbers, absolutely. You are right, though. It was the Swiss round where 16-8 from Entropiq on Nuke. So definitely I think if Forze have, and I would presume another team similar to our K23 where they have been quietly making moves and, consistently playing, but not spamming the tournaments out like some of these other teams at this kind of level when they're trying to break into the top tier level. They can certainly play, so many qualifiers, so many tournaments and win your Spring Sweet Springs or your Pinnacle Cups or whatever to boost the standings that way. And I think they've been slightly more selective than others. But nonetheless, there is a lot of history to go off of, like recent history. You can go back, watch those demos and really break down how a 16-8 occurs on Nuke, how a 16-2 occurs on Mirage, and maybe try and replicate some of that moving forward. So I think there is certainly potential for Forze to have done that work. Navi, I do feel that the ball is in their court, though. You know what I mean? Like, they absolutely have to figure out what the hell is going wrong and need to nip it in the bud quickly, which is something that, in the past, as we've seen with little bits of drama and stuff like that, they have struggled to do, really. When there is an issue, it kind of gets out of hand pretty quickly because it's so wild to me. They're getting past these easier teams here in the CIS RMR. Then they come up against Gambit and they finally get one over on Gambit. Brilliant, magical stuff. And it's pretty one-sided in the end as well. The Dust 2 comes close. They have to mount a bit of a comeback, but Train, no real sweat off their brow with that. And then they go up against Akuma and just get absolutely clapped. So it's very strange. They're a team for me that I think always have a lot of hype, a lot of hope behind them. But regardless of like what level they're playing at, they always seem to fail at the very final hurdle.
Yeah, I mean, part of the problem is, of course, going to be that all of these teams, for the most part, up until at least recently, have been gunning for Navi. They've been the top team. They've been the team that other CIS teams are likely studying, looking into, and trying to, replicate their levels of maybe with their own, doing things on their own, but, trying to pick out what they see from Navi that they like. And recently, I think that things have changed a little bit with the emergence of Spirit and Gambit, Virtus Pro a little bit, they've been around a little bit longer, but these teams that maybe other teams are replicating a little bit more. So maybe you're expecting Navi to have a better time, but actually it seems like it's only getting a little bit worse for them. And, I would think that maybe Forze saw something in that Nuke game from Entropiq that they liked and they wanted to replicate. The problem is, one of the most memorable ones that I remember is that, Astralis versus Mouse, they were in a finals and Mouse Sports really abused a specific play against Astralis on Inferno where they stayed in the Arch Cubby. And then you have another game a couple weeks later, Vitality picks the map, tries to do the same thing. Astralis runs them over because they saw the issue they had. They fixed the gap. They filled it. And then, another team tries that. It's not going to work. You can't fool me twice. All right. Hopefully, if you're a fan of Navi, that's the situation. You don't want to let Navi get fooled twice on Nuke because that's a map they really should just be better than Forze on. I think definitely it's forgivable if they lose on Mirage. Forze is a great Mirage team. Navi, they're good on Mirage. They're not amazing, right? So if it gets to 3 maps, I don't think that's any slight to Navi. Hopefully, if you want to see Navi in Tier 1 form, though, you probably want them to 2-0. But if they lose 2-1, I think that's a big issue.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that, right? They might have a little bit of a difficult time getting there, but it should be their series. I think one of the big things for me, Simple, obviously it's very, very difficult to play off against him, but, we have this young gun in the form of Zorti on the Forze side of things. And for a long time, Forze really struggled to find a solid lineup like Zapower and Facecrack moving out. Zapower was still kind of playing for them, but sort of not at the same time. Very strange. And it was a rotating fifth door, a bunch of different players that they've tried. They've now settled on this, Zorti and Kensi duo. But I don't know. It's always going to be difficult with Simple, don't get me wrong. But even 3/4 of the level, whether Zorti will be able to hit that or not. So I think that the AWPing game is going to be a big part of things, especially when you open up on Dust 2. Mirage relatively AWP heavy on the CT side of things. I think that's an area of contention for me that is going to be a struggle. But I don't know. At the same time, Navi, a transitional period for them, I suppose, more consistently using Perfecto and Bit, the newer members of the team. A good move, probably, because, Flamey was looking kind of dire in certain scenarios. I don't know what your feelings are on the Navi 5-man lineup as it is right now.
I think it's one of those spots where you have a bit of a downturn. Things aren't going perfect. It's clear, I think, that Flamey, in the long term, Flamey, I don't think was right to stick around. However, you switch over to Bit, and you see the same thing with Vitality, where they've switched over players, and it took something like 6 months, I think, for their previous pickups from Vitality rather, to actually start really performing well. And Bit's not been given that time yet, but he's been given the pressure and the expectation that he needs to perform. And, you see flashes of it, I think, but it's not quite there yet. And so, yeah, transitional period, I think, is the perfect way to put it. They're going to need a little bit more time to really get to that top level. And then from there, you're hoping that they do really well in the long term. But short term, definitely dropping. Here's the thing. Dropping a series to Forze, I don't think that's an embarrassment at all. It's dropping a series to Entropiq and then dropping a series to Akuma. I think that's where the problems lie. Yeah,
big time. And then I guess Forze to follow that up, right? If you're getting the 3 in a row, not good at all, and some serious issues. But we'll see here, of course, on to Dust 2. The long approach coming in from the T side. Boomich going to go down early. Flip making quick work of him. Of course, the bomb out in the open. Flip just goes flying in. Can he get any more from here? Stuck in at car. He is left on low HP right now. They absolutely have to take him down and deny the 3k away. More is going to go in, which will at the very least force him out, but it's Bit with the spam to take him down. 4-on-3. Bomb retrieval is certainly a difficult one, and apparently a suicide mission. Electronic going to fall. Perfecto's the only one left. He's got 4 to find. And this is the worst case scenario start for me, to be honest with you. Only the one kill comes in. And Forze a dominant pistol to kick it off.
Very nicely played from Forze, too. They managed to get that bomb down. Unfortunate for Navi, the way that bomb actually fell. And then they just stacked up. They just didn't give any chance for Navi to actually fight without peeking into 3 or 4 players at a time. And you're fighting Glocks against USPs. Maybe if you had a few P250s, I'm not even sure they had one P250 there. Maybe you've got a chance in that exact scenario. Not going to work out for you.
Yeah, really tough start. I think they did have the one P250. If I'm not wrong, it was on Simple, and he just instantly got decked. So
very unfortunate.
This is kind of an interesting approach. We see a lot of teams have started to move away from force buying. When you don't get the bomb down, they're not going to force buy in the second round on that T side of things. Look to get the AKs as soon as possible. I suppose just handing itself to the simplicity of the Dust 2 utility usage. But they have bought ever so slightly into this. So looking to do damage. Boost up as well. That's shaky.
That's a new play. This is the last couple weeks people have learned that you can self-boost onto those boxes if you do it correctly. It's exactly what Electronic did there. If he's not self-boosted up, there's a good chance he dies. He even missed a couple shots there. There's a good chance he gets taken out, but he's boosted up there. No clear, easy kill, and that could actually make or break this round, just Electronic knowing this one cheeky little boost.
Looking to get aggressive and find a way back into the round here on the Forza side. Sorty has to be careful. They're so close to his position right now, but he just about makes it round the corner. Meanwhile, Kenzie taking the peek, finding the first. I don't think any of these weapons win against the Org. He is left low as Boomich will try and track him down, but the damage done, the round saved, question mark, maybe. I think there is potential. Ooh, get a little bit more. He's being flanked out. He doesn't have a lot of time, and the aim punch comes in. Kenzie with the good timing. Nonetheless, it's 3 kills, and Navi, as you can see, do have enough to buy here. Got a pause coming in, though.
I think that's one of those plays where I think teams are realizing how strong the P250 is. Like, the Deagle, clearly extremely strong, but the P250 is extremely powerful, and all you need if you fight against the CT side on the second round, if you're planning on buying third round, all you need is a few kills. You get 3 kills, and look at the money here for Forze. I mean, they can drop maybe a couple over, but if they drop over, then you're going to have Zortit with not the greatest utility, right? They've kind of pick your poison in this situation against Navi's side that very easily could go for a pretty comfortable buy. Wouldn't surprise me too much to see them go for something like Deagles and Scouts and just try and continue to pressure down on the economy of Forze. But, you're usually expecting probably a buy here.
Hopefully we won't be waiting too long on this one. Obviously, it took us a bit of time to get into the game, so... Okay, it seems we've got a little bit of an extended one, but of course the odds up here, they're pretty close, to be honest, considering, number 2 in the world, number 15, on number 2 in the world's best map. So they're, hedging their bets, quite literally, over at Paramatch, just to be careful, not quite sure which Navi we're going to get today. Back into the action, though, of course, and the buy now coming in from Navi. This does look kind of scary. Simple, lacking utility, but they don't really care. They're going for the quick play. Vic going to flash himself out. That's fantastic stuff from the young gun to get them in.
That's what you see shades of once in a while. Just a quick spin around, insta headshot. We saw that in the last series a little bit from Norbert, and that gets them full long control. Now Forze are going to try and get aggressive in towards middle here. This is what you're really expecting. You lose long control. You can test in middle to get some information as to the way things are going. And it's going to be Navi making their way up fairly quickly, actually, trying to catch a timing here where Forze isn't ready, and Flitz standing with his knife out in the open for a second there.
Blind sprays through the smoke, not going to find anything just yet. Nade goes in, little too early maybe. The Molotov well-timed though. Bit's going to eat a lot of damage here, and they are split, of course, so time for the CT side to start closing the gap, ultimately. Jerry on the other side of the smoke, on the other side of the site. Sorted to back him up. Very scary indeed. Flash comes in. Oh, it's ineffective, and they are solidly holding there, the two of them. Simple's on the backside, on the flank, looking to do what he does, but he will get caught by Kenzie. Electronic is the only one left. No head armor for him to work with. He finds the head of the first, looking for the second, but Kenzie's faster than he is. Third round comes in for Forze. It is dangerously close, but they'll stay in the lead.
Still no money to work with. I mean, well done by them. I almost said lucky for them. They didn't allow a bomb plant from Navi. If Navi gets a bomb plant here, they go for the buy, and this is looking, pretty dangerous for Forze. But because they didn't get the bomb plant, it's just going to be pistols. And although the money's not looking great, you do have a chance to build something up with an MP9 and a Scout and make this one a little bit more comfortable.
Never be written off with the Deagles, though. A team like this, especially, you know what I mean? I think very scary. So you do need to be a bit careful. Boomich going to be tagged up ever so slightly, but nothing too substantial here. Trying to find heads. Oh, there you go. Down goes one. It is quickly traded back, though, which is always the danger. If you don't get the kills quickly enough, the Deagle will be straight in to rip your head off. And a pistol round like this against the T side even trades pretty good, if they can burst into a bomb site off the back of a trade. It really is scary. Jerry sticking around close to these smokes. Careful with what he goes for. Flash comes in for him. He's only good for one. Still nothing too substantial as yet, and Kenzie's given up control of the B bomb site.
Kenzie rotated over to support in case it was a heavier mid side of the mid-B split. I think it was a smart play, but Navi read it perfectly, got into the site. The trouble is the bomb didn't get into the site, and Perfecto going to try and get something done here towards window. Considering the aggression in the 2v3, right on the other side is a very lit Kenzie, and that would win them the round if he pushed out and got the kill.
It's the flank, though, of course. He will eventually push in, but maybe a bit too late. Kenzie capitalizes on the distraction from the side. That is a case of, you know, us having all the information. They probably could have just traded their way through and at the very least found another kill on top of the bomb plant that they have. And they play it passively. So, not going to be the case. But the 4-0 coming in. Nice bomb plant. Comes at a perfect time. They will be very comfortably set up here on the T side with this buy. As you can see, even money remaining. The loss bonus stacking up. Probably could try and buy into the next round without a bomb plant if they lose this one. So, a lot of pressure here on the CT end where they're kind of in the opposite scenario. Kenzie's got plenty of cash, but apart from that, they're all struggling a little bit. So, certainly going to be costly. Molly comes in, forces them forwards. Big man Simple on the other side has got the AWP in hand. Flashes are perfect, though. Electronic trades one back. Zorti again going to get traded. Electronic doing well to keep them in the round. Eventually he loses a fight. And that's what Forze were after.
Exactly what they were looking for. I mean, they even opened up 4A to begin with. I believe Flip made his way over to help support with some sort of utility and then backed up over to middle. And Navi happened to be hitting long that round, which is exactly what you're trying to do. You bank a bit of a gamble. Gamble pays off, although Navi are still in decent position here. And as Flip makes his way around the smoke, this kill could be the round. And Bit's going to tear his head clean off. 1v2 now for Kenzie. And although it looked very nice for Forze initially, Bits turned this one around instantly.
You have to be careful, right? Never written off. There's so much individual power on a side like Navi. They can get back into things in an instant. Kenzie is so unsure, watching mid, watching B. I think little does he know it's going to end up being an A hit here. So I would imagine he will be behind the action, getting that news late, and probably saving if they get this bomb down without a hitch. He'll hear some utility coming in. Maybe that forces him to move. But they've already crossed to the site. I think it's going to be hard here, whether he goes for it or not.
He's got to go for this one.
They got money.
I think they don't have money to buy, regardless of, you know, if he survives or not. You know, it'd be close if he keeps this, but I don't think they're still going to have money to buy if he loses, whether or not he keeps the AK. So that means he may as well take the risk and go for it. But Bit's on point, and Navi, as we all know, if all 5 of their players show up, they are the best team in the world, and it's not even close.
It's cool to see, though, you know, like, obviously Bit was filtered in. I think he was just playing Inferno. And now they've moved him in fully, and he's making the absolute best of that, for sure. Looking really good here on Dust 2, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. They are a fearsome team, absolutely terrifying stuff. Forze, though, also looking pretty good themselves. And, of course, still in the lead. Rough buy, but still in the lead. I think their lead comes under contention if they're not able to save or do damage in this one. If everyone goes down very one-sidedly, I think it is a tough time moving forwards. 3 players stacked up on short. The Molotov is just going to push them away and draw their effects for now. But we'll see later on in the round if someone decides to go for it. It's going to be Bit, in fact, flashing himself through a couple flashes to work with. Can he get all 3? No. That's a great little play, though. He throws one, Perfecto with the second. They were all blind, just couldn't finish Zorti off fast enough. Nice find from Flit, but it doesn't really matter for much. 3 on 2. Someone's got to do something here, and that someone is going to be Zorti. And I believe when they spot him, okay, Boomich finds the kill, but I was going to say they will end up going B. Regardless, Navi coming through, only losing a couple players. That's definitely not what Forze wanted.
A bit of an interesting buy there from Forze with, you know, they had a few rifles, but they barely had any utility on any of their players. They go for the triple up on Cat, and it's a nice little gimmicky play to try and catch Navi off guard. But Navi, I mean, when it comes to Cat control, if you clear it correctly, if you use the utility in the right way, you're not going to be able to hold on to Cat. And we saw that exactly there. I mean, the flash and then the re-flash, so you turn the players that are playing anti-flash around and blind them as well. Then the swing, the double, very nicely played by Navi in that round, pick up their second. And now you've got this buy here from Forze with, you know, USPs and a P250 and a Deagle. Not very much to work with. And even a couple of kills here, I think, would be mission success.
What do we want to see from Forze moving forwards? You know, maybe a double up setup super early into Dust 2 or something else?
Yeah, I'm not sure how comfortable they are with the double op. I think double ops are something that a team like Navi can sometimes definitely struggle with a lot of these riflers trying to go for aggressive plays. If you can punish Bit whenever he goes for an opening and you just don't give them any openings, I think Navi sometimes can have a little bit of a struggle with those late round scenarios when their opponents aren't just giving them anything for free, and sometimes they just over aggress and they look for things. The double op definitely would work out, but Navi controlling long so well so far in this game, it's tough to do that too heavily with the double op. The ops aren't the greatest at really contesting against a heavy long take, and I mean, you've got what should be a mop up of this round here for Navi.
Yeah, they might lose one or two. In electronic account, Jerry's going for it, but yeah, it's just not happening. I think they're playing it quite well. There you go. Flip finds the head of 1 and 2. Uh-oh. The jump up attempt. Both these players on the A side itself are pretty low. But he's going to go for the money play, just moving away with the AWP. Hoping to take that into the next round. It's Almazer who's holding from short here. I mean, he either contains them in the bomb site and they die to it because they're super low, or maybe they rush off long and then he'll catch them in transition. Potential to make the round costly overall. Which comes in, ooh, for the T side. There it is. Almazer, he does indeed get his reward. Gonna keep on going? No, he takes an AK. I mean, not bad, to be fair to you. 3 kills and 2 saved weapons. Forze can be pretty happy.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to afford the double op, but at the very least, they can get the single op here with the op saved in the hands of Flit. I mean, I actually thought their loss bonus was higher. They actually couldn't have even afforded 1 op if Flit hadn't grabbed that. So that's money in the bank for Flit picking up that op. And I don't think Forze had any idea how low Navi was there, or they may have considered going for it. But even then, honestly, I think that's a pretty good play, because the op on Dust 2, just such a significant weapon to lock down these angles that you have to play very differently if you don't have it.
Oh, Jerry not going to be flashed out. Kind of an oversight. Boomich does get the trade cleanly enough, but silly one. They didn't expect him to be up close. Bit doesn't really check his angles. Kind of neither here nor there, though, with the early trade.
To be fair, I think the Navi did flash that. I think Jerry was just playing anti-flash and kind of read them. Similar to how, I mean, mentioned the last series again, we had the play where Adren ran in with no flash and they were both staying anti-flash. I mean, Jerry does run that risk, and I think he just dodged the flash there.
Run boost here on short. Not going to find anything just yet. It is a much quieter round this time. You know, the early frag comes in for either side, but Forze looking to play things patiently. See the lineup. Where's electronic going? Where's that smoke going? You know, give me an alt lineup, sir. As it looks to be pretty far away from the action, but still over towards short. Maybe you know, given the presence. Oh, okay, over lurk. You will get taken down. There's a lot of smokes here, of course, to work around for the CT side. Flashes coming from up close. Catch off onto Zorti. Still got Kenzie lurking. Still got Almazer lurking. Oh, he fluffs it onto Simple, though, and Simple capitalize. Kenzie wins his fight. It's still a 2-on-2. Anybody's game right now. Simple is low HP. There's no kits available for the CT side is one thing. They have to work their way in quickly. Navi looking to hold it, and they will. Beautiful stuff. There's Perfecto and Simple certainly living up to the namesake, making it simply perfect to get that 4th round.
Just let that one sit for a second. That was very nicely played by Navi.
Yeah, I didn't plan that, by the way. That was just kind of a last-minute thought. So
Yeah. That's what they all say. That's what they all say. That was definitely not something you've been trying to say for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, no.
Not a bad buy here from Forze, to be fair. I mean, they've got Deagles, they've got armor, they've got a tiny bit of utility, and they've got Almazer with that M4A1S in hand, looking to get some longer range duels over towards Catwalk here. But again, Navi they're just going out long just about every round, and so they've got that information. If Forze make any steps on Cat, they'll know exactly what's up. But I mean, even having long control, you're pretty aware that your opponents are very likely on Cat if they don't contest long, and that means that Navi are able to use the correct amount of utility on Cat. If you know your opponents are stacking Cat and you're going to go for Cat control, you're not wasting, you're not just aiming.
Bloodbath on short here, though. Great flash comes in, but it's Kenty from the side to save the day. Simple's going to find a couple on the AWP here, doing what he does, but not quite enough of an impact. It has to clutch up 1v2 in a round like this. Very unexpected indeed. Weapon's going to be retrieved. And, of course, Jerry is low. They are also split. Ooh, but Flit could get a flank. They could also walk past each other. I can see that being the case. Going to pause on the Flit side of things. So Bit will meet Jerry in just a second here. Timing going to be everything. Jerry just holding the angle, ready and waiting. But looking the wrong way, in fact. Gets taken down. And that might just come off of the fact that Flit wasn't able to catch Bit, you know, moving down short. Timing really, really playing a massive part there. The bomb has yet to go down here. Bit's going to go for it. Flit comes from short, and I think he's somewhat savvy to this. Maybe hearing him coming. Ollie lands. Smoke onto it. Going to try and work around that, and he absolutely will. Look at this. He's got so much room to play with. Peak comes in, but Flit's ready, and Flit will take him down. He's got kit available, so plenty of time to retrieve the AWP. The round goes the way of Forze, though. RV will be kicking themselves.
Very nicely played by Flit in the 1v1 too. He saw the smoke go up, and he didn't try and swing out super quickly. He waited, and outwaited Perfecto in the 1v1. Perfecto comes around the smoke. Flit's just sitting there waiting for him, gets the free kill. And the 5th round for Forze. They struggled for a few rounds there in a row, but winning an eco or a semi-buy, I suppose you would call it, certainly will help their economy quite a bit, off in the hands of Zort. And I mean, Navi just kind of got caught there on short. They were ready to use that utility, but they were just setting up. And Forze, they just hit the shots. They just out-aimed Navi on that Cat aggression. They found the right timing, and that puts Forze back in the lead.
Long aggression being feigned by Navi. Looks more so to be a B hit, to be honest with you. Boomich going to lose his life, though, as he goes out. They're using Flesh to sell the fake. Oh, walking into each other. The tunnels. I think they've kind of figured that out, though. They will turn around and spray Kenty down. He's left low, but he pushes in, catches Perfecto. And now they're playing catch-up. He charges away, and he will be a thorn in the side until Bit finishes him off. 3-on-3, though. Definitely a doable retake here for the CT side. Great angle from Simple. Will take down the first retaker, and because it comes so fast, because the remaining two are split, I think they have to save here.
Definitely got to be a save, and Almazer staying close. It's not quite safe for him to fall back. You know, if he falls back off to play it super safe, because really, if they want to get a decent buy on the following round, they need both of these guns surviving. They need, you know, they need Zorte to drop one or two, and then they can have a reasonable buy. I think Almazer, he's not necessarily, he's looking for it. He's looking for it. He's looking to get a little bit greedy there. I think it's would be for the worse if he ran into a player as dying. Would have been pretty painful for his team's buying into this round here. But Navi, that's what I mentioned earlier, is, you know, making their way over to B. They just come straight through that smoke, and unfortunately that push through the smoke, walking straight through a smoke, you always run the risk of walking directly into someone. And, well, Navi realized it, and unfortunately Forze didn't.
Charge up middle coming in. Bit gets a flash in. This time he's going for Jerry, but Jerry is able to back away. It's very, very fast from Navi, though. 1:35 left on the clock, and already made their way up short, looking to continue the push, I suppose. There comes the first. Flit will jump across into the crosshair of Simple. And that's the opener they were looking for. Maybe now we will slow down, waste about a minute of time, and then burst in. Or they'll look to go very fast. Great flash. Sorty sticks around for it. Says he was blind. I think it had just started to end, right? And then he's able to find that frag. Almazer with the one-tap here to bring it into a 3-on-3. Chaotic once again, but no clear victor.
Still a minute on the clock after all these things have gone down. Navi playing it so quick to get control of these areas that we've got tons of time to play out this 3v3 in whichever way they want, and that means Bit, he's going to be able to turn it into a 3v2. They still got utility in the inventory, and they can really just, they can do anything they want. And that means Forze, on that CT side, you lose players, you lose control of the map, and Jerry likely to be attacked from multiple angles here. Now, if he can win the duel against Electronic, This is absolutely winnable. He could make some heroics happen here.
He does so almost instantly, Jerry. Oh, they line up for him. He does so much damage. I think a dink onto the first and a bit of damage with that same bullet through Perfecto at the front. Oh, the nade to touchdown could be absolutely huge. Down goes the first. It was Bit doing the damage onto Perfecto, I suppose. And of course, Bit now left super low. Oh, the jump in one tap. It's not in the head, but it still looks pretty damn good.
Doesn't even need a second bullet. Never seen a jumping two-tap, and he never will.
My guy. I don't know, Forze are impressing here, though, to be honest with you, Vu. Like, keeping competitive with Navi on their best map at the moment is nothing to shake a stick at.
Kenzie is just having a ridiculous game right now, 15 and 6. I think Navi strategically are doing a fantastic job right now. You saw what they did in that last round. They went very quick down middle. They're changing the pace, changing the direction very often. But what they did is they went fast down middle towards Cat to give Simple space to post up for a repeat that they know is very likely coming. This is something Gambit do well, Virtus Pro do it well, and Navi are doing it very well here. They're gaining space so their Opera can post up, hold an angle very aggressively, fully safely, and wait for a mistake. And they waited out Forze. They got a mistake. Simple got the kill. They just couldn't close that one out.
Loving this run boost right now as well, aren't they? To get the control of short, I suppose. Very rarely anyone there from the Forze side of things, at least this late into the round. If they do go short, we know about it, because Navi are putting so much pressure there, and they'll respond pretty aggressively on the Forze side of things. But yeah, no kill early on this time around. It's a B split coming in. Going to even out the economy with a buy like this, so happy to pick up the round. Ooh, Jerry going to get completely caught off. Maybe some miscommunications there. Maybe autopiloting the old Dust 2 B doors. Unfortunately, it catches him, and they just charge in. That looks very, very simple indeed. Bit leading the way. 2 players remain here, and I think certainly could get hunted down.
I mean, that's the strength of Navi right there. That's the strength of Navi. I mean, a few rounds back, they went for the B hit where, they got caught in this, or Forze got caught in the smoke. They had sacrificed Boomich out towards long. He didn't get a kill. Or he maybe got one, but he got killed eventually as he was sacrificed to the fake A gods. And, this time around, they've got Bit sacrificing himself for the B fake. Except with that B fake, Bit just finds both, and they just go, okay, well, I guess we can take B then. Like, why not? They weren't intending to hit B. Bit was a sacrifice, and he still found the double. And, that's just Navi in a nutshell, really. If they're on point, you're just going to pull off stuff like that.
Yeah. Hot on the heels. Really difficult to call who's really winning things at the moment. I mean, I guess the fact that Forze have got 6 on the CT side is pretty decent so far.
I mean, typically round trades will favor the T side, not only because most maps are CT sided, but also because eventually, the T side just has a safer economy. They're probably going to break the CT economy before the CTs do. However, we're so late in the half now that these round trades are kind of just benefiting Forze, because Forze is on the weaker of the sides, and unless they get destroyed these last few rounds, the trades have kind of worked out in their favor.
Yeah. Oh, I do like this. It's being watched for by 2 players, in fact. Now just the 1, though. I don't know. They want to go for it. Perfecto trying to move to join his team, getting his timings right here, but only good for the 1. Will be a Galil retrieved. Of course, these players that didn't really invest anything don't have armor, so not really ideal. But there's pressure from behind, I think, is the big thing for Navi. So it forces them forwards. Spam coming in with the Deagle. Cross on towards the site, but not unscathed. Electronics very low indeed. Of course, the M4 is here, needs dealing with quickly. It is a battle, but Boomich wins it. 4-on-3 ensues. A couple low HP players for sure, but I think it should be doable. The boost comes up, no opportunity shows for it. First end of that boost taken down. The second shortly will follow, and Zorti moves to save.
That boost really is one of those plays that almost every team will go for occasionally, but I feel like it fails about 10 times more often than it works, and usually when it fails, you both die.
No, absolutely, to be honest. Especially with watching, like, a lot of CS at that mid-level and casting it, so you're a bit more intent with the viewing. It definitely does seem like those boosts do not work. They either, like, get taken down while they're pulling it off, or, you know, just instantly dealt with. Because I think it's so well known that it's there.
Well, you're also just looking for the jump MP9 to begin with, right? Like, the jump MP9 is so common, you're just looking for it. It's like, oh, they're actually just peeking me with a rifle. That's even easier to kill.
Difficult buy-in here. No kits. So little utility. I don't know if I would have preferred a half buy-in from Forze, honestly, on this one.
I mean, that's the strength of the MP9, right? You can get an MP9, a very serviceable weapon, and utility. Dust 2, I mean, yeah, there's not too many places to really utilize an MP9 that strongly on Dust 2. So I can see why they went for the rifles, but they're gambling a little bit to deal with it to begin with. Gambling towards middle. They do make their way back over to B before Navi goes in, though, which means Almazer has a chance to get at least one, and Kenzie in the corner as well. They're not expecting him here. I'm not sure they know this is... Oh, they are going to clear it, though.
Oh, solid stuff. Boomich able to get the first. Almazer up on the window here. They have indeed, you know, left that B bomb site a little bit vulnerable, but they've got players close by. It's kind of, for me, once the bomb goes down, how the hell do you break back in here? I think they know it. They're moving maybe to reapproach from tunnels. Looks like it. Electronics here, though. Going to get the easiest double spray down of his life. And that definitely calls for the save. But you're kind of trapped now, aren't you? They're peeking from all sides. Oh, disastrous round here from Forze. Almazer will get one on the way out. It's second of the round. The only one to have found any kills, but no more. 8th comes in for Navi, and I think, yeah, 6 is like the absolute cut-off for Forze at the moment. The trading of rounds has seemingly come to an end. Just as the half does as well, to be fair. And now the money for Forze. Yeah, this is really, really dire.
Yeah, Forze, I mean, they went for a double towards middle, completely abandoning B at the beginning. And I'm pretty sure, I think Electronic spotted both players middle. But, so I thought for a second Navi might just not clear out all of B side as they went in. As Forze just narrowly managed to make their way into the bomb site in time. But actually Navi clearing all the angles, and then they've got Electronic just holding the flank. Nothing Forze can really do there. I mean, they couldn't go for it. They couldn't fall back. Electronic was too well positioned, and now they just don't have the weaponry to deal with long control.
Yeah. Too far gone, in a way, to be honest with you, so really not looking too good. Almazer tagged up, Flip pretty low as well. Nice little swap across. Jerry's got a free upgrade, but whether it makes a difference or not is yet to be seen. What are we going for here? We do have Electronic up close. Maybe they're going to throw the smokes in and get him to try and go for an early peek before they bloom. Oh, just wait for the smoke. Oh, there's the flash. Jerry going to get caught. There goes the M4. Zorti in on the site. Has to stand strong here. Nice nade damage from him, but he's just overwhelmed. They are absolutely everywhere. 5 on 2, and this is definitely not going to happen. You would save usually, but of course, it's the last round, so got to go for it.
Always a nice little change up to see teams. Instead, you know, it's not that Navi didn't have smokes. They've still got 2 left over. They just throw a slight change up there where instead of smoking the cross, where sometimes, you know, weak buys can get things done and try and force through those smokes, you smoke deep. Maybe you molly on Cat. I'm not sure if I saw the molly towards bricks, and then you flash and you just swing out on it. Works perfectly there to grab Electronic a kill and secures them the round. 9-6 at the half. I mean, I think both teams can be relatively comfortable with the 9-6 half. It's not necessarily what you're hoping for on that CT side. I think it maybe favors the T side a little bit, but really it's going to come down to the pistol victory.
Yeah, I think it is that satisfactory mark, isn't it? You know, your 5 rounds is the bare minimum, but these days it feels like you should be getting 1 or 2 more than that. But yeah, you're not super happy with this. You're not disappointed, I think. So it's a nice marker to be hitting for both sides, like you say. But yeah, the pistol really going to have some weight. And I don't know, this is where it becomes a lot harder for me. You can see bit up to the 16 kills, but then he has a fair amount of support from Electronic, from Boomich. I do feel that moving on to that CT side of things, Simple's going to step up much more.
Yeah.
And it is that, as I've talked about, like the brick wall effect can be really difficult to break down.
I think we need to contextualize a little bit the scoreline here because, you know, it is 9-6. We're saying 6 rounds on that CT side isn't a bad thing. It's totally fine, and it is. But if you look at the scoreline, the way this one played out, Forze won pistol round. They won a few anti-ecos. They won a gun round. And then they mostly just lost. They mostly just lost the rest of the half, right? And they had a few diffusal victories. You know, this really was Navi's game from round 4 or round 5 rather onwards. And it's not that Forze necessarily did too poorly. I think they were competitive in the majority of the rounds, but if Navi win the pistol, this is an 11-4, maybe even a 12-3.
Which doesn't bode well for the second half as well, right? Like if they do win the pistol. So yeah, actually, to be fair, putting things into context, not just looking at the raw numbers, seems a lot worse than it actually is. So this T side of Forze, man, it has to turn up in a pretty big way, to be honest with you. It really does.
We saw Forze go very aggressive for the... I believe they went for the cat play on their CT side, if I remember correctly. And we'll see Forze go for the long control. Actually, it was long control for Navi in the first half as well, and Forze pivoted back to fight them. Seems like both teams are very happy with this long control idea. No molly here for Forze, though. Navi had a molly for Carr to deal with this exact angle, simple as that, and Foot was there and did get mollied out, at least temporarily at the time. And the question is, are they going to clear simple? It looks like they're not.
Oh, that's dangerous, isn't it? Big man simple. He's even on the P2K, I think, to facilitate that kind of a play so that his barrel, you know, is not showing off. And he gets 2 instantly. Traded back, but it's a big advantage. You've gained control of the A-bomb site, but you've all been seen. They know that you're there. Boomich can go for the swing in, takes the planter down, and Jerry can't trade it. Oh, this is not looking good. Perfecto finds his frag, and now Jerry is the only one left. Electronic responds angrily to being shot in the face. And there you are, Navi finding the 10th.
That was one of those bomb plants where you kind of just, you gamble. A lot of the time, you fake the bomb plant and then you post. You try and get that player Gandalf to peek out on you so you can punish them. So a lot of the times you just don't peek out. But the peek out this time around did happen and it worked. Very nice kill instantly on the bomb planter. That means Navi on double digits. And it's going to be on a Forze. I mean, they're really kind of betting a lot on this Force buy here. It's not that the game's going to be over if they lose it, but certainly Navi are going to be in the driver's seat.
I don't know, you know, again, maybe give Forze a bit more credit. I guess with the rifle rounds, it makes a bit of sense from Paramatch. But, yeah, Navi looking good, especially after winning that pistol. We will see. Forze have got to get straight back in for me, otherwise I feel like this game is just going to be like an uphill battle that... with a clean 12-6, probably not going to happen for them in the long term unless they can really turn things around once the rifles come into play. So picking up this Force buy, I think, would fill fans and viewers and whatnot, fill them with confidence. Jerry going to get tagged up early. We've got 2 players ready and waiting here. Perfect positioning from them. A difficult fight for Simple, though. He will go down. Bomb plant's going to come in. The 4-on-3 ensues.
Forze getting the advantage, even though they entered this round with very light utility. The problem is they're trapped on the bomb site, and nobody's really coming from Cap for Navi, but they can't know that. And this doesn't allow them to get into very comfortable afterplants where they can take good duels, but still Zorta and Flit are going to combine, pick up 2, and that's one that, although they were at the advantage, it certainly could have fallen away from them very quickly, given the position, given the lack of information they had. However, the shots do get landed, the round does get picked up, and Perfecto will do a little bit of damage, you know, get something done.
I presume they're going to force into this one, so yeah, it's nice to soften them up, I guess. And of course, the kill bonus of the MP9. Lovely stuff. But yeah, they're going to go for it. Perfecto able to drop a little bit as well, so facilitates Simple for that AWP moving forwards. Although he is just going to buy the armor and kind of nullify that point, so thank you very much, Simple. But yeah, I guess he has head armor instead of not, but then it doesn't really matter because they've managed to get AKs into most of the players here on the Forze side of things, so maybe could have spent that money on utility. But of course, that's all benefit of the info that we have. As far as he knows, he might have a Mac 10 and he's outbraying them.
Actually, a pretty interesting setup here from Forze, just kind of stacked over on the mid and B side. Usually you see a little bit more pressure over to long, or at least some info gathering on long on these anti-ecos, because all Forze knows, Navi really could be doing exactly what Forze was doing on some of their CT side, which is tripling up Cat and then going for a very fast flank on this sort of mid-B play. But I believe they've sniffed out that it's very unlikely that this is going to be a B, or B stack, sorry. And so they're just going to go for the fast mid-B split. Up through they go. Almazer stops the flank. Bit is in a great spot, though, if Zorda hadn't cleared him. Perfecto's the one to find the double.
Yeah, if they panicked, right, and overcompensated for Perfecto, tunneled in on him, it could have been absolutely massive, but it's not the case so far. It's just a bit of damage, keeping that economy modest. Maybe the remaining two players can get something done. Split off against each other, and the jump peak here has spotted Boomich, so he'll be getting out of there. Simple will be getting out of there. They'll take what they have into the next round. It's not an awful lot, but they might be able to get more of that consistent done. Simple going to fall, though. The CZ baiting him out for sure. Long-range battle's a bit tougher, but if you come closer, you never know. Oh, he could get it done. That was close, you know. Unfortunate, but nonetheless, it goes below that bare minimum of 3 for Forze, so it ends up being a costly round.
Yeah, I can't blame them for going for the kills there. They did a fairly good job of getting kills right at the end. Simple and Perfecto, was it?
Boomich. Boomich. No,
they did a pretty good.
happens,
They did
man.
a pretty good job. They did a pretty good job of getting the exits, but unfortunately, they essentially lose what would be 3 guns heading into this one. And now they've got Simple on a P2000. Looks a lot like a P250, but I'm pretty sure it's a P2000
know, right?
and a flash. And it would have been very nice to see, you know, a Deagle, a Scout, and a CZ into this one. It would have been nice. It would have been nice. Can't blame them for going for it. They did a pretty good job. It's actually, I suppose, a bit of a debate if they should have gone for it or not. And the professional team decides that going for it is the play. And that just means that Forze, they're going to have a free bomb plant on B. Navi, they did the 5-man stack. Does work out occasionally, but this time around isn't going to pay dividends, at least for the time being. Oh, they're just going to let the bomb explode. That's interesting.
Yeah, maybe not give the extra kill bonuses away.
Well, the thing is, if you don't have any, so this is one that I'm going to tell you why this is wrong. If you don't have your opponent, if your opponents don't have a Mac 10, then they're only getting 300 per kill. But all 5 players get $250 extra each for the bomb exploding. So unless you think you are incapable of killing a single player, you don't want the bomb to explode. Like, allowing the bomb to explode but still having all 5 players die, you're losing money. And you're letting more players survive. Like, Flit had no reason to die there. He could have just if he just didn't die to the bomb, then Navi just gave them the maximum amount of money possible.
Yeah, I think catching it was like timing. He was on his way out, the bomb was about to explode, and someone who was left on the Navi side just managed to get the dink off.
Yeah,
like at the perfect time. So I don't think he overstayed his welcome. It was
he just got a little bit unlucky on the exact position and the timing. But yeah, I mean, that does give Forze. I mean, look at their money here. A couple of round wins, they can already afford a full rebuy. That's how these rounds play out, unfortunately.
Well, pretty key one for Navi to be picking up then, as Forze are hot on their heels, close to evening it up on their own map pick. You know, the Mirage we'd handed to them as being shaky for sure, really strong for Forze. Could definitely see that one going, but if just 2 drops, then we got serious issues. Trickle smoke's coming in, flash off the back of it as well. Surely they've got to be ready for this on the Navi side of things. Electronic ready and waiting, I think, ultimately for a drop to come in, but there's no pressure at all going to come in. At the very least, Navi have not over-rotated. So they are very, very ready for this kind of a response. Flash over the top of double doors, a small peek from Perfecto, but nothing too major. They've already pushed in pretty close. Pick going to find the first. Just get traded. Very quick off the mark there, Zorti, and Pensy holding the backside. Boomich going to be taken out on the flank. He's in a 3-on-2. They have got the bomb, though, on that CT side. That's the big thing here, Vu.
Almazer has a smoke, though, and the bomb is very close to the doors, so they can smoke and retrieve that bomb. Theoretically, it's going to be a spam battle if they try to make that play. I think it's the only play they can make, though, with Simple having the op. The smoke misses a bit. It's a little bit too far out. It does allow them to kill Perfecto, but it gives Simple a chance, and he's going to be able to take down Almazer. 15 seconds. There's a clock on this one, and the bomb fell even further forward.
Yeah, dangerous. Flit's got to drop in from behind. Simple is somewhat savvy to the fact. Oh, the shadow! Someone called it. Oh, and he's able to take down Flit. He just has to stay alive or win the fight.
Oh.
Simple will get it done. And that indeed is what we know him for. Absolutely what we want from Simple, and he delivers in a big, big way. Oh, man. Spotting that shadow, I'm 100% sure that a teammate called that he saw that because he looked away and then looked back at the perfect time.
Oh, that is so well played from Simple. And, you know, the peak at the end, 3 seconds left, I think some people are going to question it. I'm pretty sure he could have just gotten spammed through that box if he had tried to hide. It's definitely a bit of a risk if the spam lands perfectly. He definitely could have died. So if you're Simple, why give them a chance, right? Why give them a shot? Just peek out and get the kill. Don't leave it up to the spam god. That is so well played, but have to admit, I mean, I think Almazer tried to grab the bomb and missed it. And I think that's what actually allowed that all to happen. I think he missed the grab on the bomb initially, and that meant he had to go back and grab it, and Simple got the kill, which is, I mean, it's more unlucky than anything, but unfortunately that led to Navi winning that round and getting up 11-9. But still, look at the money here from Navi. It's not much better of a buy than it was last round, and Forze, they still have a pretty solid buy. I mean, Flit on a Deagle. I mean, is a Deagle even worse than an AK? You know?
Slightly
Arguable.
different scenarios, but at range, you know what I mean?
Technically, actually, the
same
Deagle
thing.
has higher DPS than the AK.
Yeah.
Although that's
I
not what really
suppose.
matters.
Right. But it is like awkward to use at close range for sure. Maybe not for players of this caliber, which is why we see it creeping in. Simple has to be careful around this corner. He's trying to help out Boomich with the smoke. He's feeling confident after the previous. Can you get a leg there? What the hell has happened there? He's going to go in for another reface and will end up falling. That flick a bit too fast, I suppose. There's a couple low HP players who definitely could swing back in their favor. Spam through the smoke. Comes in the team kill. Oh, from Almazer. Oh, no, it is all falling apart. Almazer's low. Jerry's not too healthy either. Perfecto up close on the MP9. Able to drop the bomb. Electronic from the backside, trading Flip. What is going on? Almazer the only one left, just running in, gets spammed away by the USP. What a mental round. Navi somehow capitalized on the chaos.
And that was actually that Deagle in the hands of Flit actually got punished. If he had an AK there, he went for the flank. He got one. He almost certainly would have got two if he had an AK. And that goes all the way back to him dying from the bomb. Very unfortunately, again, you said it wasn't really a misplay. I agree. It wasn't really a misplay, but just the way, the butterfly effect of that one. He doesn't die to the bomb there. He's got an AK, and Forze win that round, and it's 11-10. Instead, 12-9, and the eco here from Forze. And Navi posturing to kind of put the nail in the coffin for this one into the next gun round.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that is the case. Find some dip coming in. Going to get a couple. It's actually Simple to help him out. Will be traded. Simple's got to be careful here on the AWP. But you can definitely see, I think he's been a little less like his usual self. Oh, that comes through Boomich. What is happening
Hold
in
on,
these
quick
rounds?
question. How does he get a kill through Boomich in front of Simple, but Boomich doesn't take any damage?
Okay, to be
What
fair,
game, hello?
it's got to be through the wall. If he's not taking any damage, right?
What
There's
wall?
no way.
I don't think there was a wall there,
I know.
man.
I don't really know either. He's bending bullets, mate. Like, I've got no idea.
We
Oh,
are
ridiculous.
watching Wanted at the moment. This is a clutch gun round here for Forze, or a key gun round it is, that they're looking for long control. Zorta with the off in hand looking for it, but Navi, they do it all correctly. They don't leave an opening, and that means that the long control was just, unfortunately, a waste of effort, it would seem. as they have to fall back and eventually take their way to cat control.
Oh, that's slightly awkward. Simple might hear them coming here. Oh, misses the shot. He's a bit shaky, you know. He's full of cortisol right now. He's super stressed out. The P2K is out. Big nade damage, but not able to land anything else. Flip finds Electronic in towards middle with the B rotators coming in. I mean, surely you feel like this one is not going to happen, and they will back off to save, so... 5 on 3, can they hold on to the guns? There's not an awful lot of money for Forze, but they might look to hunt all the same.
And look kind of like in Finding Nemo with all the seagulls looking down. When they moved up to the corner, there's 3 people staring down on Simple, trying to take him down there, and they do take him out. I mean, if they don't get that kill, it's definitely a manageable retake, especially with the damage that Simple hit with that nade. But because they got that kill, made it very awkward. And Navi, they were stacked on this B side. They were going for a bit of a B heavy stack, and unfortunately for them, Forze went the other side. And that's why I say, you know, at the outset of this series, it's tough to be consistent when Dust 2 is a home map.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're staying that one step ahead, as we would expect, but still, this is... Well, I don't know, is it? I feel like these days, I was going to say a bit more competitive than you would think between 2 and... are they 16? I think they're 16, aren't they? I said 15 earlier, but I think that's wrong. But I don't think so. Everyone is challenging, you know, within like a 25 rank bracket. It's like anyone can challenge each other within that. So... Ooh, certainly curious. I thought this one would be over nice and quick, but no, the M4 and the AK in perfect position. They found 2 kills between the 2 of them. They'll continue to do so. And a classic Navi round may be about to come. Maybe about to pull some tricks out of the hat. However, it has been brought back into a 2-on-2. And now you feel that Forze should be able to convert this.
This one's a little bit up in the air. I mean, Simple doesn't have head armor, but you're likely to see him... I mean, he's either going to catch them from the side, or I thought potentially he might go back to a headshot angle. You know, it's going to be tough for them to even aim punch him if he's just going to tap you in the head immediately. And this one... I'm not even sure who's favored at the moment. Forze, they do have the initiative. I mean, they're on the T side. They've turned it into a 2v2. But they have stood completely still, and Simple, he might not be 100% aware of that yet, but I think he understands that that is the most likely play that Forze went for here. So they are trapping in upon Forze on long, and if Simple gets the timing right, this is going to be their round.
It is all about that timing. He's taking a little more time. The utility going to be heard by a bit, though, a few footsteps as well. Spam comes in. That's some pretty big damage. They need to follow up as well. Oh, Almeza looking to be alive, but there comes Simple. Drops Zorti, and now Almeza on low HP. Probably wishes he was dead, because he's about to be soon. They'll peek round to him. Yeah, and there was no way he was winning that one. So the 14th in for Navi, when they absolutely should not have been taking that. Forze was their opportunity to close the gap, and Navi have just stopped it before it even began.
And it's not even they weren't aware that the flank was possible. Zorta, he went back and checked the flank just before Simple came out. Simple waited that extra half second and then came out long doors after Zorta. They threw the smokes. He went back, checked it, ran back forward. Simple found the perfect timing to get that flank, and that's what Simple does. He finds the perfect timing. He lands the shot, and this time around, it's Electronic that goes 1 for 1. Long for Forze, again, they've been doing a pretty good job of this so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping it up, right? And finding it pretty consistently. Definitely an area I think that they've worked on, and one that you can maybe watch and learn pretty quickly from the VODs and whatnot. Well, from the demos, excuse me. You know, I watch VODs as a caster, but I know players probably watch demos pretty regularly. Oh, Zorti still here in T-spawn. Oh, I don't know if that's going to be expected. Misses it narrowly. Yeah, that bullet is inches away. Just lands in the door. And he went for the reface, which is kind of risky. Now just backing away. They've got this on control, but they've not really done anything with it. And I think they're now set up and ready on the CT end to deal with the push that they so readily think is going to come in.
I think that did signal to them pretty clearly that Simple is playing the A site, given that, you know, there was no op in the double doors there after Zorta went for the reface. So they're going to play it fairly safe with this one, not leave any openings for Simple to find. And the pressure towards B did actually push Navi over to Cat, which means the A site is clear for them to get the bomb plant. The trouble is they don't have any utility post-plant, really, like a molly to push Simple back or anything like that. However, who needs utility if Zorta is just going to pick up the kill on Boomich?
Very true. Down goes Simple as well. I think that will call the save. Forze staying in it, man. They ain't checking out early here, and they are certainly staying within contention. That CT money is not fantastic. The save here could facilitate them moving forwards, to be fair. So, I don't know. Simple's got a fair amount of money. He can get the AWP. What do you reckon? Do they go for it, or just play it safe?
Oh, this is one of those player things. I think, as a coach, I'm thinking, play it safe. As a player, I feel like players are much more, let's gamble on this one. Let's take this round right now. I think... Oh, with such low money? I think this is up in the air. I think... What's their loss bonus? I think they have to go for the Force here, because I'm not sure they have enough loss bonus to actually buy up off of a save in the next round.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And try and do what they can. It's not going to be ideal for a couple of the... Well, Electronic.
It's not just not ideal. It's just only just not ideal.
Yeah. To be fair, it's just kind of cover up Electronic like with your finger and it's fine, But I don't know whether you'd want him. To be honest, I'd prefer Boomich on that. You know what I mean? And give the FAMAS across to Electronic. Obviously, something that Navi are a little infamous for.
What are you trying to say there?
In-game leader, he's allowed to, but fragging performance from Electronic is generally a little better, and this is where it would be handy to press tab, but I have to move across to...
I think the idea is just that Electronic is very close to Boomich here. Boomich is going to take the entry, and then Electronic can either retrieve or he can retrieve the gun that Boomich maybe gets a kill on, or he can retrieve Boomich's gun, right? They're staying very close together on this one. So surely that must be the idea. And this smoke up, very common old school play is to flash through when the smoke comes down. And Forze, they're not quite ready for it. Corner right there, they do fall back, but the re-aggression, Electronic with P250 does find two. Oh, you questioned it.
Wrongly. Apparently that's all he needs. Yeah, what can I say? Simple on that angle. He's played it a few times, some deadly angles from him. There was one on the T side that he played, looking across into the B doors, and I guess it's an angle that exists now because it's been flipped. He's got some very, very nice crack angles that, of course, his insane reactions are kind of designed for. But yeah, I looked up as well. I kind of did Boomich a bit dirty. He's only, well, no, he'd still only be one kill behind now with the way this thing's worked out. So it's all good for him to be on the FAMAS. Bomb plant comes in for Jerry. It is a silver lining to this round, but it's the 15th for Navi being hit, map point. And they've got 4 to do it in. Definitely a little shaky, They have to be careful not to be losing too many rounds.
When Forze can get into these mid-late round scenarios in something like a 4v4 or a 3v3, they are doing extremely well. They are over-realizing what's, their situations. The problem is that they're struggling to get into those scenarios very consistently. And you got to put that on Jerry to some extent, that when they do get in those spots where you can really kind of toy with rotations, Forze are, in my opinion, absolutely outplaying Navi right now.
I can certainly see that. It is just a case of whether they can keep it going, and of course I do feel that Navi are having some of their individuals, Electronic in the previous round, bail them out of dire situations. Or Flash comes in, 2-man peek as well. Electronic going to find one. Simple encroaching in, way too quick for that, looking for more. Plays it patiently. And that might just be the final nail in the coffin. Perfecto is going to find his kill on B. It's all on to Kenzie. Against 5. He will take down Simple, but he will also eat a nade and a bullet from Electronic. So that will be all she wrote. Pretty simple stuff in the end. 16-11 to finish. I mean, Forze definitely scaring them, I think, in the mid-game portions.
I mean, I feel fairly confident if I was Forze, with the way that one went down. I mean, the CT side was pretty weak. However, I mean, Bit was popping off, and all the plays Navi were making, they were making plays where they were sacrificing a player for a fake, and that player would get 2 kills. And sometimes you just have to accept sometimes Navi's just going to out aim you and they're just going to do extremely well. But when it came down to it, they pick up 11 rounds this game. They did a very good job on their T side, and this is not the map you were really expecting them to win. You know, it's a map where maybe they can pick it up, maybe they can do it, but you're really thinking they're going to win Mirage, and then it might be a bit of a battle on Nuke. And so if I'm Forze right now, I'm feeling pretty comfortable with that. Obviously, you would want to win naturally, but I'm not feeling down about it. And if any player on Navi cools off, I think Forze have a very good shot to actually definitely win Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, simple electronic bit, all on 20 kills, and it ends 16-11. So certainly curious for me that you've got so many of the parts that you want going well, you know, and showing up in a relatively decent way. You know, I think it does end a little higher than that because, of course, HLTV is still just catching up. But, you know, the fact that they have such good numbers, but it's 16-11, it's still kind of close. I don't know whether they can keep that energy up moving into Mirage, to be honest with you. But, of course, we're excited to see Forze definitely giving them a good run for their money on Dust 2. And this Mirage has proven to be very, very vulnerable on the side of Navi. So can Forze take us to a third map and pick up their own? We'll have to find out after the break.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot. Nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Win the round. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down.
blood through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out.
Take the wrong and you make it right. Like a firefly, you're glowing at night. So don't make it hard, don't let me go. I wanna hold you tight when you're cold. I'm waiting for your love, you just keep me hanging on. I deserve to stay, and I will find my way. I will find my way.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Swing around. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Very much. They play, you win.
Welcome back in here onto map number 2 then of the Epic League, the game in between Forze and Navi. It goes a little closer, I think, than you would expect if you look at it on paper, but of course Navi have proven to be vulnerable over the past few days. 16-11 finish on their own map pick. Now we move over to Mirage, where, 16-2 against the Kuba, it's really not looking too good. So Forze looking to exploit that vulnerability here on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, I think that 16-2, people have been saying, and I'm not sure if it's statistically completely correct that it was Simple's worst performance. Certainly one of his worst performances. I think he got something like 4 or 5 kills in that game. And I mean, it doesn't matter how good he plays. If you get 16-2, surely you're not about to win the game. And maybe he just wasn't given too many chances. But I think Forze is a team that have taken some pretty big scalps when it comes to playing Mirage. They've beaten Virtus Pro multiple times, Furia, teams like Liquid. They've beaten a lot of very top teams when it comes to Mirage, and I think they might be able to add Navi to that list of teams they've beat when it comes to this map. Now, that being said, you've already clearly got Bit activated, and, you know, Dust 2, one of his better maps. Mirage, certainly not a slouch of a map for him either, so he's probably still going to maintain that type of form, and if Bit's on point, you already know Simple's on point, Electronic was doing very well. I think Navi's in a place where they could very well take this one home.
Yeah, I feel that it is certainly possible. And the thing is, as well, you have to look to a team like Akuma. A large part of it, I think, is that most of the players, if not all of them, in the current Navi lineup, have not played against players on that team, right? And the way that they approach the game can be very jarring, I think. Certainly if they're just looking to frag their way through, as a lot of CIS teams do. So I certainly feel that, you know, a map like Mirage especially can really just hand itself to that. Even getting away these days, players are so familiar with it with just like not executing or very basic flashes even on towards A and just taking the fights. They're able to pre-aim angles so well that even if you just peek round, there's no smoke, it looks safe, you're going to get clapped out. So yeah, a very difficult one, I think, to be on the end of. You also have to bear in mind the other side of things is that you would assume, although it's not been a great deal of time since, that they have looked at Mirage and gone, okay, kind of unacceptable. People are going to look to exploit it over the next few days, over the next few games. We don't want to be going out in the lower bracket of the RMR here. We absolutely have to fight through. So in a way, you would presume that, A, they've done the work on it, and also maybe expecting Forze to pick it in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm sure they expect Forze to pick it. I'm not sure. I feel like a 16-2 it's such a hefty scoreline in one direction that it's almost one of those ones where you don't look at it and go, well, strategically, we could have thrown this smoke at this moment. You know, I think it's one of those ones where they might just have written it off, and maybe they looked, maybe their coach looked or their analyst looked, and, you know, is there any gaps that were being exploited? Is there something we're doing wrong? I think a lot of the time when it comes to a 16-2, you just got shot in the head, like really effectively by your opponent, and you weren't shooting them in the head very effectively yourself. And I think that's a lot of what happens. And I'm interested to see how this one plays out, because I do believe that Forze was kind of out mid-rounding Navi pretty seriously on Dust 2 when it came to those mid-round scenarios, especially when they were on that T side. Forze rarely made a step wrong, and a lot of the steps they took that, you know, might have been questionable were, you know, they checked the flank, but Simple waited an extra half second to outplay that guy checking the flank. And, you know, you can't really game plan for Simple being as good as he is, right? I mean, you can game plan for it, but your plan is that you hope he isn't as good as he is at other times. So I'm interested to see how Forze try and actually manage that on Mirage. And Mirage is the map where Navi, they do play a certain way. I did the stats on this a few months back where, you know, something like 60 or 70% of rounds they open kind of off of B, where they really like to send Flamey in towards window early round to spam the top mid smoke, and then move his way back over to B a little bit later. Or they like boosting ladder or jumping cat, even with their cat player, and then playing a little bit heavier towards A. And it'll be interesting to see if Forze try and manage something around that. It looks like Navi might not be leaning into that quite as heavily as they were in the past, but it's still something they definitely do.
Yeah, well, I think, as you mentioned ahead of the first map, that for a very long time, and even still, you know, they were considered the top team in the region, and therefore a lot of teams watching and learning from them and whatnot, and I think certainly that's going to come into play here. So they will, I feel, moving newer members into the team as well, have to have worked on something to make sure that they are fresh and adaptable. Really solid point as well about how it's a difficult loss to be on the end of, but not really all that much you could do about it, really. It's probably not a fundamental failing. But yeah, it did feel on Dust 2 especially that there were a lot of moments where they needed individuals to bail them out. You spoke about Simple, but Electronic had a good few moments. Bit was one, I think, where he'd be put under pressure, you know, and need to step up here, needs 2 instead of just 1, and he would deliver in that way, or he'd get 1 and survive, you know. So they had a good few moments where maybe they were outbrained, but aim-wise, able to stay on top. Whether that applies more so into Mirage, where Forze are much more comfortable, is difficult to say, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, Mirage is also a map where Dust 2, people hate Dust 2 because it's all mid-rounding. It's all dealing with that little rotation from elevator to B or to mid, where you try and draw that person to the wrong scenario. You try and make sure you're not hitting the stacked bomb site. I feel like Mirage is a map where there's a little bit less mid-rounding you can possibly do, so it might, you know, be mitigated a little bit. Interesting setup from Navi over towards the A side, where they're both going for those left eye peak headshot angles, but it's actually Forze hitting B, where Perfecto is not on his own, but mostly alone as he goes 1 for 1, and the rotates are here quickly.
Yeah, pretty ready for this, and I think that's throwing Forze off. You know, an aggressive stance like that, going 1 for 1 is pretty effective, because it just means that, you know, your rotations that are perhaps set up and ready for the A side of things will go to A quickly if it ends up being that bomb site.
This is exactly what I was talking about, you know, between maps and about Dust 2. I mean, Forze clearly had a plan. They slowed it down. They didn't overcommit. They stopped, and now they've got Flit in a pretty aggressive spot. This is absolutely a spot where he can be a bit of a thorn in the side of Navi and take this round home himself, and they're making their way over to A. Now, Entropiq, though, is in a position of his own.
Yeah, this is, I would presume, going to be very unexpected. Boomich holding from the back end towards CT. They do seem to have some eyes on towards Palace, though. Maybe something that, you know, indeed they have done the research on. Up close and personal is Jerry. Not able to get the frag, though. Simple and Boomich finish him off. That could be big, as you can see Entropiq now creeping out, biding his time, comes in from behind, finds a couple, and leaves it all onto Flit, who he himself is coming in from behind. But the defuse occurring. They're not quite covering for him, so he might be able to pick him off here, but now they will be, and they're just going to hold. They're just going to wait patiently. You can't stop him this time around. Entropiq takes his head clean off for good measure, but Navi come away with the pistol.
Navi were just a couple of seconds ahead, where they got to rotate over to A to actually put pressure, because if there's no pressure applied by that CT player, they know Entropiq's in Palace every time. But they were just 1 or 2 seconds ahead of Forze, and that allowed Entropiq to get the 3K from Palace. Perfectly played.
Yeah, magical stuff, of course. You see the odds there as well from Paramatch. Shout out to them for their continued support, I suppose. All the same, Zorti going to be tagged up. Headshot lands onto Kenzie as well. Big early damage for Navi. Simple as that. No kills, but certainly asserting their dominance.
Not sure what Forze's plan is here now that they're extremely lit up on 2 players. I mean, this is one of those spots where I think you kind of just fall back on hoping someone can get something done individually, because if you do try and exec a bomb site, I mean, random smoke spams are going to get you killed, right? You know, you're going to get kind of destroyed by something like an MP9 close range, just finishing off Kenzie and Zorta. But you could use them as bait, and that definitely could work out.
Yeah, Flick going to find the first. Maybe needs some of that baiting to come in. Boomich with somewhat of an off angle on that MP9 finds one. Second comes in. He will be traded quickly, and it's probably a good job that he was. Still, though, just too much pressure here from the M4s. All down to Zorti. You need to give him the respect, maybe. That's a wide swing coming through from Simple. The flash doesn't quite land, but eventually able to find it nonetheless. They lose a couple players, but I'd say the cheaper bought-up players as well, the 2 MP9ers, as it were. So, all good in the end.
Yeah, that's part of the play when you get a few M4s. You do run the risk of maybe they die and your opponents pick it up. But if you play decent angles, that shouldn't really be possible. And then if you do die and your opponents can't pick it up optimally, then you have someone that had an MP9 upgrade to that M4, or you just have the MP9s fall, and it's no big deal.
Ooh, Almeza, clean headshot coming in. Usually you'd say, going mid on Mirage is not ideal without utility, but they don't really care. I think they want to take the fights anyway with these Eagles, so nice opener coming in. See what kind of an effect it has. It does come super early. Flit's got a bit of armor, I guess. Not really expecting too much here. Also, curious to me that they go for so many deagles. Sortie is holding on, but, you know, Flit especially is a little poorer here. Almond's going to find ahead of another. They're talking it over. They take the fight to middle once again. That's exactly what Forze wanted. There's only 3 players remaining now on the Navi side.
And now with no utility, I mean, if you have full utility, you're not feeling too bad as Navi. But with no utility, they have to continue to recontest. They have to get something back their favor, and it does work out. They get the double. Boomich is a little bit trapped here in connector, but he's got support from Perfecto. He's got support from Electronic as well, and they will be able to convert that one fairly quickly. That could have gone pretty sideways pretty quickly there because they were essentially forced to recontest in middle straight up, and that can always go fairly poorly.
Well, here we go. Forze in with the first buy here of Mirage. Their map pick. One they were hoping to really run away with, I would presume. Maybe not in a super one-sided fashion, but have the control and the dominance throughout. It will have to start here. The rifle play needs to be solid. Navi, of course, have got other ideas. Crack angle from Electronic, pretty solid. Great nade coming through from Bit to just secure. Simple going to find his frag as well. I believe in towards middle from Connector by the looks of things. All the same, the bomb's down. It's a 2-man advantage in like 20 seconds.
That's exactly what Navi's kind of plays work well against, where they had Electronic jump up Cat, and they only had one guy really in B, right? They had Electronic make that Cat jump, and he caught a player crossing. And if you're going to be going heavily in middle, that type of play where you're a little bit lighter on B, you make the Cat jump very often with, you know, not even just your Cat player. That's where those work very well, and just absolutely punish Forze on that one. And they haven't even taken a point of damage. They're going to win the round without taking a point of damage.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to be seeing, right? That's very scary. I mean, we're only 4 rounds in, but it's just the way that they've won that previous. A big shift is required from Forze if they are to start getting this foot in the door, and it's probably not going to happen in this round where they're on that half buy once again. So, troublesome stuff here for the T side. I think Navi are proving they've done a bit of work. They are certainly prepared for this one, and they're not going to let the same thing happen to them. They are spurred forwards by the loss of yesterday. Double up setup coming into this round, though.
Double up setup, and it looks like Forze want to go for a palace pop, and you can certainly catch a player. I mean, Simple was triple, can certainly get caught off guard with an opper towards triple if Boomich was to go down, but Boomich aggressive, going to catch them with the nades out. He takes a few too many shots, but he still gets the second. All right.
Pretty filthy. Oh, speaking of. Lovely deagle from Kenzie. Can he get any more? There's certainly potential. Fine set of Simple. Right, got to be careful now not to give him too many more. And they are questioning, do we save the double up? They might well go for it, okay? Hear me out on this one. Because, of course, and I think they will, of course, can't buy AK. They've got money to buy an AWP up, but you can't buy the AK. So Perfecto, I think, wants to keep his AK.
Is an AK really worth 2,000 over an M4, though?
I mean, for some players, I'd say so. If you're like super rich, probably, right? It's maybe a bit wacky if they go for it with this kind of money. And it does look, with Bit buying an M4, it does look like they're just going to go back to 1.
Yeah, it would be a bit odd if they went for the double op off of the AK, but I can understand that the theory behind it. It's just you're sacrificing a lot just to get an AK. But they will go for the single op, and that's not a bad idea. They might actually just be trying to toy with Forza here, where Forza saw the double op, they assume that Navi go back to the double op, and so they might try a strat where, you know, they might be a little bit scared, they might be trying to avoid that double op, and that could actually work very well into the favor of Navi, although, I mean, that's not a peak you typically go for if you're worried about a double op.
Break coming in from Boomich. Good for 1, almost a second, you know. He comes so damn close, but yeah, this is looking like a solid round here for Navi once again. As they're in the ascendancy, they've got a hefty HP advantage. We'll lose window control, I suppose, and it does look like they're not quite ready for that. Simple going to get clapped out. Through the smoke sneaks Flit, and they've pulled the advantage back. Really nice, simple stuff to just walk through and catch Navi sleeping, ultimately.
Now it's Perfecto to try and bring it back. He gets the walk around the smoke, but nobody on his screen at the right moment. He could still catch them on the timing. Now Electronic is in a good spot as well, but they know he's the A player, and you can see they're scared. They're scared about Ramp. They're scared about Palace and Electronic. By not getting spotted, he's given himself a chance to really catch someone in the side.
And there it is. Takes down Jerry. Needs some help from Perfecto. He'll get it. Flit going to give the position away. Peaks a bit too wide. Kenzie the only one left. Finds the first quickly. Has to get this second. There's no smoke available. Flash going to come in. Electronic's just pushing for it ultimately. And he will manage to find the frag. He's got plenty of time for the defuse as well. Forze, it was so well done to come back in, but Electronic's patience is absolutely genius, right? I think just as they had got that false sense of security, no one's CT, I guess he's not here. Maybe he's gone for a wraparound, you know. That's when he strikes, as soon as they think they're safe.
Yeah, that was perfectly played by Electronic. Just don't give any information to Forze, so they have to watch every single angle. They have to worry, because if you remember back to Pistol Round, Electronic, he was in Palace, and they played it from him in Palace. He got a 3K. This time he's CT, makes no noise, ends up going out a little bit late, gets the 2K, and perfectly played in the 1v1 as well. But Navi 6-0 up. Simple just narrowly doesn't spot the player there, but it's going for an A-split from Forze.
Yeah, they're angry into this one, man. They want to go fast. And they are finding great success. For the time being, it's Electronic with the double in from default. Kenzie's going to be left low after all this action as well. It's a man advantage briefly, but they will capitalize on their numbers. Kenzie falls. The angry attack, it works initially, but quickly unravels, as they so often do. Navi up to 7-0, and the second T timeout here from Forze. I think this is kind of surprising us all in a sense, but Navi showing what they are capable of when they get a bit of a kick up the backside. Certainly, yesterday's result has spurred them on.
And Navi are just playing out these kind of specific scenarios perfectly. Electronic kind of trapped there towards default, but he used his utility well. He catches the perfect timing to go for the peaks and catch up, looking the wrong direction. Just perfectly played from Navi. This is what you're expecting to see from Navi. This is what you want to see from the number 2 team in the world on a consistent basis. And even though Forze are doing, you know, I think the scoreline betrays them a little bit. I mean, they've had some very close rounds here, including the 1v1 that Electronic managed to win. Even the frags, they barely have any frags, but, you know, but I feel like it's a little bit betraying as to how these rounds are going. But still, I mean, Navi are just looking so clean here.
It does feel like some of the rounds teeter on a knife edge, though, for sure. I think Forze, with this pause, really could make a difference. Whether it ends up being a long-winded difference, you know, for 5 or 6 rounds is obviously the thing that we cannot know. But Simple opens up into this one to keep it grounded. And I think certainly finding the first frag in a round like this, really important.
Yeah, it's just a matter for Forze. You're not, I mean, obviously you want to win this type of round, but you're not really expecting to win it. As long as you can make it at least a little bit competitive. You know, if you remember a few rounds back, they were in a 3v3 and then, or 3v5 for Navi, and Navi managed to win it out. You can bring it into one of those scenarios. You can get 3 kills maybe. You can still keep the economy of Navi low. I mean, they don't have much money for being up 7-0.
Yeah, the plight of the CT side, of course. Flashes over the top, looking to just play contact here. Bit going to find the first, and it's a great setup. They will not check the angle of Perfecto. Flit with a nice double. You can get a few more here. Just get tagged up though, and Electronic will finish him off. All the same, economy modest, that kind of thing. Always good to be doing some damage when you've invested, but 8-0, Navi just absolutely tearing through.
This is about the last chance I think Forze have to actually turn this one around reasonably without just pulling off some absolute heroics. 8-0 down. You can still bring it to 8-7 technically. I mean, even if you get 9-6, it's not the end of the world. It's a decent scoreline, right? But if they lose this one and then they're on another eco, Navi are on double digits, I think even at that point, you just mentally, you just get out of the game.
Oh, Simple kind of handed that one, to be honest. The flash comes over the top, trying to go for something very basic, considering we've just had a pause. It does seem kind of flat from Forze, if I'm honest.
There's been a couple rounds like that, a couple plays like that, where they've just walked into simple, almost like they feel they need to make plays and they need to get something done individually when I'm not sure they do. And now we've made our way into a 2v3. Forze, they had it in a 4v3 for a second. Unfortunately for them, Navi turned it around on a dime and bring it into Jerry in the 1v2.
I guess they're just happy to scrap. Do you know what I mean? Like, Forze really wanting to play things competitive, take it down to our level. Let's just rely on fragging out and the numbers ultimately. Oh, Simple actually finds that. I thought he was going to fall there.
This
But
is actually
Navi are
something I've
happy to
noticed.
take the fights. It's very
I
strange.
used to notice from FNS's teams, if we go all the way back to FNS being an NA player, where sometimes his teams they would be scrappy like this, and I would be confident that as long as they could get into the mid round in something like a 3v3 or a 4v4, they would most likely win because FNS would be able to call mid-round call their way out of it. And it feels very similar here from Forze, where it feels like their main goal is to just get into the mid-round with even numbers. And unfortunately, Navi is just getting all the kills this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Molotov going to split them up here. I don't know if there's flames to cover it. Some of them go through it, and it doesn't really go well. 1 HP for Kenzie. They've lost a member to the flames. Perfecto has a nice little smoke to help him out here that he can work around. He's going to do it brilliantly. Look at that. 2K comes in nice and easy. 3 for him as well. Bit going to fall, but he's the only one to do so. 4K for Perfecto overall. 10-0. Navi looking to give Forze a taste of the Akuma lessons, I suppose, that they have learned.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rough for Forze right now. I mean, I think they've gotten to the point where they've done away with the playbook a little bit. It seems like they tried a few straight up strats, the A split that nearly worked out, but Electronic from default kind of bailed them out of that round. And then as we're getting later into the half, it appears they're going for more and more of these plays where they're just looking for a kill, looking to get themselves anything at all, and they're not finding it.
Yeah, we've got a pause coming in. Technical in nature, I suppose. So certainly wanting to get back into the action quickly, I'm sure, if you're on that Navi side of things, especially the regularly scheduled programming. There we go. We'll be back into the action. But yeah, of course, worth noting, the series obviously under contention, but the spot in the CIS RMR for Forze on the line here if they are to drop Mirage. So they certainly need to be making it more competitive at the very least, proving why they should be in the conversation. But don't get me wrong, this RMR is absolutely stacked, man. Like, so many dangerous teams, so many unpredictable teams, as we've seen, and Navi have found out a good couple of times, but nonetheless, Forze, technical timeout in nature, they probably will have used it to their advantage, though, to just work some things out. Almeza charging in through the fire, catches Boomich, I think, trading back from the molly to his rifle, but still falls to the flames. So it continues to be a crazy turn of affairs here, to be honest.
I mean, when your individual play going well means going 1 for 1, I feel like those individual plays aren't doing too well in general, but it does put them into a 4v4, and Navi, they stacked the wrong bomb site, essentially. They went back for the re-aggress on Cat, and A is completely empty.
Yeah, this is a big challenge for them if they're to win it. Bomb has yet to cross, though. Smoke out through connector. They're 10 rounds in. They're going to go through this. Do you know what I mean? The confidence is certainly there for it. They're going to walk through it, in fact, and deny the bomb plant. Quick trade comes back in. Perfecto trying to find it through the smoke. Not able to do so, but the bomb is out in no man's land. This is really not what they want. Simple is awaiting on the other side.
Oh.
Perfecto. No. Oh, man. That is a tough one. That is a very tough one indeed. The distraction across from the jumping, the bouncing Jerry. Oh, goodness gracious. That's the way that Forze win their first round, though. A bit of assistance from Simple.
That's one of those rounds where, I mean, a save could have been considered. I think going for it in any scenario isn't a bad idea. But that's one of those ones where if Navi do somehow convert that round, that is the backbreaker, essentially. That is the nail in the coffin where surely Forze, you finally get your way into a round 4v3, bomb site secured essentially for free, and you don't even you don't even win that one, that would have been very unfortunate. Still, Navi brought it close. They did a good amount of damage. But Navi, on the other hand, I mean, they're going to full invest into this round. So Forze have a chance to bring it 10-5. I feel like I'm stretching at this point. It still could go 10-5.
Yeah, they've kept that storyline in the conversation at the very least, but I don't think we have too much hope. It would need a big spin, and obviously that last round is just absolutely mad in the way that it ends, especially. So yeah, there need to be a big shift here. Seems we're on a bit more of an extended technical though, which is certainly a tilter, as they say. And it is going to slow that momentum that Forze have just picked up.
Looks like is there a gun on the ground here for Almazer, or is he out of luck here?
Can't quite tell, unless it is behind Jerry. I don't know if Observer Man can hear us, but get us onto Almazer and see what he's looking at.
I mean, he could get an AK. He at least could get an AK, but then no utility. So it's not the end of the world. Question mark is, do they go for something like an MP9? Do they get that MP9 on the T side? I would like to see that, and then go for something like a fast B hit. Have to assume they wouldn't, as they don't have the best of spawns, and they do have that op saved over at the very least. But anything is possible.
Yeah, I think the CIS RMR especially has definitely showed us that fact. So, yeah, it is going to be pretty crazy, to be honest. We are back to our beautiful faces, though. Hello, how's it going? What's up? As I guess we're on a bit more of an extended one, unfortunately. There was a few issues, I think, getting into it, so maybe that's plaguing, again, moving forwards for sure. But we'll hopefully be back to the action soon. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's kind of a stressful one for me when it comes to like predicting how things are going to go down. I just think Navi are in the ascendancy, and we saw some like kind of crazy stuff. Ultimately, a round like that, I think you would probably move to save when you've lost A so heavily. But they just went like walking through that smoke at connector, and super confident, I guess, because you're 10-0.
I think that's one of those ones. I mean, it depends how much utility they have left. I can't remember how much utility they have left. If they've got full clips of utility, I think there's good reason to go for that one. It is the A bomb site on Mirage. However, to retake A site, you need either CT control or jungle control. And essentially what they did there is they gambled that Forze wasn't going to have CT control because Navi was going for such an odd play that there's no way Forze was really expecting it. And Navi hadn't given up the jig that they were all on Cat, right? So Forze couldn't know it. And so that's kind of what they were gambling there. I feel like in the old meta, the old economy, you always go for that one. And in the way people are saving now, where it's much more common to save and just give up rounds where you're 3v4 or something, I think usually you probably do save that one, depending on, maybe you have some information on the way Forze play after plants on A or something crazy like that. But I think in that exact scenario, I think it's totally reasonable for them to go for it because they're just on fire. And at that point, I mean, if you beat Forze in that round, I feel like the game is already done and dusted.
Yeah, to be fair. Certainly is the case, to be honest with you. I think that things can very quickly spiral out of control if you lose a round like that, and I think mentally it's definitely going to have a dire effect. So it's pretty big for them to be holding on to things. It does seem as well that they're the ones that are having some of the issues here, so I think they'll be kind of frustrated at the world, at the situation, that they can't get back into the action, because you absolutely have to capitalize on a round like that, but there's just a little bit less to go for, I think. But yeah, I'm not sure how long we're going to be. I think I've just heard in my ear that we're cool to go to a break, I think, and just wait this one out. Okay, what's going on? Welcome back. As soon as we go to break, absolute classic, mate. We are back into the action here. Yeah, Forze have got their issues sorted. Let's just leave it at that. Have they got their issues sorted in game, though?
Yeah, that's the question. I think the issue has continued as they've struggled a bit here, but 3v3, simple, going through the smoke, does get punished for that little bit of aggression, and now 2v2. It's going to be a struggle to get the bomb planted, though, and Kenzie dunked on with 2 nades from CT. At the very least, that means Flint knows both players are in CT, so he's got a good amount of information here, but he's got 22 health to work with, make it 8, and now he's stuck in Firebox here. Good try. It was a good try.
NT, you know. Yeah,
I mean, there's not much he can do there, right?
No, yeah, you just kind of screwed. You got to hope that they push into you, but why would they do that? Or you just have to make a move. So yeah, pretty tough.
The real difference between this game and Dust 2 is on Dust 2, Forze was able to utilize long control to actually force out a lot of engagements where they would go 1-for-1 or 2-for-2 or 2-for-1, whatever, and get themselves into these mid rounds where they could get themselves out of. And on this map, they are a little bit lacking in terms of they've just walked into a few angles with lack of utility. Remember back to the round where for all they knew, Navi was double opping and they walked into the B op and just got themselves killed. They've kind of struggled with that. They've just struggled to get into these mid rounds and even scenarios. And I mean, that's on Navi more than it is on Forze making mistakes, as they go here 1-for-1 again, but they've only got, you know, pistols. They don't have a ton of utility to actually make anything happen here. Although Perfecto boosted up, gonna get taken right down. 4v3v2.
Ooh. Nasty. Looking for more. Electronic.
Oh.
No way. Oh my goodness. No way, dude. How do they not take him down there? Electronic, the unkillable, apparently. 19-3 right now as well.
I mean, every time Navi's in a rough spot, and it's not that often, usually they're opening these rounds up in their favor. They're getting bailed out by something like that from Electronic, and that's, I don't think Forze misplayed that too heavily. They were in decent positions. They were just looking for Electronic, and Electronic just blew them away.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, kind of unkillable, apparently. Nice find from Bit through the smoke. Talked about Fame in the previous series having a hard time. I think the entire Forze squad is having a hard time here on Mirage. Yeah, really not what they were expecting, I think. And maybe, you know, they could see themselves thinking into the future and just a bit too overconfident coming into it. You know what I mean? We picked Mirage, easy win. Not quite the case. I don't think they would have thought about it quite like that, but you know what I mean, that Navi's looking vulnerable, it should be okay. And then it's like, wow, we're like 5-6 rounds down, we've lost some pretty decisive rounds here, guys, what do we do? And they don't have much of a backup plan. Ooh, great find from Kenzie, he's going to be traded out. Bit has got to be dealt with, but just too hard to pin down. They've dropped the bomb at his feet as well, they're both very low here. Should be another round going to Navi.
Does have a chance here, though. Picks up the 1, but getting attacked from both sides. Not much he can really do as he runs out of ammo. 13-1. Yeah, I mean, Forze got to be feeling like Navi did against Akuma. Not feeling too hot.
No, sir. Not at all. Yeah, this is definitely not what I was expecting. Look, I don't think it is like a breeze map or whatever, Navi. It's a anomaly, really, the Akuma loss. But I did feel that we'd have some competition. Do you know what I mean? That it would be a close one. Forze would probably have to work for it, but there certainly could be stuff that they've seen in the result yesterday that they can exploit, but it just doesn't look that that's really the case. Navi have changed their game up. Forze, not really. Just approaching it with their regular game plan, and that's not quite good enough for an invigorated and angry, you know, a vengeful kind of Navi, really. Best chance they've had in a while, though. As I'm talking over the action, you know, Cass will talk about game. I will do so now that Perfecto's found his kill. It's all going to be on to Simple, though, and he can't get it done. So they get the second round. They might be able to do 1 or 2 better than Navi's performance yesterday, but the game itself, a 13-2, surely not, right? Oh, man, 20 and 5 for Electronic. Madness.
If you think about it, okay, so 13-2, you just need the pistol round, then you win the anti-ecos, 13-5, then you win a gun round, 13-7, another gun round, 13-9. No, it's not very likely.
Yeah, and I think to fend off against all the force buys when you're in a position like this, you know what I mean, and whatnot.
Eventually, one of them's going to take you down.
Yeah. Have to be realistic. It can happen. It's not impossible. That's the beauty of Counter-Strike, I suppose, at the end of the day, is the possibility that every game, every round is technically winnable. But Navi would be fools to drop this. That's a great find coming in from Zorti. The smoke as well. Not there. They are fighting him, and wrongly so, to be honest with you. They've lost 2 players and nearly a third.
Yeah, the smoke missed in window. That's Perfecto. Is it Perfecto? Perhaps it's Electronic, who only has 100. Maybe he bought it as well, but it looks like it was probably Perfecto, and he's probably getting something in his ear, either now or between rounds. What the hell, dude? You let us down. And so that's ambitious.
Yeah, they're all getting a little caught off by each other. I think it was Perfecto, because Electronic, I'm pretty sure, dropped the P250, bought 2 flashbangs. So
makes sense.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It happens. Also, would be nice to catch. Might have been body blocked. But obviously, we didn't see that.
That is possible, yeah.
We just blame Perfecto.
Regardless, very nice shot from the window player on the first guy jumping out. I mean, that's why you always say on pistol round, you always have the first guy jump out for the T side so that the guy defending the angle has to deal with multiple players at the same time. He can't just tap you down. Unfortunately, even if you jump around the corner, if you get hit in the head while you're in the air, there's not much you can really do.
Yeah, that's the one thing you have to account for. Nice find from Zorti here. He's liking his window so far, looking pretty clean. As he takes down Simple instantly. Of course, we are expecting Forze to find this round, but stress-free is the big question. So far, so good. Almaze has taken a tiny bit of damage, but nothing too substantial. I think he's traded back a fair amount, so it's kind of worth.
There was a game, an old nuke, CT side, 13-2 victory, lost 14-1. No, T side, 13-2 victory. Then they lost 14-1 on their CT side. I can't remember the teams, but there have been greater comebacks than this.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely there, but, you know, I think for the most part of, like, a comeback like this, until it gets to, like, 13-11, 13-12, you're not really believing it. You have to stay realistic. Maybe if you're a die-hard fan. But, as you can see, Perfecto on the Scout has got other things to say. He doesn't want it to get anywhere near the potential of a comeback. Bomb's going to go down. We've got no kits available. Tags are landing left, right, and center. Simple is not the only one who's effective with the scope weapons. I mean, okay, 2 quick kills like that, I think they can definitely indeed now work in, so certainly possible.
And Perfecto, he is lit as well, and they know he's here, but the Tech 9 to the dome ski for a second as well. Perfecto going for the ace, and Flit doesn't even have a kit. I'm not sure if there's a kit down, but if he doesn't have a kit in the bomb site, there's almost just not enough time, and doesn't matter. Perfecto with the ace.
Okay, my guy.
All right.
That's a hell of a round. Especially when he moves on to that Tech 9. I was like, surely not. Gets a low HP player, fair. But the guy with the AUG round the corner, mincemeat, mate. That is,
I was thinking that was one of those
crazy.
spots for Forze where, you know, you have to go for it just because the way the round is going, but you know, maybe you don't really want to go for it. It's like not that likely. And they got the 2 entries, they went for it, and just Perfecto on the other side.
Yeah, man. The intangibles, the things you cannot account for, especially when you look at a game like this. Simple and Electronic have been up there, Flick with the knife, though, in the smoke, going to find a kill. So at the very least, Electronic gets embarrassed. Oop, the round itself.
Moral victory.
Okay, hold on. I was going to say it was going to be tough. Got low HP onto Bit, going to get driven by. It's left onto Boomich. And he's going to get clapped out by Almazer. Okay, Almazer with a 4K on the Deagle. I thought the knife would be the highlight for the Forza side, but no, not the case.
Alrighty then.
We get down into the depths with a game like this, you know, the scrappiest of Counter-Strikes, when it's super one-sided in the CIS region. It is just an absolute bloodbath.
I mean, one thing Navi did on their T-side on Dust 2 as well is they were very suffocating, I think, for Forze, where they would just change up the aggressions, consistently and make it really tough for Forze to get a read on what's going on before Navi was already in very advanced positions and kind of breathing down the neck of Forze. And they're doing it again here, and that was a great example of it up until the point where Almazer, got a 4K with the Deagle.
Yeah, there's just so much stuff that like we can't really account for when it comes to doing analysis and predictions and all that. To be honest with you, and this round is maybe a repeat of that with an AK out for Simple and Electronic. That's definitely who you want on these weapons. Perfecto going to go down without tagging up. Boomich trying to come in from behind. Big brain play. He finds one brain, looking for a second. He is in there. I know he's in there. Oh, going to get caught. Is he going to find this kill? No way. Kenzie, that's yours every day of the week. He was reloading Electronic. Oh my goodness. What is going on? What is happening? Oh, and he even gets a tag off onto Zorti. There's 3 more to find. Not going to happen. Navi just brute forcing their way through this one at the end of the day. And this is what we're talking about with the comebacks. It just feels all but inevitable. And if you can't fend off against rounds like that where they're doing super basic stuff, then you're kind of doomed.
You can't not kill Boomich there. You can't not kill Boomich there. That is... You do have to get that one every day of the week. I mean, even in a loss, you just got to be finding those, and unfortunately just couldn't find the kill quite quickly enough. Boomich, I mean, to his credit, he did body spam with the Deagle, which is totally balanced, but still you got to kill him anyways.
I'm sure it'll get changed soon. Maybe a little. You'd hope. Daddy Valve comes in. Maybe just a little bit. Either way, feels like the game is over here. Zorti will find the head of one. Oh, gets another as well, to be fair to him. Electronic's kind of low. This would be crazy, but he's got 22 HP. He was thinking about it. He was thinking about it. He was close. But yeah, the round, the game definitely feels like it's over here. Yeah. Good night, says Bits. R.I.P. 16-4, little anticlimactic in the end, little uneventful the whole way through. I mean, it was extended a bit by the technical pause there on the Forze side of things, but yeah, not how I expected the second map to go. Like I said, the 2-0 definitely on the cards for me. Navi just able to turn it up in a team that they're much more familiar with than the likes of Akuma, but only the 4 rounds is sending a bit of a message, that they certainly realize their Mirage needs some work, and they've done some, clearly.
I mean, that's one of those games where I think Perfecto gets a bit of a bad rap, where he gets, people think he's not that great. I think a lot of the time he's just not given the opportunities to do well. I've looked at some of his, I've looked into some of his worst games, and a lot of the time what happens is if you're a support player on a map like Train or Nuke and your team just gets dominated on the bomb site, you're not really given any engagements that you can win. And you can see, especially with that ace with the Scout and the Tech 9, I mean, he's got the talent there. It's not lacking in that regard. It's just, I think he gets a bit of a tough rap.
Yeah, maybe a little. But he had some moments to shine there in the second half, of course. I think he ends towards the top side as well.
I think he might have top fragged.
Yeah,
I think
he
might have been actually at the top.
Yeah, so Electronic and Simple not too far behind, though, the 3 of them. Again, it's a similar story, this time much more one-sided, but it was the same on Dust 2 when we had, I think it was the 3 of them. Might have been, no, it was Bit instead, wasn't it? Instead of Perfecto, fragging out of their minds. And that was much closer. So kind of curious the way that you pick up kills. Of course, we got the bracket, I believe, ready to just see how things have panned out now after today. As you can see, we're checking in with those round 1 games. And I believe it is VP Akuma, the loser of that plays Entropiq, the loser of Spirit Gambit plays off against Navi. That's not until Friday, though, those games. Bit of a break for those teams in the lower bracket side of things. Less of a break, I suppose. They've had their break today, really, haven't they, for Spirit, Gambit, VP, and Akuma. But yeah, shaping up to be pretty stacked towards the tail end, to be honest with you. A few upsets here and there. If Akuma could do it to VP as well, then I'm like, whoa, okay. Now we really need to start paying attention. You got any thoughts on those upcoming games tomorrow?
I mean, it's just kind of crazy. One of Spirit or Gambit is going to go into the lower bracket, face off against Navi. It feels early for that to happen. I mean, that's really based off the fact that Navi lost to Akuma. And Akuma, I don't know if they're Titans quite yet. It's going to take a little while.
Yeah. Bit more to prove. But certainly, keep your eye on and definitely check in tomorrow to see them against VP. That'll be the second game tomorrow. The first one is that Spirit Gambit, which, I mean, just in and of itself is going to be a great and could potentially be a final matchup between those two teams. But that's going to be it from us. It's been an absolute pleasure. Been a lot of fun. Thank you very much for coming on, Vu. It's been nice to cast alongside you. And maybe we get to do it again sometime. But indeed, we have to bid adieu and say good evening. Thank you very much for watching. Of course, shout out to Paramatch, our sponsors, and we'll catch you tomorrow with the next games.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot. Nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Win the round. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Very much. They play, you win.
Especially when you reach to where Big had reached, you get to the point where you are a dominant force in the region and you can maybe contend for best in the world. That is, it's certainly admirable, and it's something that those accolades will speak for themselves. But, beyond that, trying to stay at the top, trying to continue that form, as soon as you start to slip a little bit, Maui, it can feel so much worse than it actually is.
We saw what happened to Astralis. They had to swap out some players. We see Device in the server, and he's not on Astralis here. He's on NIP. I mean, it goes when you hit the top, like you're saying, Lex. It feels like it can only go downhill for certain teams. And I think one thing that I draw into question about Big and teams in general when they fall off like this is kind of the style of Counter-Strike that you're playing. Is it based off of too many just heavy strats, or is it based off of too many gimmicks here and there? Or is it based off of some fundamentals that you can constantly recreate? And I think that's what a team like Astralis did so well when they had their run to have such longevity.
Yeah, and that's an interesting note, actually, that you make, is that when you're trying to stay on top, obviously you're trying to constantly innovate. And if you're a team that finds success through strategy purely or your tactics alone, there are certain things that other teams are going to key in on and exploit against you, right? And so that's something that Tabson spoke about in our interview on the Blind Spot yesterday. But, kind of getting into the nitty-gritty about what, makes a successful Counter-Strike team, we were talking about Mouse Sports the other day, and the way that Dexter's IGL is he's just like, we go get some map control and we mid-game it. And you know what? He trusts his teammates, and they clearly trust him as an IGL. So, I mean, that's something that maybe Big doesn't have in their back pocket, that ability to just adapt constantly, and sometimes that can work against you.
It does feel like Big style lacks a lot in just general basic defaults. A lot of it is more just set pieces, set plays, kind of even the way that they get map control, I think, is sometimes a little bit too telegraphed for opposing teams, so they can counter it. They know what Big is doing on the server, and I think that always is why Big, I mean, maybe lately that's why Big have been on the back foot, because it's a little bit too obvious, so the rotations can be a little faster, the flanks can be a little faster when teams at the very tip-top level are playing against Big.
And I think it's a really good point to be bringing up as well in terms of, how the team's kind of gelling and molding and doing all that sort of stuff after you've been at number one in the world. Because I think it was an interview with Tabson, again, where he was saying that there was a lot of focus on anti-stratting. They were spending so much damn time preparing for these matches, and it wasn't sustainable. It's not sustainable for a team to be putting in that much work, and obviously with their coach as well, a little bit of a switch up in terms of a dude coming in to replace Toby. So I don't know. I think it kind of begs the question of, was it sustainable the way they got there?
The team that I think anti-stratted really well at one point also last year was G2. And G2, prior to the Nico trade, actually, we're talking about how we are anti-stratting every team, building a game plan around that. And I think they actually also reached number one for a very brief time in 2020, around maybe March or April, if I'm not mistaken. And they said we couldn't keep it up. We can't keep doing that. It just takes too much time to do it and for everybody to be on the same page. So we have to make a game plan that's more generally just acceptable or worthy of facing every single team with. And I think Big right now are probably in the camp where they're trying to fall back onto some fundamentals as opposed to anti-stratting, and I think that's probably why they're a little bit more up and down.
Yeah, definitely some changes for them as well, and then changes in the coaching staff too. Obviously, in Armada, coaches have been used differently in terms of some of the other events, but Dude stepping up as well. And it was interesting to hear that he was kind of being coached himself through Toby. Toby knew he was going to be leaving, so he was saying that he spent so much time with Dude to try and get him up to speed, and we knew how important Toby was for the team as well.
Very interesting stuff. And kind of just to contrast, maybe you could think like, well, let's just take Astralis, for example. A team that clearly was at the top of their game for a very long time and were able to kind of like beat the odds when it comes to being able to stay at the top and stay consistent at the top. I mean, that's a team that basically overnight, it seemed like, unveiled a full map pool. Obviously it wasn't overnight. This is over a span of years. But like you just suddenly start dominating everybody. And once you get to that top spot, I mean, I think the entire world, the whole regions that we're talking about here are all looking at you, right? And everybody just wants to adapt their play style to be more like that. I think that Big really probably did undergo something like that. And right now, maybe this is just a restructuring period for them.
Well, we are ready to take to the stage into the server in map number 1. So let's throw it back over to Semler and James to get into the first map.
Thank you very much indeed.
Imagine my face when we're delayed because of server issues. And who's in the server again? Oh, right, it's Nip. Except that it wasn't Nip's fault. To be fair, it wasn't Nip's fault this time. It was Big's fault. And so I did have a bit of a snicker, though, a bit of a laugh at the beginning when I was like, here we go again. But no, it's fine, Bardolph. We're good. All the players have signed off on it. We're ready to play some CS. Let's get into the thick of things here. What do you think of this match?
Well, I don't know why. I just expect a strong performance tournament-wise from Ninjas in Pyjamas. I think that the Big that I love to see isn't the Big we're necessarily seeing just yet. And Xantares, while he can't see anything, he'll still get a kill in this long position. So that's not a too shabby a start from Big. They've got 3 smoke grenades and some other junk to deploy here. Now, they could use the Molotov for this car position. However, they may want to use it for the short plant box as they approach the bomb site. We shall see. Just chilling out for now. There is the P250 in hands of Keto. As I say that, he dies before I can finish my sentence. The glass in that car isn't very strong, and indeed, the device will get deleted and ZTR as well. One by one, Ninjas in Pyjamas fall on this CT pistol.
Not a whole lot that Hampers can hope to do here. 1v4, they know where he is. If he can hit nothing but headshots and only provide a headshot angle, this will be fun. Xantares, well, there was a lot of attention given to Xantares on the desk coming into this series, and I think he deserves it. It's well merited. Because he has certainly stepped up this tournament for Big. They need heavy hitters. When Searson and Keto aren't able to get the job done, they've turned to Xantares, and Xantares has shown up in fine fighting shape recently for Big. And what I wanted to check.
All right, we've got a force buy from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Device is AWP money in the bank. $700 seems to be enough these days. We'll see how things progress in that regard. Big are very, very well equipped in this round. There's no smoke grenade around the long doors to re-smoke the spot. And we can see that Ninjas in Pyjamas will move away. We've got heavy presence towards B from NIP, maybe looking for closer quarters engagements with their pistols.
Indeed. In fact, Xantares has only had 2 red games this tournament so far, and that was the first match against Mousesports for Big. After that, he's just been utterly dominating. So, very good to see here for Big. They definitely rely on his firepower. And, well, as far as Big are concerned, I mean, this is all playing out perfectly. 2 players alive on the site, a 3rd rotating over for NIP. But this situation still favors Big. They have the superior firepower.
Starting to creep up. So there's no Molotov for Big for that short plant box. There is a HE grenade, though, which has been deployed, not sure where. 40 seconds, and this is giving time for Ninjas in Pyjamas to rotate, but they don't really have the range now. And with Hampus being eliminated, that certainly makes things a lot easier for Big. And NIP may as well save at this point.
Indeed.
We can see ZTR probably isn't going to be saving in this round, but the rest of them, I feel like they've lost position. These Desert Eagles and Scout could be used again. They could be hunted later on, though, but indeed they will fall back.
Yeah,
ZTR will be
ZTR's a dead
eliminated.
man, but there's no reason to go past that.
Yeah.
Just leave it be. The gamble was that Big Clan would be moving towards that B site. Turns out that's not the case. And so NIP, I almost wish that they just stayed on B the entire time and not even given the chance to lose any of the guns. Once the gamble is up and Big go long, I mean, odds of you retaking are pretty slim. Unless you can get Device and the Deagles popping off, right? And hitting some crazy shots. But again, Big shouldn't be giving you that opportunity. Smoke off the cross and move on to the site, and that should pretty much be it. So 2-0, the lead for Big Clan on their map pick, and it's pretty much their home map at this point. Dust 2 is, I mean, Big essentially pick it whenever they get the chance. They have a 69% win rate on it. And so far, I mean, it's been touch and go. They got beaten by Sprout 2 series ago on it, 19-17 in overtime. Sprout really overperforming, doing a fantastic job. But then they take down Double Pony 16-12. So it's kind of a 50-50 right now in terms of this tournament for Big.
Oh, that's a nice flick from Searson. A very small indicator, but a very nice one as to how ready he may be for this series. His sniping will certainly be important. Of course, there is no Mirage for Searson, but he's very capable elsewhere as well. Device with the other scout will exchange with Searson actually, but he'll get the better of him on the repeat. Quito creeping now. It's a great flashbang for him. Clearing the A bomb site with the MAC-10, utilizing him well, leaving Hampus in spawn. CT spawn, of course.
Yeah, this is actually really favoring Big, at least to this T-side start. Means that they get to set the pace, they get to set the tone for the match. I think Nip are feeling a little frustrated that they're the ones who have to start on the defense here. But we'll see if they can turn it around now. Dust 2, CT side can always be a little finicky. Can feel like everything is working for you. And it can also feel like nothing is working for you, so it can be very frustrating. But like I said, I mean, Nip, they had a fantastic performance this tournament on Dust 2 against G2. It was clearly mapped out. They had a clear game plan. They stuck to it, and they really just mangled G2. So I'm expecting big things here on this map from NIP. It is still early days. And while this is certainly a way to adjust.
That is a noble push. A brazen push from Searson. Straight down suicide with the AWP to hold an angle on short. And he may be rewarded with a peak. They weren't expecting that, were they? Just not where you're expecting an AWP these days.
Not at all.
Costly lesson for Ninjas in Pajamas. Take nothing for granted. And maybe a hard read in the first buy round, and maybe this is something that they've seen that Ninjas in Pajamas like to do. Now, how do you respond? Very early 4 versus 5. Nip had shorts as a priority for their hold. You can see Device creeping towards long now. Oh dear. Well, he's got some rifle support in Plopsky, as you can see. Falling back to the site now. A few insurgents spotted in the mid position. So it seems that bigger posturing for a split of the B bomb site, and a third player will head towards A in res. Oh, that's an important duel. Holding on to long. Device is in such an awkward position, completely blind. It must have seen him running down now. May have to rotate towards long if he can make it. Still just holding position for now. We've got a traffic jam, and Quito will be deleted. He can use that smoke to fall back into CT spawn. Big creeping towards the site, going for that short plant. Retake will be interesting. Plopsky deleted by USP of Searson. That leaves a 2 versus 3 for Ninjas in Pajamas. Xantares hiding behind a corner. He's got sound cues here. There could be grenades for him if there were any. Won't be needed though, because Xantares, which means headshots, which means 4-0 Big.
Which means the peak performance in CSGO. Xantares locking it down. That looked so promising for NIP for a moment there when Big run out of grenades and they have yet to make it onto the bomb site, so no flash grenades to force the angles. It's all, you should feel like, okay, this is where it falls apart. But then Nip decides to rotate around to Catwalk, and it just goes right into Xantares' hands, as we can see. So unfortunately for NIP, their first buy round is going to go against them. 4-0 lead now for Big. And while Big, these first few rounds have really conditioned Nip to worry about long early. 3 players towards long at the beginning of this round for NIP. And just leaving mid completely open. But it's looking like this is going to be Big really hitting this side of the bomb site, or this side of the map early.
Oh, ZTR's got a chance for one at the very least. He'll slow the focus on Hampus, but Hampus can't do any more with it.
I'm surprised at how early Big are going B, considering the success they've had on A long Catwalk. For them to go B this early is interesting. Just going to really try and throw a wrench in things here for NIP.
Yeah, we'll see if they opt there on a buy round. And AWP has been collected by Plopsky. Not sure if he's got himself a knife upgrade or not, but I suddenly see a big M9 Ruby in his hands, along with the Emerald, which someone else has. Big chunky knives on the NIP side. But a big chunky score for Big. They keep the clean sheet for now, 5-0. Tabson made that one. Oh, that's nice to see if you're a fan of Big. Holy potatoes. Just a one bullet from Xantares. He's come into this one sharp as a butcher's pencil.
And he's going to have to be.
I don't know what a butcher does with a pencil, but if they had one, I'm sure it would be very sharp indeed.
Indeed, yeah. He's got all those knives around.
Such, exactly.
Yeah, just
Gonna make
it wouldn't be dull for long.
Yeah.
The fun thing, though,
a respectful pencil,
James, is that Xantares is hitting shots, and that's always good to see. But the other guy that has been getting a lot of attention for Big is the man of mystery who doesn't have a camera, Searson. So Searson, 7 kills so far on this map. That is so important. He is an integral part of Big's game.
Yep.
He's been kind of wishy-washy lately. Not really sure if we can count on him to hard carry the way that he did a year ago, right, for Big. And we brought it up on the blind spot. Tabson didn't have too much of an answer apart from just, Searson is Searson, and he likes to do Searson things. And so if he's shown up right out the gates here against NIP on this map, this is going to be terrific for Big. It bodes very well.
So we have a fight for position with flashbangs. AWP forced away at the mid doors. We must note that Hampers has a second AWP. The crouch peek from Quito is very cheeky indeed. You can see Hampers seeks revenge. Flashbang will allow an escape, and there's another 5 versus 4. We saw this in the last buy round as well. Ninjas in Pajamas on the back foot. They'll be heavily relying on his AWPs now. Jump spotted towards that short position. He knows another one was heading up towards Cat. But that's fine. It's part of the default is big players, or T players, in shorts. You see Device is very alone on the A bomb site. Plotski has 1 flashbang, as does Device. They may have to support each other in that regard. But Plopsky does not know the climate outside the long doors. And Device has 3 players heading his way, soon to be 4. So they're really depending on these AWPs. The flashbangs are here. We got one on the low ground. Not sure if there'll be cover in time. There's Quito. Plopsky will trade, though, hold down long, which allows for potential retake.
It does. That was key that he actually manages to get that trade kill. Because now they can try and work together. It's not the easiest thing. Hampus has got an AWP for this retake as well. Searson bold, but he knows he's going up against an AUG, so he has the advantage with this AWP. Willing to take that risk initially, at least to take a shot. But that's Tijan catching out ZTR already, and this should actually force Hampus back. Plopsky was already committed, I think, before he was able to get out of there. And Hampus isn't even able to save. So this is actually shaping up to be a terrific first map. Look at how pumped Tabson is getting. This is really shaping up nicely for Big. I mean, the key players that we talk a lot about are hitting shots. Searson and Xantares just going to work right now. Everybody feeling very comfortable on Big side. Whereas on NIP, the heavy hitters that we expect to see do big work for them have just not been really connecting at all. 0 kills on the board for Rez, 2 for Device. So a bit of a cold start here for the Ninjas. Didn't stop them from going for a hero AWP on Device this round, though. Holy smokes. See if this works.
Got a fast take of long from Big. Now let's see what the response is from Ninjas in Pajamas. Plopsky is very deep in a short position, so he'll have a warning if it is to be a split. There is the Molotov for the car position, standing on the barrel, aim at the keyhole, and the jump throw, you're good to go. It's a nice flick from Device, and he's still alive, falls off. They're probably expecting to still be elevated, now they know otherwise. Rez trying to get towards Gandalf, perhaps. He's out in the open, actually. Hampus pushing in the meantime, running distraction. But it will be a man advantage and positional advantage, importantly, for Big Clan. And Molotov ahead of that smoke leaves Plopsky limited. Looking for a bomb planter. That's an important headshot. What? He's got 2 from that. That leaves Tabson alone with the Krieg. He has a great angle for it. And Molotov will tell a story. The trajectory will be spotted. And down they go. All of Big Clan eliminated for an unlikely first round for Ninjas in Pajamas.
What an overperformance from Plopsky. What? Big themselves are just got to be shaking their heads right now, wondering how the hell did they lose control of that situation. Plopsky at range, 2 kills with the MP9. Get out of here, making it look like a rifle. That is ridiculous.
Really absurd. He gets 2 from that. Ever important Plopsky.
Nicely done here by Device, though. This flick, that was quick.
Yeah. Didn't even get a chance to say that Searson's looking very sharp. Actually, I feel like from all the POVs we've seen, everybody's starting this game hot. The score may say otherwise, but well, actually, let's have a look at Rez. He's somebody called out for being a very important player for Ninjas in Pyjamas recently. Still looking for his first kill on Dust 2 on the CT side. And you know, the classic Ninjas in Pyjamas roster in a best of 3 series, they would say start on the T side of Inferno first in the first map as a warm-up, to then move into the stronger side. So we'll see what they bring into the T side of Dust 2. But first, we need some rounds while they defend. And again, they go straight into a 4v5 situation. I feel like every buy round has been this. We see a fumbled smoke on the door, but there's no harm done. Again, a take of the short position. We've got to focus now on long from Ninjas in Pyjamas. And a minute 10 for Big to work with.
That's an unfortunate miss there from Hampus. That would have been brilliant to bring it back to a 4-on-4. And then once again, Keto straight through onto ramp. Device has been clever, changed it up, but what a brilliant take. Plofsky has no way to know that he is getting flanked there. Device can't communicate that to him because if Device is flashed, there's a smoke in his face. He can't see what's happening on Catwalk there. And so Plofsky is just going to get bopped on the side of the head. And Big, they are feeling so good about this Catwalk take, about this long hit. Feels like they go long, they go Catwalk. Both ways are just working perfectly for them.
Yeah, I feel like they may do this until Ninjas in Pyjamas give them a reason not to, and then they may do it again straight afterwards, or perhaps with a slight change. Hampus, like the rest of his team, has nowhere to hide, nowhere to go, and no help, it seems. They are being completely outmaneuvered by Big Clan.
Once upon a time, this would have been a complete and utter disaster for NIP. Being reset back down to 1,400. Now we still have the loss bonus online here for NIP, so they will have money to buy. It will be touch and go for ZTR and Rez. But Hampus can afford to drop an AWP for a teammate if he wants. For Device can even just buy an AWP for himself. But I'm glad that we're getting a tactical timeout called by NIP here, because I think that they really do need to kind of slow down the pace, or at least take a breather and get their heads in this game. Because right now it just feels like Big have just got their game plan set. What I like about both of these teams, and this was the impression that I had watching NIP play against G2 on this map, is that they also had a game plan that was set, like this is what we're going to do in the first 5 rounds of the half, right? And if we win the pistol, this is what we're doing. If they anti-eco, this is what we're doing, right? It felt very thought out, and I'm getting the same vibe here from Big, where it's just we're just going to keep hitting long and Catwalk over and over again until they give us a reason not to.
Oh, that's a slow crouch peek into a definitely angle. And
Rez recovered the AWP at least.
Yeah, that was a rough one. Oh boy, this is looking like, I don't know, simulation versus bots at the moment, which isn't meant to be an insult from Ninjas in Pyjamas, but more so about how completely outplayed they are being. I'm not sure about that peak though. After the flashes on the corner, it was a bit late, I feel. But I suppose risks have to be taken in a round such as that. The full buy will come through for Ninjas in Pyjamas. But yeah, more I'm speaking to the strength of Big. They're just about this life, you know. They're just in full control from start to finish. There's full momentum and no breaks.
Well, is this the resurgence of Big that we've all been waiting for, right? Because feels like they've been down in the doldrums for so long now. You know, certain players that were reliable before no longer really hitting their shots. But if they've succeeded in getting those guys fired up again, I mean Xantares, I mean even Taps, wow, they're actually so even across the board now for Big. It's like the one ship at the beginning that kind of was floating up there, Searson and Xantares, the rising tide. With those guys, they're just bringing everybody along with them. Everybody's hitting shots on Big. There is no weakness for NIP to exploit. Whereas we're still waiting for Rez to get on the board.
Chain flashes. Tabson's one will be for anybody behind the door, I suppose. But the one Searson's throwing is the one you need to learn at home. Get your jump throw scripts on the go. But now we can have some counter flashes for ZTR as he peeks from the ramp position. Won't help him. The AK is being completely abused. That's one thing you have to bear in mind. There's just a different level of confidence when you're swinging into CTs wielding an AK-47. And again, Ninjas in Pyjamas could potentially do this when they move into the second half. However, they can't do that with one round. They need to find success, and they're just being wrecked. They're getting 4 versus 5 in round after round, buy round after buy round. They're always on the back foot. And when that happens, there's no response to doing the standard stuff. You lose long, you hold short. But they're simply getting wrecked, and Device will need a big multi-frag here. Moving into the second one, lands on Xantares. Are there any flashes for him? Scopes, but no shot on the third attempt. Hampus falls back for the retake. Now, Plopsky, if he can get there close enough, fast enough, which he can't, he has an incendiary to try and stop a bomb plant. We have the double stack bomb plant being made. Hampus on 30 HP. I'm sure that incendiary will be used somewhere to limit the positions for Big. Could even be used on Big Box. Now they know someone's there. Oh boy. Gross peek from Tabson, and they move into a crossfire situation. Plopsky trying to find something. 97 HP won't be enough. 9-1 will be the score for Big.
Tabson is just styling on him with that Krieg. I think he's the only one who's using the Krieg pretty much every round when he can afford it. I don't know. Do you know any other players using the Krieg right now? Because I can't think of a single player
particularly
who's just using the Krieg consistently.
Not consistently, for sure.
So Tabson, just sick to see him still going for it, and why not? It's working wonderfully for him. He's clearly confident. This is going to be a half buy coming in here from NIP in the hopes that they will be able to full buy in the next round. And they will. They will. But as far as Big are concerned, right back out to long we go. There's still no good answer for NIP apart from just giving up long completely. And so now Big, with a minimal investment on their side, they get to just stroll right on up to the A side if they so please.
So we've seen anti-ecos towards B. We've also seen him towards A with Mac 10s and such. No such luck on this occasion. Assist and swing and a miss. Flashbang to take the angle. Reminds me of Cobblestone. On that long channel flashes over the top from sniper to sniper just to post up.
Yeah, I remember that. That was the meta for a while.
Yeah, I honestly don't understand the constant threads about Cobblestone coming back. Bring up some new maps. That's what I say. Well, we have Ancient now.
There you go. You have Ancient.
Very green.
Yeah, it's as if the new cache wasn't green enough.
Yeah, I think in that respect, people need to chill with the green about things which are overgrown or aged. Cool, but let's not make it super green. I think we've learned that.
What do you mean? All these new skins are, they're not all green.
Like the maps, the aged maps.
No, I know. I know what you mean. I'm just saying, like, if you use the new skins, you find those spots, like those bushes, and you can just sit in and be completely camouflaged.
Never mind the spots. It's the entire map of Ancient.
Exactly. It's all green.
Anywhere with a green CT skin, and it's GG.
Can we just get a bunch of, like, nice nuke-colored maps, gray, white, off-white, where things just kind of pop.
Bring back the Arctic Avengers skin while you're at it. I'm waiting, Valve. Arctic Avengers... need them in the game. They've got the sticker in the game of Arctic Avengers. But anyway, lots of avenging to be done by ninjas in pajamas. They have not been offered any respect in this game of Dust 2 thus far. Well, Tizian's by blue, and he has 0 support. He is entertaining, though. Pay attention to this. They've left him to die, basically. Yes. 3 players towards A, trying to deal with him. Meanwhile, the push comes in towards the B bomb site. He is the sacrificial lamb, and Assault Bay may be ready for him. In the meantime, the B bomb site's been taken.
If you're Nip right now, you just gotta be like, what can we do? Nothing works. They eventually kill Tizian, but again, that was all part of the plan. Big Clan are just feeling so confident now in this play, and I feel like, man, the weird thing is that I have the sneaky suspicion that it would have been the same thing if Nip were on T side. That both, like, whoever started T would have just a huge advantage on this map.
Vice just got domed. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Rez, Plopsky taking these fights. Tabson gonna find them. Plopsky should be able to. Oh man, that was way too close. 1v3, and he is fully boxed in. He's got nowhere to go. Going to get executed by Zantares in a second here. Zantares coming over the top. There it is.
Nothing taken into the next round.
11-1, Bardolph.
Yeah.
Who'd have called this? Not I.
This was a great round from Big. I was really excited by this run. I could see what was happening. Like, I was like, God, why has he just been left alone? Hold on a second, because they have to deal with him. They have to, because you would expect him to have support, etc. So you're going to stay there with extra forces. Oh, we've got the plate. Okay, it's a different one too, actually, what I was thinking. Where you've got the scout at the doors and everybody runs up, but they've got multiple scouts and an MP9. So it's a variation, let's say.
Searson is, he should be proud. They're treating him as if he was hacking. You know, this is how you deal with hackers on Dust 2. You just peek mid with 5 scouts and just kill him.
Oh, Searson manages to escape, and again, just running completely hot. While this slaughter happens, I will say, if you're a fan of M9 knives, all they're missing is an M9 fade on all these players, and you've just got like a great collection of M9s. You've got Law, you've got a Ruby, you've got an Emerald, you've got the Crimson Web on device. It's like, at least that, you know, while it's a complete smash from Big, I'm appreciating that. You've got M9s everywhere.
You've got your priorities straight, Bartle.
Absolutely, yeah. I like shiny things.
You're like a magpie, is that what it is?
Yeah.
To be fair, your desk is like a stash of just different an assortment of
It's like a gift
things.
shop for nerds. Well then, we've got a big challenge on Long, literally. And in the meantime, again, they're going to try and catch him out of position. They invest 1 man. But this time they've got a lurker in Tabson. We'll see how that plays out later on. But for now, they've got to try and make their way towards this A bomb site. Tabson emerges now, and Rez will deal with him. He's ready, or is he? Searson is wrecking people. 17 for 3 and round number 14. I haven't seen a performance like this from him in a while. And it's not even the number of frags, but just the fashion in which he's getting them, the style, the confidence. It's fantastic.
I think Tabson took Maui's comments personally as well. We'll get into this in a second here. But let's see. Does he manage to pull this off? ZTR? No, unfortunately for him, Searson just obliterates him. You know, last night when it's like, why can't you just you take more fights, Tabson? Why can't you do better? Tabson right now is sitting at 17 kills, 1 assist, 5 deaths, right behind Searson, who has 18. So there you go. Tabson, even Tabson's in the mix right now, just banging heads off their shoulders. Xantares, in fact, hasn't gotten a kill in quite a bit of time. But, I mean, his teammates are just doing the work, so he doesn't even need to worry about
getting
it.
the chance at this point. Oh, no.
Let's
the
go.
Negev.
Let's go.
Tizian, what are you doing?
Maximum disrespect.
The armor penetration of that has been nerfed. I love this. I love the disrespect.
Just maximum disrespect.
Right?
They're clowning him.
This is outrageous. And it's fantastic. I'm excited. Searson now, I'm just going to stand in spawn and wreck everybody. This is an exhibition. What is that in Rocky, Hulk Hogan, when he's Thunder Lips? This is the level we're talking about here.
Ninjas in pajamas? I don't know. More like ninjas in a body cast after this happened.
Thunder Lips versus Ninjas in Pajamas. 14-1, Apta dominance. We even see a Negev, a cameo appearance in the first half. What on earth will we see in the second? Find out after the break. I remember Sponge once described one team in a match as getting absolutely fisted, and I think that's appropriate for what we're seeing at the moment. The long arm of Big Clan is looking to reach for 2 more rounds here, as they have a 14-1 scoreline at half-time, and NIP head towards B.
Spends a lot of time in Germany, doesn't he, Sponge?
He does, yeah. Tizian creeping through the tunnel. Well, that's some information. Tizian with 2. Xantares looking to pick up where his teammate left off. He can even fall back and take some range now. Searson is dropped finally. The beast has been slayed. 21-4-4 is Searson. Unstoppable on that T side. We'll see what he can do on CT. 1 spotted by the car and 2 by the mid doors. For Ninjas in Pyjamas. Rez with a P250 looking to claim back some self-respect here in this second half. Let's not forget the negative we saw at the end of the first, and it's Rez left in the clutch now. 1 versus 3. Probably goes for bad plant. Goes for long plant instead. Got some elevation. He's all right, but for how long? The cavalry is coming through. Takes one in the face. That's a nice tap for Rez. He's got 2 more to find now. 1 more. Xantares just needs the headshot. Oh, there it is, Rez. He's clutched it. Well, there's a chance. There is a chance. He's super happy with that one. High pressure situation. And there are smiles on the faces of Ninjas in Pyjamas despite getting slapped from round to round in the first half.
Oh, Rez's grin says it all. These guys, I mean, this is just one of those maps where at the end of the day, you get a few more rounds in it. You're just going to get your head a little bit more in it. I mean, the beauty of CS is that it's not over until it's over, obviously. And NIP have got 2 chances. So we'll see. Even if Big were able to pick up a round, it is not done just yet for NIP. NIP now get to go into their game plan, and it's actually a very quick long take coming in from NIP. Nicely done there by Tabson. Oh my Tabson! Well then, got it over with quick.
Your opponent's just having a really good day.
Sometimes you just get hard countered. Big were so ready for that long push. Tabson just getting pumped. But Big were so ready for that long push. They just knew what was coming. Big were also very ready for Nip's pistol towards the B side. They knew what was coming there as well. And so now, I mean, what are we going to see here from NIP? Deagles and Kevlar is all they can afford. A couple of smokes. And ZCR looking for the shot. Not going to find it.
I haven't seen somebody get clapped like this since my last visit to WorldStar.
That is a reference and a half. Nice shot. I mean, is that what is that what they're shouting? You know, the coach.
They should. I think Big should start shouting WorldStar when if they close this series out. But we still have 4 Deagles on road. We've got HEs heading towards the site. You know they're going there. Well, maybe that one needs some practice. Some peppering from Tizian. Okay, hold on a second. This one's getting out of hand. More Desert Eagles now for both squads. They know that there's a bomb planter on the site. These 1-digs are just so continuous. Does Tizian have a chance to even throw the incendiary? He does not. The brutality persists in both directions. The war of attrition, the carnage.
The beatings shall continue. Sorry, Lex, you're going to have to stand there a little while longer. Tough. He's already heading out. Already heading out. He sees that map point, just standing at the desk. What a pro. Well, as far as Big are concerned now, what can you do? Just save some money. Yeah, I like this, actually. We'll just have Tabson investing a little bit in this round. But this is pretty much a hard eco coming out here from Big. They just want to buy up in the next round and try and snuff Nip quick. Don't let Nip get too much confidence out of this. If Nip start putting some rounds on the board, if start getting some fight going, you know, you just want to end it right here if you're Big.
Easily avoided. Tabson slayed. We'll see if self-respect can be regained for Ninjas in Pyjamas, at least score-wise.
Nice from center. It's a good find. Gonna back off and save that. I really appreciate it. This is very nicely done. Save the AK. No reason to throw it away. Now you have an AK for the next round. In the hands of Xantares, that can be lethal.
I can't even count all these 1-digs. I cannot count them. I've seen so many today, but just in this one map. This is kind of nice.
Discussion. Do you want the Galil? Should I save the Galil? Who wants the Galil? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Tijan looking. He wants to earn his rifle.
Match point every round. Game point, sorry.
Okay.
Just got to hear that noise at the beginning of every round. You lose this, you're done.
Ta-da-dum.
But they've all been here before. We've all been there before.
We have, and we've seen crazy comebacks in the past as well, specifically on this map. Dust 2, perfectly capable of running it back here in IP. The well-orchestrated T side with the game plan, they can definitely do it. So, nice couple of digs, but here we go. Full buy on both sides. Galil and AK saved by Big in the last round, but now Searson's got his AWP. And we can see what do NIP have in store for us now. Shot across, nothing there for Device. And very static stuff coming in from NIP, in fact. No rushes, just holding to see if Big were going to get aggressive this round.
He's expecting it. He's expecting it. He was waiting for them to do exactly that. And there was a chance for 2. Rez left with 12 HP. How about that, though?
That is nice.
The J angle. Xantares trying to rotate towards the A bomb site and being punished for doing so. The patience will pay off for Ninjas in Pajamas. Plopsky with the bomb will go to join his teammates, it seems.
Oh, and they're going
to
head
head
right into Searson.
long.
They're going to push right into Searson. But if the spacing is good, Searson only gets 1 kill. Yep.
Down to the
No,
Deagle
wait,
as
no
well.
way!
I can't believe it. There's 1 minute on the clock now, and this is awkward for Device. Walking up, Searson will spam Device on 45 HP. Switches up for the M4A4. Kito's going top mid, and so is Device. Oh, hello. Some dancing. Now, does Kito want to finish the match here? He can fall back and head elsewhere. Keeping an eye on things. This is so awkward. T-spawn for Device, and the dancing continues. Down to 21 HP now. Both need 1 bullet. Device will be the one to get it. Nothing is for free in this game.
Man, I actually believed in Searson for a second there. That was outrageous, him getting the 2nd kill on Plopsky.
Big seems to have NIP's number. I can't see them doing this, and I wouldn't normally call that out, but just the way Tabson reacted to that smoke on the door, for example, he just puts himself into anti-flash position and swings as they do. And they still have to go through the smoke. They seem to know exactly what NIP's playbook looks like on Dust 2, so we'll see how that changes. It's pistols again for Big as they swing outside.
Brutal HE into long, though. Tags up Hampus and ZTR, makes them vulnerable. They'll have to be a little bit careful. Kito's pushed the smoke, no fear. Push straight into Upper Dark. Hampus, however, out on the flank as he usually is. We'll be spotting for this kind of play. Yep. Oh, wow, he's so fast, dude. Kito, that's crazy. Hits that shot. Hampus down to 10 health. But they are going to move on up to the A site. We should get the bomb planted here in a moment for NIP. No, still another chance, though, for Big to save some guns here. If they can get away with a couple AKs, that would be wonderful. Not going to happen, though. NIP doing a good job of defending themselves, and as I say, that Device is going to get bopped.
Uh-oh.
But there should be no way out. There should be no way out for Searson.
Oh, well, he's put an afro on the bomb.
Oh, so sick. Nice
Going
try.
for the major play. 10 seconds would be a long diffuse. But I love the audacity. I love it. Well then.
I like him just trying to make it more and more expensive.
9 rounds in a row required for Ninjas in Pajamas. Big up back on the bite. Another test. Rears its ugly head like a gopher.
Like a groundhog. Shot. No.
Ooh, jumped straight over.
So
Again.
close.
152 is Botolph's recommendation for a shot through the smoke, should you choose to do that. Tabson with a swing. Things not going the way they were in the first half now. Momentum continues with NIP. The pace remains fast.
Well, you're in this situation if you're NIP now. You've just got nothing to lose. Play fast, play loose, and just get aggressive. Because playing a slow default game, I mean, it should favor Big. And yeah, Hampus going to get caught. He's usually on the flank. Big should know this. 2 players on the B side here for Big. And Xantares, what is that? Just gets completely run over, caught out.
I want Rez's config.
You do?
I do.
Why is that?
Too good. Oh, at least on the T side now.
At least on the C. I was about to
I mean,
say,
they all got
you know, that
smashed.
CT config,
If the whole
maybe.
team's getting smashed, it is what it is. But okay, we could alternate configs per side.
There you go. It's like knives and gloves.
Yeah.
Got your different combos.
But now they're bigger losing. Who do we go? Maybe Searson config CT side, and then Res config T side. Sounds good to me.
I can get behind that. 24 kills for Searson so far.
Do you remember, you have a French background, right? Do you remember somebody on Reddit many years ago, they made a thread, right, about Scream's config? Because I think he was using like QZSD instead of WASD. And a guy on a UK American keyboard was using QZSD, and he's like, "Oh, it feels really good," not realizing that Scream's keyboard is not QWERTY.
It's the French QWERTY.
And his fingers must have been all messed
Dude,
up.
what is that guy doing? That's peak insanity.
It's fantastic. Right? Look at where QZSD are on the keyboard. Like,
that's amazing.
He's like, "I've been trying Scream's config, and I'm getting used to it, and it feels good, man." Like,
no way, dude. You're out of your mind.
Let's go.
That's amazing, though, dude. Like, the thing is, if that guy can play that way, just imagine if he goes back to WASD, he's just going to be bopping
He's
everybody.
going to be a beast.
That's amazing. At some point, you have to realize, like, man, this really hurts.
Right.
Well, it's like some guys, like, the way they hold their mouse also, like Swag, the way he holds his mouse, it just gives me tendonitis looking at it, looking at it, right? And so, teach their own. Dude, I thought he hit that.
Me too. Well, then, here we go. Big, they need one round, and they've failed at it multiple times. Got a very quick take of the short position. The rifle will be collected. They'll rotate elsewhere. There are actually flashbangs potentially for a long play here, so Ninjas in Pajamas could be in further trouble.
What? Oh, he starts moving before he takes that shot. That's really unfortunate device. This is just some Mad Lad material, though.
Almost.
They see that smoke, and they are ready for it. Zed's here just putting some shots through.
Yeah, Searson's got to fall back now. There's no second smoke. There's no second smoke for the cross. There is a second smoke. There it is. Ignore everything I just said.
It took a long time to get going, but they were there. Lofsky with a beautiful shot to open things up, though. That's Zantares out of the fight. And they are getting bullied back big, not finding the kills. ZCR takes Tabson. And now we're left with Tito and Searson, and even Searson going to get caught in Gandalf. No way out.
Seems the CT side is not the one on Dust 2 today. Ninjas in Pajamas continue to come back.
This would be, well, no, hold on, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves here, Bardolph.
There's just one slip up. It's like if the CTs make the right play in one round, like, I don't know, they boost on a full buy on short or something, let's say kill 2 people, that's all that's required, technically speaking, for the cards to fall down for Ninjas in Pajamas. Just, it doesn't even need to be an error per se, but it's just they make a play and Big make a different play. Just one round.
Does ZTR hold on to this auto snipe? No, he doesn't. Okay, then. Had a lot of money, did he? Nice shot there from Searson to kick things off, though.
Right then. 4 versus 5 for Ninjas in Pajamas. It was a common issue for them in the early rounds on the CT side. They'll have to turn things around.
Now they head over to B, perhaps in hopes that ZTR connected bullets with people as they tried to cross. Zantares and Keto completely giving up the bomb site, though, to focus on mid. Keto's just now making his way back. They clearly thought there was going to be some kind of play for info out here from Nip. Smoke for the CT side is now just going to go down here from Plopsky. Standard B-split smoke.
With only one lurker in mid and that incendiary down in the halls, that certainly helps Big for a few seconds at least. But indeed, there are just the 2 players in towards this B bomb site. Here comes the execute now, creeping around the smoke and the mollies. We've got him trying to make a crossfire, but surely the numbers game overwhelms. Keto's still alive somehow. There could be some flashbangs on the way. Once Thiessen's the only one with one. Well, 1 for 1 they go. Going for the fast plant of the bomb now so they don't get caught with a CT push.
Very
That's
nice.
been completed. See Plopsky by the car. Oh, ZTR. Thought he was done for. Tizian now, he knows one is near double stack, but he knows he's walking into a double peak as well. If he goes wide to the back, he could potentially avoid it. Switching out some grenades. Plopsky has to land that one! Oh my god, 5 HP for ZTR. It's that close as NIP get another round on the board. You can see him wiping the sweat from his brow. That was a hairy one. He did mess up a little bit there.
Quad kill for ZTR in that round. the young gun stepping up when his team needed him. That is fantastic work from him. And Big right now maybe need to start throwing some curveballs here, at least in this B setup. It's very consistent that they don't hold from plateau at all. They're almost always on the site. They're trying to set up some kind of crossfire from the bomb site. And so NIP feels like they can just kind of focus almost entirely on the bomb site as they push through. They don't even need to look plateau. Could be a way for Big to throw things out of whack here as Keto is rotated all the way over towards Long in this round. This is an eco round coming in for Big, so not expecting too much. Xantares, he's going to get some action.
Oh, well then.
3 shots, 3 hits.
Yeah, there's a HC grenade, but no flashes for these choke points. So, oh, timing. Awkward. Oh my god. What could happen though? Tizian is still a ways away, coming in from B tunnel. However, look at Device. There could be a timing here, especially if Device right-clicks to unscope. Turning around now. Oh, look at the tunnel. Pulls out the Deagle. Tizian crouches. Oh my god, I can see the disaster. And so close. Just needs one. Not yet though. NIP continue the run.
Fighting back round after round. 15-10 map point for Big. It's been a lot of map points. Back to back to back. And well, this was Xantares with 3 shots, 1 kill. So unfortunate that Tizian doesn't actually look right. Doesn't check the well. But Device gets the drop on him, and that leaves us in an awkward spot. But we're going to get the double AWP now in play here for Big. And there's the opening kill from Keto. On the cross, catching Device, running down Suicide. There's a reason why we name it that.
Hampus making his way down now with a very strong flash, and there's a big focus towards the B bomb site from Ninjas in Pajamas. And again, Big have 3 towards B, but Tapson's repositioning. We'll keep an eye on that on the radar. Ninjas in Pajamas moving away for now. Or are they? Again, it comes down to making the right play. 5 versus 4 advantage for Big, and they've got a AWP at the back of the B bomb site. So if it is to be that, this may spell the end for the comeback run from Ninjas in Pajamas. Hampus lining up a smoke for the B doors. There's pop flashes. We've got the combo meal deal. They're lining up though for Keto. He must have done enough, surely. ZTR and Hampus remain committing to the B bomb site now. Still have a late rotation. They've got a 2 versus 2 on this bomb site. And the trades are here. Hampus 1 versus 2. He's got 1 minute to try and make this doable for Ninjas in Pajamas. Heading towards an instant bomb plant. Searson and Tizian now. Plenty of incendiaries to be deployed. Creating some space now with some flashes. Swinging in. Hampus. 1v1. He has to land this. Otherwise, it is done. Tizian just waiting for the eventual peak. And there is the headshot. That's been a long time coming. Big finally do it. Just needed the 1 round and they get there in the end. A noble comeback from Ninjas in Pajamas, but boy, the road was long.
It was indeed, and it would have been exceedingly rare for it to go the distance and for us to have to go to overtime to settle this. But Big, not going to let go of it. They will win their map pick. That is them up 1-0 now in this series.
I have never slapped an arse as hard as NIP got clapped in that first half. A noble comeback, but they couldn't repeat the success. Thoughts at the desk after the break.
Blink and you'd miss the first half of Dust 2, a 14-1 lead for Big as they were heading into the second half. NIP do manage to claw back a few rounds to make it a bit more of a respectable scoreline, double digits on the cards, as the map does fall in the favour of Germans, 16-10. But I think we've got to start off by talking about this T-side. I don't think any of us were expecting Big to be coming this hot out the gate in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, the three-letter throwdown between NIP and BIG is it's going off to a hot start, but really this was all one-sided. You know, Semler was chastising me during the pregame segment, talking about how NIP was just going to be running over Big, you know, close. Just had the first letter mixed up. It's okay. It's Big that actually got it done, and wow, holy crap. It looked like this was going to be over in like 25 minutes, and it would be already into the second map. And instead, you did get to see a little bit of a comeback from NIP.
Yeah, the first half was a total speed run for Big. They just felt so comfortable in all their procedures, and that's what you'd expect for a team who was #1 in the world, with Dust 2 being one of their home maps last year. So the second half, though, a little bit of a different story. I think that NIP showed that they still had a lot to give in this game, and when they pushed Big, Big had a lot of holes, like you were saying, Lex.
Yeah, honestly, I expected Big to honestly close this out after, you know, you go on the second round or whatever it was. It just seemed like there's just no hope for NIP in the series. But really, there was some comprehensive takes on the T side and some convincing wins that make me think NIP is definitely not outclassed in this matchup, you know, individually, but beyond that, they're here to play today.
Yeah, maybe we should take a little bit of a deeper look into the T side of Big and question exactly how they were able to get that many rounds up on the board. What did you see as being the real difference maker that stopped NIP from really putting up a solid defense at all?
I mean, I'll take my analyst hat off for a second and just say they started shooting back, which is a great start. I mean, you had, I think it was like Rez, Hampus, ZTR, all with under 3 kills after the end of the first half, which, like, sorry, there's no other way to put it, but that's just not going to cut it, right? Like, you're not doing enough individually or as a team. It's a complete failure across the board. But, I mean, we saw there at the end that the score lines were, in terms of individual performance on the side of NIP, it was respectable. It seemed as though they were really hitting all their shots and winning their duels on T side. And I think NIP was doing a good job of exploiting solo players around the map from Big. Tabs so many times was getting traded out instantly. And rotations on Dust 2 can be such a long travel time in between the bomb sites. And it seemed like NIP was just exploiting that and being ready to execute it. B, you know, at the drop of a hat was paying off big for them.
Yeah, if it weren't for that phenomenal first half for Big, this could have been really scary for them. But I got to give credit to Big and their flash procedures. I was looking at the live stats as this game was going on, and I think Big, after the first half, had something like 15 flash assists, and that's just a bonkers number. Like, usually in a normal game, I'd say you could maybe have 7 to 10 maybe for a team by the end of a whole map, but to have 15 or so in the first half, it just goes to show how well-oiled of a machine Big are on Dust 2. When they're doing those cat takes, they are constantly throwing support flashes into the site to start things off, and then ones over the players as they're entering and rounding the corner. And when they're going out long as well, they're not even getting remotely blind, but NIP are fighting just a blind battle. They're just randomly spraying smokes, and they don't know what's happening. But Keto, on the other hand, he's just like, all right, you guys don't even know what's going on right now, do you? Okay, that's easy pickings.
It was an impressive T-side performance, man, and I'm sure we're going to bring it up, but I'll just segue right into it. Dude, Searson showed up in a big way in the first half, man. Dust 2 gets pretty easy when every other round it's like you're getting a pick on the cross.
Yeah, Searson was just sensational in that first half. I think it was it 19 kills?
He had 19 or 20.
Yes.
Him and Tabson were both fragging the F out on T-side.
Both were going crazy on it. Tabson was throwing flashes for people, but he was still finding so many kills too. But yeah, Searson, all in all, was just phenomenal. Like you said, he just was finding kills on the cross, finding kills as they were moving up cat. Sometimes he had the best long spawn, getting the frag there. I mean, everywhere he went, it's like everything he touched, it just died. Just like anyone from NIP that even got remotely close to him just stared into the eyes of Medusa and were frozen. They're just gone.
And you alluded to it kind of jokingly before in our pre-game segment. You know, you said that Searson, you felt it in your waters that this was going to be his lights out performance against Device. But actually, it really turned out to be. We didn't really see too much of Device, particularly in that first half as well.
I don't know I don't know why I came up with that, honestly. No, okay. but honestly, Searson, though, like, the way he was able to just manhandle Device in this game was, no one could have really called that the way it happened exactly how it did. I mean, I just kind of had an inkling of a feeling that he was going to step up because he's kind of had an uncharacteristically slow start to Flashpoint 3, but eventually, players that are in the top 10 of HLTV's list, with Surson being 9th last year, he's not going to just fall off the face of the earth. That's just actually not possible. Like, he has to have something in him still, and I'm glad this was a game for him because Big, they actually needed it.
Absolutely, and I think, since the start of Flashpoint 3, we've been here, and that's one of those storylines for Big that we keep touching on. It's like, is Searson going to show up? Is he going to perform? Is he going to be the beast that he usually is? And, to my, I don't even think at one time in this tournament have I been like, wow, that was a world-class performance out of Searson. Not that he's had bad games or like an overall terrible performance, but he just hasn't taken over a half the way that we just saw him take over Dust 2 against NIP.
Yeah,
hard carry.
Exactly, yeah, that's
real.
what we're used to as well. And I love that you touched upon Tabson too, who's a bit of a talking point coming into this one, questioning whether we needed to do, or he needed to do rather, what Launders was saying of playing a bit more like an arsehole. It was good to have a discussion about that, but he just didn't really need to at all. Like, I think that's what is so crazy about Tabson, is seeing that form resurge from him once again.
Yeah, and honestly, he even said it himself yesterday. He's like, I've thought about, should I play more like an asshole? I've thought about it, it's crossed my mind, and like that to me is like, he's very self-aware of his role within a team, and obviously today you said it, Maui, he's flashing constantly for his teammates, and they're good flashes, they're successful, and obviously when your T side is that potent, it's not as though this is just a stat that really doesn't have any context. You had a 14-1 scoreline, enemy flash assist to, was that 14 or something you said, Maui?
He had 8 total for this game.
Personally, he did.
8
That's
flash
insane.
assists for Tabson. So.
And you put that on top of, 20-something kills in the first half for yourself.
What more do you want?
It's impressive.
Yeah.
So do you think, in terms of just looking back on that first half as well, because I feel like we've kind of picked up on multiple strands that we were questioning from Big coming into this, do you feel like all the pieces of the puzzle just kind of came together for Big on that T side?
Yeah, I really thought that this was going to be Big's map from the outset, considering this is their, this is almost their home map, and if you're willing to play Big on this map, you got to be bringing something. So I did expect them to take it, but I didn't think we'd see the dominance that we saw there.
Well, we're going to flip on over to the second half and take a look at a specific round that you have picked up on Lex. So what are we taking a look at in this replay?
Yeah, we're sitting here singing the praises of Big, but it would be unfortunate, man, if we just went here and talked about how bad Nip was on their CT side, because there was some flashes of brilliance here, and really this is a mid-round call, man down in a round 24, Big's up 15-8. Nip can make no mistakes, and you've already lost Rez here. And what they're going to like to do is they're basically executing into the B bomb site late in the round. And really what I wanted to highlight in this clip was ZTR, who, came into this second half, I think, with 3 kills or something. He's at 9 here in this clip, but he picks up a massive 4K, and it's all off the back of an unlikely entry to begin with. I mean, it's about to unfold here in just a moment. You guys can see for yourselves, but it starts with a lurk smoke, some good flashes, and good utility usage, much like Alan highlighted in the pregame segment.